Chapter 1, Still a Virgin, I Hear. The morning in the city is filled with fog. In room 1818 of the M Hotel, the lingering scent of hormones from the night before still lingered in the room. Clothes are scattered all over the floor, with the black lace bra the most conspicuous. It was thrown away in a hurry last night and hung on the wall lamp by the bedside. Lin Xiaonan was awakened by a sudden urge to urinate. When she got up, she felt a wave of pain and her head was dizzy. Ah! It hurts, my whole body feels like it's been run over by a car. I forced myself to get up and ran to the bathroom as I always did. Bang! And hit the wall. The pain instantly sobered her up a bit. She covered her forehead with her hand, opened her dark, bright eyes wide, and quickly scanned the surroundings. This is not a college dormitory? This is a hotel suite? She quickly hid under the covers, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock. Her brain was spinning at high speed. Last night, her boyfriend Lu Yuan's company had a dinner party, and he specially brought her along to have fun. During the dinner, her colleagues were very friendly and praised her and Lu Yuan for being a perfect match. The atmosphere was very happy, and she also drank some red wine. After a while, she felt dizzy and weak. Seeing that Lu Yuan was having a good time chatting with his colleagues, Xiaonan didn't want to disturb his fun, so she leaned back on the sofa to relax. But the headache became more and more intense, and it seemed like there was a fire burning inside her, burning painfully. She then said to Lu Yuan, "I don't feel well. Can you take me back to school first?" Lu Yuan was displeased. "Xiaonan, our boss Zhu hasn't arrived yet, it's not appropriate for me to leave now." Seeing that Xiaonan looked really unwell, he added, "How about this? The company has opened a few rooms for employees here. Room 1816 is for female colleagues to rest. I'll take you up there to rest for a while." Okay. Lu Yuan had only been working for a year, and it was the time to show off in front of the boss. Lin Xiaonan didn't want to make things difficult for him. Lu Yuan escorted her into room 1816 and before leaving, he said lovingly, "Be good, you rest here for a while, and as soon as the party is over, I'll take you back to school." Okay. Lying on the soft bed, she didn't even have the strength to speak, and fell asleep. She didn't even have time to take off her small canvas bag slung over her shoulder. I don't know how long it was. In a trance, she felt a pair of rough hands touching her face. She thought it was someone who had come a long way to pick her up. She slowly opened her eyes. She saw an old man with a fat body, sparse hair, and a strong smell of alcohol, with a disgusting sausage mouth, about to kiss her. She was so scared that she trembled all over, and her mind cleared up a lot. This is a room for female colleagues to rest, so how could this old man come in? He must have been drunk and gone into the wrong room. She wanted to yell at him to get out, and she wanted to yell for help, but her throat was as dry as a fire, and the harder she tried, the more she couldn't make a sound. The old man got closer and closer, and she was terrified. She turned her head away in disgust and instinctively used her hands and feet to try to stop the old man from getting closer. Her struggle also aroused the old man's interest. "Didn't you say you were going to drug me? Why aren't you cooperating? You little brat, you're not weak at all, are you? Ha, I like it rough, exciting, it's delicious." The old man's face was obscene, and he pressed his hands on Lin Xiaonuan's arms, trying to subdue her. She felt dizzy and weak, and her body felt limp. Seeing that she was too weak to struggle, he let go of her arms and couldn't wait to take off his pants. Exquisite facial features, high and straight breasts, a small waist with a curvy figure, and long, white, slender legs. The old man swallowed hard. What a rare little beauty. I heard she's still a virgin. This little face, this body, it's worth killing for. He rubbed his hands together and pounced on Lin Xiaonan. No, I must get rid of this disgusting old man, or my life will be over. Lin Xiaonan took a deep breath. At the moment the old man lunged at her, Lin Xiaonan rolled to the other side of the bed with all her strength, staggering towards the door. "Damn it, you little brat, are you playing with me? I'll teach you a lesson today." The old man suddenly missed his target, swearing and chasing after her in a rage. Xiaonan was dizzy and slow, and before she could touch the doorknob, the old man grabbed her back and pulled her clothes. Fortunately, she had not taken off her bag during the break, and if it had not been there to block him, the old man would have pulled off her jacket. Even so, in the midst of the struggle, her straight, slender shoulders were exposed, and the softness of her full, quivering breasts was faintly visible through her suspenders. The old man almost had a nosebleed when he saw this. He looked so thin, but she was so well endowed. He grabbed Xiaowan's waist and threw her back onto the bed. "Give in, be my lover, serve me well, I guarantee you will never go hungry or thirsty, and you will have endless beautiful clothes to wear." Xiaowan clutched her jacket tightly and backed away from the bed in horror. "Beauty, come, let me rub you." The old man pressed him closer and closer, showing his big yellow teeth and pouncing on him like a wolf. She must not be ruined by him. The strong desire to survive overcame her fear and exhaustion. She reached for the ashtray on the bedside table and, gathering her last bit of strength, threw it at the old man. Blood immediately began to flow. The old man held his head and wailed in pain. The opportunity came. She dragged her weak body out of room 1816. She walked a few steps against the wall, but then felt dizzy and couldn't walk anymore. In a panic, she pounded on the door of room 1818. Open the door, help me." A tall man opened the door. Lin Xiaowan didn't see the man's face clearly, but she felt like she had grabbed a lifeline and fell into the man's arms. Help me." After that, she fainted. The man's face was cold and his eyes revealed a chilling coldness. He instinctively pushed away the woman who had suddenly thrown herself into his arms. There are so many women who are scheming to get close to him, and he has seen this trick before. However, when he looked down at the delicate little face of the woman, his heart trembled involuntarily. This woman, I seem to have seen her somewhere before. The woman's body was falling, and he couldn't help but embrace her waist and hold her in his arms. She was so light. She looked at the sleeping woman in her arms, her eyes deep. It really looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. As he was about to return to his room, he heard the old man yelling behind him, "Hey, you, stop right there." The old man was only wearing underwear, and he was using a towel to hold his head, which was bleeding. The man smiled contemptuously at the disheveled look, and guessed with his toes that he could guess what had just happened. He looked at the woman in his arms and a faint smile crossed his meticulous face. "You beat the other guy until his head was bleeding. You woman, interesting." Chapter 2, Behave Yourself. The old man looked at him with disdain and didn't respond to him. His anger rose. "You fool, put that bitch down right now. She's my woman." "Your woman?" The man snorted, his brows furrowed, and the powerful aura emanating from his body was chilling. "What? If I don't?" The voice was not loud, but it was awe-inspiring. But the old man's eyes were fixed on the beauty in his arms, so he didn't bother to observe these things. Seeing that the man had no intention of letting go of the woman, but instead held her even tighter, he was so anxious that he almost tried to snatch her away. But the other party was tall and muscular, exuding masculinity. He was only able to reach the other party's armpit when he stood on tiptoe, and he couldn't help but feel a little intimidated. But he said in a foul-mouthed manner, "You don't even know who I am, do you? Do you know the Zhu Group?" "I do. My family has so much money that it could crush you. Dare to oppose me, I think you're living to the end." The man looked calm, with a touch of nobility and pride in his outstanding temperament. He didn't care to say another word to the old man. The old man thought he was afraid and dared not speak, so he became even more arrogant. "You little brat, you should know your place when it comes to rescuing a damsel in distress." The old man was bossy and pointed at him. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the woman and apologize to me, and I'll let it go. If you insist on making things difficult, I can just make a call and you'll be in trouble." After that, he laughed wildly. "Damn it." The man slowly hugged the girl's waist and moved his ankle at the same time. A beautiful side kick, with explosive power, the strong right leg aimed straight at the old man. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. The landing point of this kick should have been the old man's carotid artery, and the force was enough to kill the old man. But he had just finished taking a bath and was afraid of getting his feet dirty, so he pulled back his leg at the last moment. The old man was already scared out of his wits and sat on the ground like a wooden statue. The hotel manager heard that there was a disturbance and came up with 4 or 5 security guards. When they saw the old man half lying on the ground, they were shocked. The manager hurriedly came forward to help him. "Mr. Zhu, what happened to you? Who had the nerve to bully you? The old man saw that help was coming, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's this rascal. I can't let him go." The corridor was dimly lit, and the man was standing sideways with the woman in his arms. The manager did not see his face clearly. The manager had taken advantage of Mr. Shu many times, and now he was ready to return the favor. With a gesture, several security guards surrounded the man. The man was not at all intimidated, and quickly glanced at the security guards and the manager with a cold gaze. After retiring from the military, he hasn't had the chance to practice his skills for a long time. He didn't bring a bodyguard with him today, so he thought it would be a good opportunity to practice. When they looked at each other, the manager only then saw the man's face clearly, and he was instantly scared stiff and couldn't speak properly. "Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu, it's you. When did you come? Why didn't I receive any notification of your arrival?" Mu Yuding's eyes were sharp, and a chill ran through his eyes. "You talk too much." His voice was clear and pleasant, but it came from a block of ice, with a piercing chill. The hotel is his family's property, and since the day it was built, room 1818 has been his exclusive room. Why should someone who was coming to their own hotel have to report to you? That's really stupid. Yes, I'm just being nosy." The manager slapped himself in the face. At this moment, he hated the boss in front of him. You picked the wrong person to mess with. You had to mess with the young master of the Mu family. He is a man who lives at the top of the pyramid. He took over the Mu group at a young age and has a lot of money. Not only is he rich, but he is also decisive and ruthless in business. Who in the entire Jiangcheng city would dare to be his enemy? Mr. Mu? When Mr. Zhu heard these two words, he was also stunned. The young master of the Mu family has always been low-key and never appears in the media, so Mr. Zhu has never seen him before. The manager had only seen him once at a hotel event. "Young Master Mu, I didn't know who you were. I know I was wrong. You can just ignore me. Let me go." Mr. Zhu's voice trembled, and he fell to his knees before him. At this moment, a dozen men in black came walking down the corridor. Mu Yuding ordered coldly, "Get rid of them." "Yes, Mr. Mu." The leading black-clad man replied, promising that he would never see the sun again. Mu Xiao carried the woman back to his room and threw her onto the soft sofa. After 29 years of living, he had never been attracted to women, and was more self-disciplined than a monk. How could he have brought home a drunk stranger? Mu Yuding himself felt strange. Because of the effect of the medicine, Lin Xianwan, who was lying on the sofa, was burning with fever, and her face was becoming more and more rosy. It was as if there was a fire burning in her body. Because of the heat, she got up from the sofa and took off her jacket and the skirt that the old man had torn. She staggered to find a cool place. As soon as she took a step, she suddenly slipped and fell onto the man who was about to pour her a glass of water, clinging to his waist tightly. "It's so cool." She hugged his waist and pinched his abs with her small hands. "It's so hard." The man was stunned. This woman is really reckless. Not only did she hug his waist, she also pinched. "Damn it. Let go," the man snapped. No, just a little hug," Lin Xianwan whispered, but she wouldn't let go. He was speechless, and disgustedly pulled her hand away and threw it to the side. The force was too great, and Lin Xianwan's soft body instantly lost its center of gravity and almost fell. The man was quick and grabbed her waist, and she was back in his arms. The man picked her up and carried her back to the sofa, so that she wouldn't be a nuisance. Lin Xianwan was restless in his arms, and her restless little paws were fumbling all over the man. "Damn woman, behave yourself," the man said angrily. No. The woman ignored him and became more and more aggressive. Because of the effect of the medicine, the small flame in her body was already burning fiercely and she could not control it at all. She wrapped her arms around his neck and her soft, supple body pressed tightly against him. Her fair, unpowdered skin was tinged with a seductive pink, her cherry lips slightly parted, emitting a low, gentle moan that stirred the man's instincts. The man looked at this almost perfect face and his breathing gradually became more and more rapid. This woman can't keep on acting like this. Chapter 3, after tossing and turning all night, she was so embarrassed. Mu Yuding quickly threw her back onto the sofa and tried to withdraw his body. The woman tightened her hand around his neck, and their faces almost touched. He could clearly see the fine hairs on the woman's face and could smell her faint but enticing body odor. "I want to kiss you, just a little kiss." The woman's eyes were glazed over, and she whispered in his ear. "You know who I am, you damned woman?" The man tried to control his hormones and scolded the woman, trying to make her sober up. The woman seemed to be controlled by some kind of force, and she didn't care what the man said, allowing herself to go with the flow. She pursed her lips and slowly pressed them against his, exploring the mysteries of his mouth with gentle persistence, going deeper and deeper. The man couldn't help but tremble like he had been electrocuted, and tried to push her away, but she was resisting his efforts. MMM. The kiss was so passionate and lingering that Lin Xiaonan herself couldn't believe she had made that sound, but because of the effect of the medicine, she really couldn't control herself. "You asked for it." The man's last shred of sanity was completely overwhelmed by the woman's passion, and the two were completely entangled. Before long, their clothes were scattered all over the floor. The woman's light body covered him, and the two soft spots on her chest pressed against his firm chest. The warm yellow light in the room was dim, but the man could still see Lin Xiaowan's face clearly. She was so beautiful that he couldn't stop himself. He began to fight back, and turned over and pinned Lin Xiaowan down. He felt this beauty for the first time, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He kissed her continuously, from her moist lips to her ears, and then down her slender neck. The woman's eyes were tightly closed, her delicate little face was becoming more and more rosy, charming and moving, completely stirring the deepest chord in his heart. "Ah, it hurts. Be good, bear with it for a moment." As the man went wild, the woman couldn't help but moan, her voice so soft and tender that the cleaning lady outside blushed. The man could only use his mouth to cover her lips. It was more than 2 hours before the room was quiet again. The little flame in Lin Xiaowan's body was completely extinguished. She was too tired and fell asleep contentedly. She slept with a sweet smile on her lips, her thick, long eyelashes forming a beautiful arc, slightly upturned, cute like a kitten, beautiful like an angel. The man stared at this beautiful woman, and his hormones were once again stimulated by Lin Xiaowan. He had just tasted the pleasures of being a man and a woman, so how could he let this woman who had thrown herself into his arms go so easily? In the middle of the night, Lin Xiaowan was almost broken by his tossing and turning, and it wasn't until she begged for mercy that the man finally stopped. "If this continues, I'll be in the ICU tomorrow." Looking at the pink kiss marks on the woman's body, he realized that he had indeed gone too far. Although he was still unsatisfied, he still controlled himself and got up to go to the bathroom. He took a cold shower to extinguish the fire. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Xiaowan slept until dawn. The scenes from last night flashed through Lin Xiaowan's mind like a movie. She was instantly blushing. "Oh, I was so frivolous and so active." She despised herself and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Could it have just been a dream? But the hormones in the man's body and the smell of his mouth were so real. She quickly picked up the quilt on her body and took a look. Oh no, she was completely naked. The clothes scattered on the floor, and her aching body. It's over, it's over. This is not a dream, it's real. She scratched her head furiously, disappointed with herself. She glanced around the room, which was very spacious and empty. She guessed that the man had already left. Good, it saves her from any embarrassment. Without thinking too much, she just wanted to escape from the room. She covered her chest with a quilt and reached for the black bra at the foot of the bed. It was a bit far away and she couldn't reach it. Since there was no one in the room, she simply lifted the quilt to quickly put on her clothes and walked over to pick them up. She thought she would be quick in and out, but when she bent down to pick up the clothes, a pair of long legs walked over. When she looked up, it was the man from last night. He was the one who took her virginity. Lin Xiaonan was about to get angry, but then she suddenly remembered that it was she who had taken the initiative yesterday. And she was an adult, so she couldn't blame him for everything. Her anger was half gone. But then she thought, even if I took the initiative, it was because I was drunk. You idiot, don't you know how to say no? Thinking of this, she straightened up menacingly, pouting her lips, her hands on her waist, looking like she was about to go and reason with him. Before she could open her mouth, she noticed that the man's deep eyes were restless, staring at her snow-white breasts, and he had a reaction somewhere. This woman is as thin as a rake, but she has no flesh where there should be flesh. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and teased her. What, not enough last night, you want to continue? Lin Xiaonan realized that she was naked and quickly grabbed the quilt to cover her chest. You big rascal, how dare you look? Don't look, or I'll. I'll beat you up. Lin Xiaonan held the quilt in one hand and clenched her fist in the other, shaking it in front of the man. The man lightly pushed her little fist away, and his long, slender index finger lifted her naturally beautiful little face. The light was dim last night, and they were together all night. Lin Xiaonan mostly kept her eyes closed, and she only got a rough idea of what the man looked like. Only now did she really see the man's face. A handsome face, carved by nature, but with a hint of arrogance. His deep eyes seem to see through everything, and people can easily fall into them if they are not careful. His nose is high and straight, and his thin lips are slightly curved. Every corner of his face makes people lament the unfairness of fate. Under the white bathrobe, the muscular body wrapped in honey-colored skin was barely visible, as handsome as a male model. Lin Xiaonan stared at him, and the scene of the fierce battle between the two last night suddenly came to mind, and her face instantly turned red to the base of her ears. But she had a vague feeling that she had seen him somewhere before. The man was about to tease her, but his phone suddenly rang. He withdrew and turned to the French windows. He said, and answered the call, his lips moving slightly. He didn't know what the other person had said, but he listened quietly, his eyes full of grandeur. He said simply, "Pick me up in 10 minutes. After hanging up, the man went to the dressing room, and Lin Xiaonan also picked up her clothes on the floor as quickly as possible and dressed. As she was about to leave, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the blooming red on the white sheets. She was only 21 years old and a senior in college. She had lost her first love, and she was lost and unwilling. It was all that wretched old man's fault. If he hadn't entered the wrong room, none of this would have happened. She looked despondent. She had been in a relationship with Lu Yuan for over a year, but they had only held hands and never kissed. Lu Yuan had proposed to take things further many times, but she had always declined politely. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had never been upset with her, and she had always been quite touched. She was going to save her first time for their wedding day, but last night she gave it to a stranger without reservation, and she was so active herself. She couldn't help but blame herself and feel ashamed. How should she explain this to Lu Yuan? Chapter 4, You Hurt Me. When Mu Yuding came out of the cloakroom, he was already wearing a black suit. The slim-fit style brought out his good figure just right, and his calm, elegant and cold temperament was self-evident. Seeing the woman staring at the red stain on the bedsheet, he felt a chill in his heart, and a hint of pain in his sharp eyes. That was the most precious thing a woman had, and she gave it to him. Although the woman took the initiative yesterday, and he was aroused to the point of losing control, but after all, they had sex, and the girl always loses out. He felt a little guilty. Mu Yuding took a card out of his suit pocket and placed it on the bed. He still had a cold tone. There are 2 million in the card. Take it. Lin Xiaonan was originally a little depressed, but when she heard the man humiliate her with money, she felt like he was treating her like a prostitute. Her inner anger flared up. What do you think of me? I'll tell you, nouveau riche, don't look down on people with your snobbish eyes. You think you're so great because you have a lot of money? I have it too. A nouveau riche? Mu Yuding looked at the fierce woman in front of him in shock. There are people who are trying to curry favor with him from Jiangcheng to the Atlantic Ocean. Which one of them does not respectfully call him Mu Shao? This woman actually dared to call him that. If it weren't for yesterday, when he spent the night with her, a woman of such poor quality would have been thrown into the river to feed the fish. Mu Yuding's eyes were full of anger, but when he saw Lin Xiaonan glaring at him with her cheeks puffed up like an angry frog, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the morning, she treated me like a prostitute, and now she's laughing at me openly. Shameless. I have to show this man what I'm made of. She took off her crossbody bag and searched it vigorously, finding 2 crumpled 1 yuan bills and a coin, which only added up to 2.5 yuan. $2.50 is just right for him, a 250. She was not at all intimidated, her stubborn little face raised high, glaring at the man. Last night, you hurt me, so you don't deserve a penny. But you're not an easy man to work for, and you've worked hard. Since you worked so hard last night, I'll give you these $2.50 as a reward. Go and buy yourself something nice to eat and get better. As she said this, she felt her face flushing with embarrassment, but since it had come to this, she had to fight for her pride and beat the man down with her authority. She had to win this round no matter what. After saying that, she grabbed Mu Yuding's clothes and stuffed the money into the pockets of his expensive suit. The man's eyebrows were knitted together, and his hair was about to stand on end. Damn woman, how dare you be so arrogant, treating me, Mu-Yuting, like a duck? He pulled back, trying to avoid the money in the woman's hand, but Lin Xiaonan had already put the money in his pocket, only her hand had not had time to pull back. During the struggle, both of them lost their balance, and the man fell to the ground, and the woman fell on top of him. The two mouths touched each other like they were magnetized. Their eyes met, and their eyes widened. They quickly got up, turned their backs, and wiped their mouths, in perfect sync. They were full of mutual contempt, completely devoid of the harmony of last night. It was not a good place to stay for long, and the man, who was usually calm, was a bit flustered. He walked to the door of the room in 3 steps, and before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a cold remark. The card has no password, he said. Lin Xiaonan picked up a slipper and threw it at Mu-Yuting. With a loud crack, the shoe smashed directly into the door. This little bastard, run a little slower, I'll see if I can't kill him. After Mu-Yuting ran out of the room, he didn't go out the hotel door, but took the private passage. The Bentley was already waiting there. When Mu-Yuting came, the driver Mu-Yuan respectfully opened the door. Young master. Back to the company. Yes, sir. As soon as the car started, Mu made a phone call. Yi Chen, help me find someone. Speak, Mr. Mu. Jiangcheng University, Lin Xiaonan. He had a library card between his fingers, which he had picked up at the door when he left room 1818. It must have fallen out of her bag when she knocked on the door for help last night. He couldn't help but think of the couple from last night, the woman's moans, and his heavy breathing. Although he was 29 years old and a wealthy young man, he had never been so close to a woman. Many women have tried to get into his bed, but they have never succeeded. He has never been attracted to any woman. But why did he lose control yesterday? He worked so hard all night and was treated like a duck. Damn women, he frowned, grinding his teeth in anger, but he didn't want to throw away the library card and casually tried to put it in his pocket. As soon as his fingers touched the pocket, they touched the money the woman had put in. He took out the money, 2 crumpled $1 bills and a 50-cent coin. He straightened the bills, wrapped the coins inside, and put them back in his pocket. His eyes, which were like a pair of piercing eyes, were filled with fighting spirit in an instant. Woman, did you provoke me first? The driver Mu-Yuan saw this scene through the rearview mirror and was stunned. How strange the young master's behavior was today. Mu-Yuting is famous for being a clean freak. Usually, when he is presented with boxes of cash, he finds them dirty and doesn't even want to look at them. Now he is carefully sorting out the $1 bills. He was also laughing while he was doing it. It was really a bit abnormal. Did he go crazy after staying in a hotel overnight? Mu-Yuting noticed that Mu-Yuan was looking at him in the rearview mirror and said coldly, "You're looking in the wrong place." Mu-Yuan was scared and quickly drove carefully. This young master loves to make fun of himself, and nothing escapes his eyes. The phone rang. It was Yi Chen. Mr. Mu, I found it. Lin Xiaonan, female, 21 years old, a 4th-year student at Jiangcheng University, majoring in fashion design. She is not a native of Jiangcheng, her hometown is 500 kilometers away, she usually lives in the dormitory, and goes to a villa for 2 days on weekends. She has excellent grades but comes from a poor family, and has been applying for student loans during her time at university. She has a boyfriend named Lu Yuan, who is a year older than her and already working. They have been dating for about a year and a half, but their relationship is unknown. Boyfriend? Mu Xiao frowned, as if he was displeased. Mu Xiao, her detailed information has been sent to your email. I know. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen let out a long sigh. What's going on? Mu-Yuting is actually investigating a girl? The 29-year-old iron tree is blooming? Interesting. He sipped his coffee and said to himself. Room 1818. After Mu-Yuting left, Lin Xiaonan finally relaxed. She had been so angry that she had forgotten to go to the bathroom. If she didn't go soon, she would wet her pants. Looking at the mirror in the bathroom, she noticed the clear strawberry mark on her neck. It's all the fault of that nouveau riche, 250, big idiot. Why did you have to be so rough? Haven't you seen a woman before? Chapter 5. He put the medicine in. The deep kiss marks, not just one, she couldn't cover them with concealer, she quickly pulled up the collar of her jacket and pulled it forward. She was so upset that big tears fell pathetically. But objectively speaking, it's not the girl's fault. Who made her so proactive? It's already happened. They're both adults. She has to learn to pay for her mistakes. Let's go back to school first. I haven't even started on my graduation thesis. As she was about to leave, she saw the card left behind by the nouveau riche. She had originally sneered at it, but if it was lost and someone else picked it up, it would be hard to explain. She took the card to the front desk and said, "Hello, sir, you forgot a bank card in room 1818. Can you contact the other person for me?" The staff member smiled and did some work on the computer. "I'm sorry, miss, but there is no information about a guest in room 1818 in the computer." What? This is the first time I've heard of a hotel guest not registering. This nouveau riche is really not a good person. Then I'll leave the card with you. Sorry, miss, we don't keep valuables. We can't afford to be responsible for them if they are lost. What should I do? In that case, you can take the card with you and leave your phone number. If that gentleman comes looking for it, we will contact you. Although she never wanted to see that smelly nouveau riche again, she had no choice. Jiangcheng University is full of youthful energy. The seniors have 2 months left before graduation. Some classmates have already gone out for internships, and she will also leave after completing her graduation thesis. This environment will soon no longer belong to her, and thinking about this, Lin Xiaonuan felt a little lost. Lin Xiaonuan went to the computer room on the 3rd floor and skillfully made her way to the back row. She was the only one in her class who didn't have a laptop, so she could only come here to do her graduation project. As soon as she turned on the computer, her stomach suddenly hurt. Did she eat something bad last night? She ran to the bathroom with her stomach in pain. As soon as she entered, she heard a familiar voice coming from the partition in the bathroom. It was her cousin, Lin Xianxian, who was on a video call. She could hear the voice on the other end of the phone clearly. "Brother Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Everyone misses you." Lin Xuanxuan's voice was squeaky. Lu Yuan chuckled at the other end of the phone. "Baby, I'm at the office. I miss you too. Meet me at our usual place after work. Take a shower and wait for me. You're so bad. Men who aren't bad, women don't love. Don't you like me being bad, you little devil?" The two of them flirted with each other. Lin Xiaonuan was stunned for a moment. Lu Yuan had actually been having an affair with her behind her back. It wasn't just for a day or two. Xiaonuan clenched her fists and tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart, but she didn't say a word. "Have you finished your graduation thesis?" Lu Yuan asked. "My father is the chairman of Lin Real Estate, and the principal has to give my father some face. I can write when I want to, and no one dares to force me to write if I don't want to. Yes, I know your dad is very powerful. By the way, has Lin Xiaonuan returned to school yet?" Lu Yuan asked again. Lin Xianxian was a little displeased, grinding her teeth. "How can you still think about that bitch?" Lu Yuan hurriedly explained, "Baby, I only have you in my heart. Aren't I worried that something went wrong with yesterday's plan? She hasn't come back yet. That idiot Lin Xiaonuan has probably already been eaten up by that old man and is probably still enjoying herself in a hotel." Lin Xianxian smiled proudly. "How can she still pretend in front of me? Your plan was better. I was supposed to bring her to the dinner party last night. Our boss Zhu is a notorious womanizer, and he must have pounced on her last night. My sister has no other skills, but she has a fox-like appearance and is naturally good at seducing men. She pretends to be a saintly woman who doesn't care about the world, but she's just a fake." "Oh, did you put the thing I gave you in her drink?" "Don't forget," Lin Xianxian asked with concern. "You don't trust me to do my job?" She started to feel a bit strange a few minutes after drinking it, so I took the opportunity to send her upstairs, and then our boss Zhu went in. He promised me that he would promote me to department head afterwards. Thanks to that pill of yours, would she have been so cooperative otherwise? Usually she wouldn't even let me kiss her, but now she's so good at serving people that she's seduced Mr. Zhu, and he hasn't come back yet. But thinking about Lin Xiaonuan's great figure, I haven't touched her once, and it's a pity that Zhu got her." Lu Yuan's tone was a little sour. "What, from the sound of your voice, you're jealous. Lin Xianxian is unhappy. How could that be? She's so poor and ugly, She's not even good enough to be your maid. I only have eyes for you. I wouldn't want her even if she were given to me for free. In order to please Lin Xianxian, Lu Yuan flattered her like a lapdog. At first, he observed that Lin Xiaonan went to a villa every weekend, and thought that she was the child of a wealthy family and was beautiful, so he pursued her. Later, he found out that she was just a country girl, and Lin Xianxian was the real rich girl, so he hooked up with Lin Xianxian again. The reason why he didn't tell Lin Xiaonan the truth was not because he loved Lin Xiaonan, but because he was jealous of her body. Now he has taken advantage of that old man, and he regrets it. He regrets not even touching her. Brother Lu Yuan, why don't I tell my dad that you can come to my company to work? I'll tell my dad that you can manage a department. Lu Yuan was overjoyed, but he refused. No, that would be living off my hard work. I want to make a good living for you through my own hard work. Lin Xiaonan listened to the disgusting whining of the two and was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She had always thought that the old man who came to her room last night was drunk and had gone to the wrong room. It turned out that the old man was Lu Yuan's boss, Mr. Zhu. She had been tricked by Lu Yuan and Lin Xianxian. She kicked open the door to the compartment. Lin Xianxian, are you two human beings? Shameless. Lin Xianxian, who was sitting on the toilet, was startled. Lu Yuan, who was on the other end of the phone, heard that things were not good and quickly hung up the video call and hit his head. Lin Xianxian knew exactly how to handle Lin Xiaonan and was not afraid. She glanced at the strawberry mark on Lin Xiaowan's neck and looked at the torn part of her skirt again, smiling maliciously. You look so serious all the time, but you're actually so wild? You must have enjoyed yourself last night. Lin Xiaonan grabbed Lin Xuanxuan's wrist. Why are you doing this? It hurts. Let go. If you dare to hit me, I'll let my dad operate on you. You won't get your diploma, and you won't get a penny for your mother's medical expenses. Lin Xiaonan was stunned and slowly let go of her hand. She couldn't be impulsive. A diploma was not important to her, but her mother's illness could not be delayed. Lin Xiaonan snorted and laughed, Don't worry, I won't hit you. Lu Yuan can sell me out, and one day she can sell you out too. Don't be too smug. You. Brother Lu Yuan would never treat me like this. I can give him money and love, but what can you give him? Lin Xiaonan was not angry, and said coldly, That piece of trash is yours, you two are perfect for each other. After saying that, she turned and left. Looking at Lin Xiaowan's back, Lin Xianxian actually felt a chill. 4 years ago, when this country cousin came to Jiangchang, she hated her and did everything she could to destroy her, but this Lin Xiaonan was like a little strong that could not be killed, and was so strong that it was annoying. Chapter 6, Uncle's kindness is conditional. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiaonan collapsed on the bed. She was so tired, physically and mentally. She was like a wounded cat, curled up on the bed, licking her wounds alone. She took out her cell phone and called her parents, but she was afraid that her tears of grievance would flow like a river and become a source of worry for her parents. Every time she called, her mother would always tell her, Uncle and Auntie send money every month for my medical treatment. We must be grateful. When you go to your uncle's house, you must know the rules. Xianxian is very temperamental, so you must be more accommodating. As she spoke, her voice would begin to choke up, and she would blame herself for her illness, which had dragged her family down. Every time she would hold back her tears and comfort her mother with a smile, Mom, I know, don't worry about me, I'm doing really well here, the teachers are good, the classmates are good, the uncles and their families are good, the food is good, and there's meat every day. She always reported the good news, not the bad. Her parents really thought that she was studying at a university in Jiangchang and was living a good life with her uncle and his family taking care of her. But, in a hazy state, she fell asleep and had a distant dream. 4 years ago, she received a letter of admission from the famous Jiangcheng University. Her parents were overjoyed, but a hint of worry crossed their eyes. Her mother was not in good health and had to be hospitalized every other day, her younger brother was in high school, and her father, Lin Qingping, was just a laborer at the vegetable wholesale market in town, working his hardest for the least amount of money. I'm not going to study. Jiangcheng is too far away. I don't want to leave you. Besides, there are 360 professions, and every profession has its own champion. Studying is not the only way to succeed. She was persuading her parents, but she was also persuading herself. The villagers also advised Lin Qingping, Your family is so poor, it's fine for your son to study, but what's the point of letting a girl study? She's so pretty, it's better for her to get married early and bring some dowry money to help out the family, isn't it? But Lin Xingping was adamant. After all, the child had worked so hard for so many years to study, wasn't it just to go to college? He had spent his whole life in the countryside. Although he was poor, he had never seen the outside world, but he was very open-minded. It's always good to read more and see the outside world. Lin Xingping took a deep drag of his cigarette, and the white smoke formed a layer of mist that obscured his weathered face. After his daughter had enrolled at the university, he bought 2 boxes of gifts and took her to visit his brother-in-law, Lin Xingshan, in Jiangcheng. Lin Xingshan's family lived in a villa area far from the school. The 3-story house was luxuriously decorated, with a lot of gold everywhere, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were rich. Auntie Zhang Liyun's family is in the real estate business, and her uncle is a son-in-law. After getting married, they settled in Jiangcheng for many years and basically did not interact with their poor relatives back home. The last time Xianwan saw her uncle was when her grandfather died. Her uncle went back alone and only stayed for the mourning. That year, Xianwan was only 10 years old. Lin Xingping knew that his brother was a son-in-law and had his own difficulties, so he never bothered him. This time, in order to have a support in Jiangcheng for his daughter who was studying thousands of miles away from home, Lin Xingping had the nerve to come to his brother's house. The 2 brothers look very much alike, except that Lin Xingping is thin and wrinkled, while Lin Xingshan is fat and round, with a greasy face. The jade ring on his thumb shows his wealth. "Hello, uncle. This is Xianwan. I haven't seen her in a few years, and she's grown so much. Girls change as they get older, and the older they get, the prettier they become." Lin Xingshan patted Xianwan on the shoulder and praised her, but at the same time he felt a sense of loss. His spoiled daughter, Lin Xianxian, was not as beautiful as a country girl. He cursed his ugly wife, saying that his daughter's looks were a reflection of her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Xingshan was very polite. "Brother, let Xianwan stay at my house. It just so happens that Xianxian has also been accepted into N University this year. It would be good for them to have a companion to go to and from school together." "No need, brother, I've already arranged for her to live in the dormitory. I just want to ask the girl to come and get to know the place. This is the first time this child has traveled far away, so if she encounters any problems here in the future, I would be grateful if you could help her solve them." Lin Xingping hunched his back, afraid that his brother would be embarrassed. "Don't worry, it's no problem. It's all a small matter. She can live in the dormitory, but she can come home to play during the holidays and make herself at home." Lin Xingshan waved his hand and promised his brother, then turned to stroke Xianwan's head. "Come over to play often, cultivate a relationship with Xianxian, and in a few days, I'll ask your aunt to take you shopping for some clothes to dress up." Lin Xingshan's amiable appearance made people feel warm in their hearts. Xianwan had a place to stay in Jiangcheng, and Lin Xingping was also relieved. He sent Xianwan back to school and bought the cheapest train ticket to rush back that night. In this expensive city, every day counts. As night fell, Lin Xingshan's wife, Zhang Liyun, returned from shopping with their daughter, Lin Xianxian. The servant quickly poured a cup of tea into the master's hands and leaned over to Zhang Liyun's ear. "Madam, this afternoon, the brother and niece of the master's hometown." Before the servant could finish, Zhang Liyun smashed the teacup in her hand. How dare he secretly bring those poor relatives to the house? Lin Xingshan was burning incense to the god of wealth when he saw his wife getting angry. He quickly ran over to her. Zhang Liyun glared at him, tapping him on the forehead with her index finger. "Don't forget that you owe your success to the Zhang family. I already gave you face by letting you take my daughter's last name. Didn't you swear to me that you would never contact your family again?" Lin Xingshan smiled and quickly patted her on the shoulder. "My dear, don't be so angry. Listen to me." Seeing that the maid was standing there with a blank expression, "Wu Ma, you can go out." After the maid had left, he approached his wife and whispered something to her. Zhang Liyun immediately brightened up, and her anger disappeared. "Is it really as beautiful as you say? Wait until she comes to visit on the weekend. You'll see for yourself. When have I ever lied to you?" Zhang Liyun kissed Lin Xingshan's old face to show her appreciation. "You old fox." After that, the two of them looked at each other and laughed like they had found a treasure. The laughter was a bit creepy. When Zhang Liyun first met Lin Xiaonuan, she looked at her like she was buying something, and after looking at her from front to back, she nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. Lin Xianxian, however, could not stand her cousin. They both came from the same family, but why was she so beautiful that she could make people tremble without even putting on makeup? But her face, Lin Xuanxuan's, is full of technology and hard work. The point is that she looks even uglier after makeup. No matter how much luxury cosmetics Lin Xianxian uses or how expensive the clothes she wears, she can't dress up the innate temperament of Lin Xiaonuan. Lin Xiaonuan's radiance surpasses hers, so she hates Lin Xiaonuan to the extreme. Not only does she bully her, but she will find ways to take whatever Lin Xiaonuan likes. Lin Xiaonuan endured in silence. At least her uncle and aunt were still on the surface of things, until the agreement later. She realized that her uncle's family's kindness to her was conditional. Chapter 7, Xin discovers the strawberry mark. When she woke up from her sleep, Xiaonuan was already in tears, with a large patch of her pillow wet. Xiaonuan, when did you get back? Where did you go last night? You didn't answer your phone. Did you go back to your uncle's house again? No, don't you usually only go back on weekends? Be honest and tell me where you went to have fun. Ding Kersen, who has no heart or conscience, kept asking questions as soon as she entered the dormitory, interrupting Lin Xiaonuan's wandering thoughts. Ding Kersen is her roommate, as well as her best friend, classmate, and girlfriend. There were originally 4 girls in the dormitory, but the other 2 moved out early to do internships, leaving only the 2 of them who had not yet finished their graduation theses. Lin Xiaonuan was busy working part-time to earn money, and her thesis was only half finished. Ding Kersen was busy in love, and a happy woman has 0 IQ and can't write. Lin Xiaonuan, you have a big heart. You're still sleeping. Why don't you get up and write your graduation thesis? It's fine if you're a bad student and don't write, but you're a top student. Why are you in the same boat as me? Ding Kersen was talking to herself. I'm still waiting for you to finish your thesis so you can help me write mine. I really have no idea what to do. Lin Xiaonuan had just cried and was afraid that Ding Kersen would see her. She kept her back to him and pretended to be asleep. Ding Kersen climbed onto Lin Xiaonuan's bed, mischievously sticking out 2 fingers and looking mischievous. If you don't get up soon, I'll use my special technique. She knew that Lin Xiaonuan was most afraid of being tickled. This trick really worked, and Lin Xiaonuan obediently turned her head and tried to force a smile. But her tear-stained, haggard appearance was even more hideous than crying, and it scared Ding Kersen. What's wrong with you? Did someone bully you? Tell me. Is it that bastard Lu Yuan? Lin Xiaonuan wanted to tell him everything that happened yesterday, but where should she start? From being drugged? Or from that inexplicable night? From which part? She couldn't say it. Lin Xiaonuan sat on the bed, her hands clasped around her legs, her head resting on her knees, biting her lips and not speaking, her face full of confusion. Seeing this, Ding Kersen stopped asking questions, determined that it was Lu Yuan who had bullied her, and looked indignant. I've long since seen that Lu Yuan is not a good person. When he was chasing you, I didn't think he was a good match for you, but you still treat him like a treasure. With your looks and figure, you could grab a man off the street with your eyes closed and he would be better than him. Ding Kersen became more and more angry, and she told him all the old stories. When he was still in school, he knew that you had a poor financial situation and relied on working part-time to earn a living. He didn't help you, and he shamelessly followed you around every day to use your meal card. Most guys wouldn't do that. On Valentine's Day and your birthday, he should at least give you a gift as your boyfriend. But he just writes a love letter every time, and he doesn't even know where he got it from. You're such a fool, and you're always moved to tears every time. He has been working for a year, but what has he bought you? On the contrary, you were so foolish as to ask him to save money to buy him a t-shirt a few days ago. Ding Xian felt unfair for Lin Xiaonuan from the bottom of her heart. If Lin Xiaonuan hadn't stopped her, she could have talked for 3 days and nights. Don't say anymore, I broke up with him. Ding Kersen's eyes widened in disbelief. You broke up? Really? I don't believe it. You're so soft-hearted. When he sent you a love letter, you must have been moved and changed your mind again, right? This time it's for real. He is dating Lin Xianxian. Ding Kersen was excited and gossiped. Lin Xianxian, your cousin? Lu Yuan is having an affair with her? Really? Lin Xiaonuan nodded. Wow, this is so exciting. It seems that Lin Xuanxuan's family is rich and powerful, and she is living off her husband. Recalling the conversation between Lin Xianxian and Lu Yuan in the bathroom, Lin Xianwan clenched her fists and her eyes were full of anger and disgust. Seeing this, Ding Kerson blurted out, "Xianwan, don't be upset. It's a good thing that they've split up. I think it's a great thing. Garbage should be thrown back into the trash can. The two of them together are like children eating candy, it's amazing, chewing." Ding Kerson is a master of sarcasm. Lin Xianwan, who had been in a low mood, couldn't help but laugh. For the past 4 years in college, Ding Kerson had been her source of joy. "Today is a good day. I'll treat you to dinner tonight," Ding Kerson said with a hearty laugh. Xianwan looked up. "Aren't you going to keep your boyfriend company?" "I don't care about him. Today I only belong to you." Ha ha ha, the two laughed together. Ding Kerson also picked up a hanger as a microphone and sang "Today is a good day" in a tone that was off-key. Passing students couldn't help but look into the dormitory, thinking that the two of them had gone crazy. In the evening, at the 5-star hotel in the clouds, Ding Kerson ordered a whole table of dishes, including the signature pigeon, the squirrel-shaped fish, the crab-flavored fish balls, and the tomato beef soup. If Lin Xianwan hadn't stopped her, she would have kept ordering. Ding Kerson never seemed to lack money, but she never mentioned her family background. She never said anything, and Lin Xianwan never asked. Looking at the beautiful and delicate dishes on the table, Lin Xianwan was reluctant to pick up her chopsticks. Ding Kerson picked up a pigeon leg and put it on her plate. Eat until you forget everything." Suddenly, she saw a few strawberry marks on Lin Xianwan's neck and was shocked. "You didn't sleep with Lu Yuan, did you?" Lin Xianwan's face turned red instantly, and she forgot to wrap a scarf around her neck when she left. "No, don't think about it. It was an accident yesterday. I'll explain later." Xianwan really didn't know how to start, so she told Kerson about her experience last night and changed the subject. "Don't let the food go to waste. This looks delicious." Seeing that Lin Xianwan wanted to change the subject on purpose, Ko Xian stopped asking. The two of them discussed their graduation thesis while eating. They were having a good time when Ko Xian's phone rang. She frowned slightly and didn't want to answer it. After a moment of hesitation, she answered it. She went to the bathroom while talking on the phone. After a few minutes, Ko Xian returned to the table and explained to Lin Xianwan with some anxiety, "Xianwan, something happened with my boyfriend, I have to go over there." "Is it okay? Do you want me to go with you?" "No, I'll go by myself. I said I'd keep you company." "I'm sorry. We don't need to be polite. It's fine. You should go quickly. Business is important." Ding Kerson put her bag on her back and hurriedly left. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Lin Xianwan took a deep breath. There was nothing to worry about, and a good meal would not solve it. She rolled up her sleeves and started eating. The hotel is located in a suburban area with a great environment. The walls are covered with green plants, and there are all kinds of colorful flowers and plants around, which is refreshing and pleasant. She sat by the window, and the last rays of the setting sun faded before her eyes, giving her a feeling of being in a paradise. She thought that if it weren't for Ko Xian bringing her, she would never have the chance to come to such a high-end hotel in her entire life. The 4 years of experience in the city of rivers was like a TV series, with scenes passing through her mind. Tears flowed down her face. All of this is a gift of life, and whether she likes it or not, she has to accept it and learn to understand its meaning. Chapter 8. I love you from the bottom of my heart. Lin Xianwan finished the last sip of tomato beef soup. Belch, belch. She burped twice loudly, patted her chest, and then looked over to the side. Luckily, no one noticed her. She wiped her mouth and was about to get up and leave when Lu Yuan came walking towards her, chatting with a man. He saw Lin Xianwan first and was a little surprised. How could she come to such a high-class place when she had to rely on part-time work for her living expenses? It's different when you sleep with Mr. Zhu. You can afford to come to a high-end place to enjoy yourself. Lu Yuan snorted in contempt. You go to the private room first. I saw an old acquaintance. I'll go say hello. Lu Yuan dismissed the man who was with him, and without any intention of avoiding him, he walked straight towards Lin Xianwan and said meaningfully, "Hey, isn't this Xianwan?" He smiled wickedly and deliberately emphasized his tone. Lin Xiaonuan's anger flared up. He had betrayed her and messed around with Lin Xianxian, and he had even designed to send her to the bed of an old man. Now, he didn't even have the slightest bit of remorse, and he was still shamelessly greeting and mocking her as if nothing had happened. This is too much, I can't stand it anymore. Lin Xiaonuan slapped him. But Lu Yuan, who was already prepared, grabbed her wrist tightly. Xiaonuan, what are you doing? I know, hitting is affection, scolding is love, right? Lu Yuan pulled Xiaonuan into his arms. Lu Yuan, you are shameless. I was blind before. You know what you did. I heard everything you said to Lin Xianxian. Lu Yuan had been hoping for a lucky escape, but now that Xiaonuan knew everything, he simply grabbed her arm and dragged her to the corner of the hotel. Xiaonuan, it's not what you heard. Let me explain. Explain what? Explain that you didn't sleep with Lin Xianxian, that you didn't drug her, that you sent me to that old man's bed. Do you have your own reasons? Lin Xiaonuan tried hard to control the tears that were about to well up in her eyes. She couldn't cry in front of this scum. Xia. Xiaonuan, you know me, I'm not that kind of person. It was all Lin Xuanxuan's idea. She forced me to do it. Forced you? Did she force you with a knife or a gun? I was blinded by passion. But in my heart, you are the most important person to me. Lu Yuan walked over to Xiaonuan and tried to hold her hand. Xiaowen shook his hand off and looked at him with contempt, not wanting to say another word. Lu Yuan began to act, shouting with a look of deep affection on his face. Lin Xianxian looks like that. Do you think I want to be with her? It's all because of you. We've been in love for more than a year. We're lovers, but you only let me hold your hand. You don't even let me kiss you, let alone touch you. Other people fall in love and live together in a sweet and happy way after just a few days, but you insist on pretending to be pure and waiting until you get married. But I am a man, I have physiological needs, I am not a saint. Lu Yuan became more and more agitated as he spoke, as if he had been wronged by the heavens, as if everything was Xiaonuan's fault. Lin Xiaonuan listened and couldn't help but snort with laughter. Physical needs? Is this your goal in dating me? Because I didn't sleep with you, you drugged me and sent me to an old man? No, that's not it. Don't misunderstand me, Xiaonuan. No matter what I did, you have to believe that I love you. When I close my eyes, all I think about is you. Even when I was in bed with Lin Xianxian, all I thought about was you. Lu Yuan was so moved that he couldn't help but move closer to Xiaonuan. Xiaonuan was disgusted by his words, and since she had just eaten too much, she turned around and went into the bathroom, where she vomited. She rinsed her mouth, washed her face, and combed her hair, feeling much better. After Lin Xiaonuan went to the bathroom, Lu Yuan did not leave. He had just noticed the kiss mark on Lin Xiaonuan's neck, and thought that he had been in love with her for more than a year, but he had never kissed her or tasted her body. He was unwilling to accept this. As soon as Lin Xiaonuan opened the bathroom door, she was dragged into a corner by Lu Yuan, who had been waiting at the door. Xiaonuan, Lin Xianxian and I were just playing around. I've always loved you. I love you. He pushed Lin Xiaonuan against the wall, held her hands down, and prepared to kiss her. The ghost is not gone, and it is disgusting. Lin Xiaonuan slapped him hard, right in the right cheek. If time could turn back, I would have remained single for the rest of my life and would never have fallen in love with a scumbag like you. Lu Yuan was furious and mocked. What are you playing at, pretending to be a saint? Look at your neck. You served Mr. Zhu last night, didn't you? You didn't mind being kissed, did you? You bastard, you're too much. Lin Xiaonuan shouted, wanting to fight with him. But her hands were tightly held by Lu Yuan, and she couldn't move. In anger, she lifted her knee and slammed it into Lu Yuan's crotch. Lu Yuan had been kicked here before when he was trying to pick up girls, so he was very alert. As soon as Xiaonuan raised her knee, he quickly let go of her hand and took a step back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaonuan tried to quickly walk out of the corner, but Lu Yuan was young and strong, and unlike Boss Zhu, he was not so easy to deal with. Lu Yuan suddenly grabbed her waist from behind. I don't believe that I can't conquer you today. That old man can satisfy you, and so can I. He said, and dragged her to a dark room in the back. Lin Xianxian had come to this restaurant with Lu Yuan many times. He knew that there was a small private room at the back of the corner, which was usually not used and was used to store some scattered things. Once, he and Lin Xianxian were dining in the lobby, and suddenly they got in the mood and secretly went inside to do some exercise. And the piano music was playing in the hotel lobby, and everyone was immersed in the music, so no one would pay attention to what was happening in this small corner. The moment Lu Yuan saw Lin Xianwan at the door, he smiled wickedly and had everything planned out. He dragged Lin Xianwan inside, and before she could scream for help, Lu Yuan covered her mouth with his hand. Lin Xianwan was extremely frightened and held onto the doorframe tightly. Lu Yuan was a student of physical education, and his physical fitness was something that a girl like her could not compete with. In the process of pulling, Lin Xianwan's hand slowly moved away from the doorframe, and Lu Yuan suddenly threw Lin Xianwan onto the floor of the private room. "We've been in love for so long, I have to taste you today. You animal." Lin Xianwan had just opened her mouth when Lu Yuan stuffed her tie into her mouth in a ball. He then closed the door and prepared to feast. At this moment, a tall, muscular man appeared at the door, emanating a chill that made people afraid to approach. Mu Yuding. His brows were furrowed, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. When he saw Lin Xianwan, who was in a sorry state on the ground, his heart ached involuntarily. This damned woman is so stupid. Before Lu Yuan could react, Mu Yuding rushed to Lin Xianwan's side. His face was stern, and he didn't say a word, but you could feel the powerful aura emanating from him. Lu Yuan saw this and angrily asked, "What kind of dog are you and what do you want?" Mu Yuding only focused on picking up the woman in front of him and didn't answer. Lu Yuan thought to himself, "You're trying to steal my woman? I'm a sports major, I'm not afraid of you." Seeing Mu Yuding holding Xianwan and walking out, he blocked the door and took a stance of Sanda. Chapter 9, Offer Yourself to Me. Mu Yuding didn't want to stay for a minute, holding Xianwan tightly, and with a beautiful roundhouse kick, he directly hit Lu Yuan in the head. The speed and power were so great that Lu Yuan had no time to dodge and was unable to block the kick. The moment he was kicked, he lost his balance. If it weren't for the wall, Lu Yuan would have been kicked into the air. He was so embarrassed. The pain that followed came from his head, and his face twitched in pain. Even so, he didn't know when to stop and tried to get up to fight back. It's not easy. It's terrible when people don't know their own limitations. Mu Yuding ignored the rascal and carried Lin Xianwan towards the hotel lobby. "Sir, please put me down. I can walk by myself." Xianwan was still in a state of extreme fear, her mind a blank, and she did not recognize the man who was holding her. It was only when she walked out of the corner and into the bright lobby that she came to her senses. When Mu Yuding put her down, she was about to thank him, but when she looked up, she saw the man's face clearly. "A nouveau riche, it's you?" After they parted in room 1818 that morning, Lin Xianwan never wanted to see this man again. No, she never wanted to see him again, not even in a lifetime. But it had only been a day since then, and now he had seen her in such a state. She was so embarrassed. Mu Yuding frowned lightly. It had only been a short time since they had parted, and this silly woman had only just recognized him. He had just been showing off. A sense of loss crossed his mind. Lin Xianwan couldn't guess the psychology of the cold and arrogant young man in front of her. She only felt that although she hated this person extremely, no matter what, he had saved her this time, so she still had to thank him. Basic courtesy cannot be lost. "Well, thank you just now. I will repay you for this favor when I have the chance." Mu Yuding's thin lips curled up, outlining a graceful arc, and he said with interest, "How?" His voice was not loud, but it was full of charm. Xianwan was at a loss for words. I'll think about it. I don't want to owe you anyway." Or, Mu Yuding leaned closer and whispered in her ear in a provocative manner, "Offering himself to you? I thought he wasn't a bad person, but he's not that bad either. I didn't expect him to be a despicable, shameless little man." She didn't think she would be thrown into the tiger's den after just leaving the wolf's den. Last night, the two of them were entwined for a night. It was an accident, and today, no matter what, he won't get his way. Xianwan quickly pulled the collar of her shirt, her delicate features showing nervousness and a hint of love. "You're just being self-absorbed. I don't want a woman like you." The man joked. Xianwan was relieved and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to Mu Yuding. She took out the bank card from her bag, which Mu Yuding had left in the hotel that morning. Here's your card. Mu Yuding didn't take it. If you don't take it, I'll throw it away in front of you. Seeing Lin Xiaonuan's stubborn and serious look, Mu Yuding obediently took the card. He said to himself, "Don't want money? Humph, what a silly pig. You're the stupid pig, the smelly nouveau riche pig." Xiaonuan muttered to herself. She glared at him again as she left, and said, "Never again." Ba, yes, never again. As she walked past the front desk, the hotel attendant came over and smiled, stopping Lin Xiaonuan. "Miss, please wait. You forgot to pay the bill." Xiaonuan was shocked. It turned out that Ding Kersen had answered the phone. Her boyfriend had been in an accident and had left in a hurry without paying the bill. "How much is it?" The waiter smiled. "It's 1,238 yuan, miss." "That expensive?" On second thought, it is understandable that it is an expensive restaurant. She took out her cell phone from her bag and checked it. The money in her cell phone and the money in her bank card barely added up to 1,000 yuan, which was the money she had saved from her part-time job this semester. But it's still not enough. Lin Xiaonuan said carefully, "I'll pay 1,000 now, and I'll bring the rest tomorrow." "Is that okay?" The waiter was stunned. People who come to this restaurant to eat are not short of money. The tips they usually give to the waiters are more than this. This girl wants to pay on credit? What is she playing at? The waiter stared at the girl in front of him. Although she was dressed plainly, she had fair skin, delicate features, and an outstanding temperament. She didn't look like someone who was short of money. The waiter was not sure of her identity and dared not offend her. He smiled and patiently explained, "I'm sorry, miss, but our hotel doesn't operate like that. Don't make things difficult for us." "Oh." Xiaonuan was holding her cell phone, turning around in a circle, wanting to call Ding Kersen for help, but she didn't think it was appropriate. In the 4 years of university, whenever they had dinner together, Ding Kersen had never let her pay for a single meal. Now that she had to leave in a hurry, she couldn't bring herself to ask her to pay. "How about I stay and wash dishes for your restaurant? I've done this part-time job before, and I can wash really cleanly." The waiter was also very impressed today. This was the first time he had seen such poor customers. "Miss, you really don't have to make things difficult for us." Mu Yuding, who had been watching Lin Xiaonuan leave, naturally saw this scene. This woman, is she out of her mind? She actually wants to wash dishes to pay for her meal. She watches too many TV dramas. He walked up to the waiter and said coldly, "Let her go. Put it on my tab." "Yes." The waiter didn't dare say a word and turned and left. Who in the hotel staff doesn't know him? Although he is young, every time he comes to eat, the hotel owner has to personally greet him, and he will open the door for him. He is submissive, just like a pug dog pleasing its master. Although no one knows who he is, the boss dares not offend him, and a waitress dares not look for death. Today was really embarrassing, and he made fun of me again. Lin Xiaonuan wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. "Thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back." Lin Xiaonuan pretended to be calm with a stiff upper lip. She was at a loss, and pretended to be strong. He saw it in his heart and a faint smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. This little woman is interesting. She owes me twice. Mu Yuding held up 2 fingers and waved them in front of her. Seeing his smug look, Lin Xiaonuan quickly took out a pen and paper from her bag and wrote a receipt at the cash register. The man who had been lying on the ground for a long time finally got up. If it weren't for his good physical condition, he would probably be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He had always thought that he was proud of knowing a little bit of martial arts, but he had just been kicked by Mu Yuding in the corner, and his poor self-esteem had been deeply hurt. Unable to swallow his pride, he quickly walked behind Mu Yuding with a red wine bottle in his hand. Lin Xiaonuan was writing a note of indebtedness, and Mu Yuding looked at it with interest. The beautiful handwriting was pleasing to the eye, and it was beautiful to his heart. After writing, Xiaonuan tore the page from the notebook and handed it to Mu Yuding. When she looked up, she saw that Lu Yuan had raised the wine bottle and was about to hit Mu Yuding's head. Chapter 10, The IOU in Xiaonuan's hand. "Quickly get out of the way!" Lin Xiaonuan shouted as she pushed Mu Yuding away. Before she could finish speaking, the unprepared Mu Yuding was pushed aside by her, and a stream of blood instantly flowed down Lin Xiaonuan's forehead. Mu Yuding reacted in a split second, catching Lin Xiaonuan, who was about to fall, with one hand, and clenching his fist with the other. When he looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Lu Yuan was scared by Mu Yuding's momentum and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. 2 bodyguards rushed in from the door. "Master, let us do it, don't dirty your hands." Seeing the wound on Xiaonuan's head, Mu Yuding had no desire to fight, and he hugged her and headed straight for the luxury car outside the hotel. Before leaving the door, however, he gave the bodyguard an unusual order. "Let him go." The bodyguard was a little surprised. This kid dared to sneak up on Mu Xiao. He should have been sent to meet his maker. But since Mu Xiao had made such an arrangement, he must have his own plan, and they have always just obeyed. "Understood, Mr. Mu." Seeing this, Lu Yuan ran like a rat from the back door of the hotel. Mu Yuding's eyes were cold. "If you dare to touch my people, I will settle the score with you myself." But at the moment, his heart was with her. "Drive to the hospital." Mu Yuding's tone was full of anxiety. He's referring to the Heian Hospital, the best private hospital in Jiangcheng, which the Mu family owns 80% of. "Yes, Mr. Mu." The car quickly disappeared in front of the hotel. Inside the car, the space was comfortable. He put Lin Xiaonuan on the wide seat, took out the first aid kit, and carefully wiped the bloodstains on Xiaonuan's forehead with a cotton swab dipped in iodine. Mu Yuding had received professional bandaging training in the military, and he was very neat, but his hand was a little too strong. Lin Xiaonuan, who was in a semi-coma, frowned in pain. Mu Yuding felt a little self-blame and a little heartache, and cursed in his heart, "Stupid. Why did you rush over when you saw danger? This unlucky woman is already stupid, and now she's hurt her head. Will she be even more stupid?" He carefully examined the woman's wound, and there was still a small amount of bleeding. He found a piece of medical gauze in the first aid kit and pressed it to stop the bleeding. When he treated his teammates' wounds in the past, they had thick skin and flesh, so it didn't matter if he was gentle or forceful. At the moment, he was not sure how hard to press. If he pressed too hard, he would hurt her; if he pressed too lightly, he would not be able to stop the bleeding. Mu Yuding seemed calm, but his long, slender hands were a bit at a loss. The driver Mu Yuan saw this scene in the rearview mirror, and was surprised and a little relieved. He grew up with the young master, and in the business world, Mu Yuding has always been decisive and bold. Even in the face of many crises, he never showed the slightest hint of panic or timidity, except for that one time. Over the years, how many extremely beautiful women with curvy figures have tried to get close to Mu Yuding, but he has always sent them away with a cold word. So much so that the outside world is saying that Mu Yuding doesn't like women, and worse still, that the young master of the Mu family has a defect in that area and can't get it up. But Mu Xiao sneered at this, and even when he went to a party, he refused to bring a female companion to make a show. Now in front of this woman, Mu Xiao is so distracted that it's strange. It seems that Mu Xiao has been acting strangely since he came out of the hotel this morning. Seeing how clumsy and laborious Mu Xiao was in pressing on his wound, Mu Yuan thought of a word: concerned, confused. He wanted to remind Mu Xiao that there was medical tape in the first aid kit that could be used to fix the gauze, so that he wouldn't have to keep pressing on it and his arm wouldn't hurt. But when he saw Mu Xiao's cold eyes, he swallowed his words hard. It's good to hold it with your hand, it's not easy to drop, and it can also promote feelings, which is also good. The key is that Mu Xiao is willing to do it even if he is tired. Mu Yuan dared not say anything and concentrated on driving. Mu Yuding tapped a few times on a screen next to the seat and called the director of the hospital, Zhang. He arrived at the hospital 15 minutes later, with a bottle of wine smashed into his forehead on the left side, which had been arranged in advance. His tone was as cold as ever. "Mu Xiao, you're injured. How do you feel now? Are you dizzy?" The other person suddenly became nervous. "It's not me." "Okay, Mu Xiao, I'll get ready." President Zhang knew Mu Xiao too well and didn't dare to ask another question. Mu Yuan drove directly to the VLP channel, where Dean Zhang was already waiting with a group of doctors and nurses. Mu Yuding took Xiaonuan down and put her on the ambulance bed. Suddenly, he saw her clench a piece of paper in her hand. It was a note that Lin Xiaonuan had just written in the hotel lobby and had not yet had a chance to give to Mu Yuding. The ambulance went straight to the top floor of the hospital. It is quite spacious and bright, very quiet, and patients are not allowed to go to this floor. Only the rich and powerful can come to this hospital for recuperation, and those who can come to this floor are the top people in the city. In the consultation room, the doctors and nurses were methodical and thorough in their examinations. They dared not be careless with the girl Mu Xiao had brought in. Outside the consultation room, Mu Yuding was holding the IOU and thinking. If he had not been so absorbed in the beautiful handwriting when Lin Xianwan was writing the IOU in the hotel, he would not have let that bastard take advantage of him. After reading the content word by word, Mu Yuding, who had been frowning, almost laughed out loud. Today, I, Lin Xianwan, owe the nouveau riche a favor, as well as 1,238 renminbi in cash. This is written in ink and will not be reneged on. If I don't pay, the other party can do whatever they want with me. Finally, he wrote his name and the date, which looked very official, except for the lack of a handprint. At this moment, I saw Dean Zhang smilingly holding a stack of examination reports. Mu Xiao immediately put the paper in his pocket, and the slightly smiling face returned to its previous indifference. Mr. Mu, sorry to keep you waiting. According to the results, there is basically nothing wrong with the inside of the skull. The bottle fell with great force, but the girl's skull is relatively hard and did not cause a fracture or intracranial hemorrhage. If the skull had been more fragile, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We have already done a thorough job of treating the wound. Don't worry, there will be no scars. Director Zhang explained carefully and comprehensively. After listening, Mu Yuding was relieved and asked, "Is she awake yet?" "She hasn't woken up yet. We've taken her to the ward. It's best to keep her under observation to prevent a concussion." "I understand." After taking Mu Yuding to the VLP ward, Director Zhang tactfully withdrew. Mu Yuding stood by the bed, quietly watching the girl in the bed. The nurse had already changed her into a pink hospital gown and wiped her face clean. She was clean and pretty, quiet and indifferent, making people unable to help but stop. She had lost a lot of blood, her lips looked a little pale, and there was a bandage wrapped around her head, but none of that affected her beauty. From last night to today, thinking about the two of them arguing every time they met, Mu Yuding couldn't help but involuntarily raise the corner of his mouth in an imperceptible arc. Fortunately, it didn't hurt his brain, otherwise, how would he argue with me in the future? Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was the matriarch of the Mu family. Chapter 11, Accompanying Her All Night. Oh no, I promised Grandma I would visit her today, but I was so busy that I forgot about it. Mu Yuding respected and loved this grandmother, but he dared not upset her, so he quickly walked out of the ward to answer the phone. "Grandma, I'm sorry, I can't visit you today. I have some business outside and can't make it." The old lady of the Mu family loves this grandson the most and is not willing to blame him. "Silly boy, what's there to be sorry about? Young people have a lot of social engagements. You go about your business, and it's fine. I'm just afraid that you'll forget to eat when you're working, and that's not good for your stomach in the long run." "I know, Grandma. I'll drink less, get off work on time, and eat on time." In order to reassure Grandma, Mu Yuding said whatever he heard, and his mouth was like honey. "No, it should be like royal jelly. You're just trying to make me happy. You're a big boy, how can you take care of yourself? Hurry up and find a girlfriend and get married, that's what I want." Well, the second daughter of the Wang family returned from studying abroad last week. "You used to play together when you were young. Do you remember?" Mu Yuding sighed helplessly. Whenever he talked to her, she would arrange a blind date for him in 3 sentences. As for the old lady of the Mu family, she is always afraid that her proud and cold grandson will not get married, and she is even more worried that her grandson is gay. After all, there are rumors in the outside world. Alas! Mu Yuding quickly interrupted his grandmother. "Grandma, let's not talk anymore. I have something on my mind right now. I'll definitely visit you in a few days. You little brat, see how long you can hide." After hanging up the phone, Mu Yuan ran over with a midnight snack. "Master, Dean Zhang has arranged a room for you. After you finish eating, go rest. I'll stay here and keep watch for you." Mu Yuding's eyebrows moved slightly, and his piercing eyes stared straight at Mu Yuan. "You are going to watch over me?" Mu Yuan realized that he had said the wrong thing, swallowed hard to hide his embarrassment, and said with a smile, No, young master, I was just being careless. I'm going to the car to keep watch, so that no one scratches the car." He handed Mu Yuding a midnight snack and prepared to escape by any means necessary. Mu Yuding said coldly, "Don't tell Grandma about what happened today." "Don't worry, young master, you can trust me with my big mouth." Mu Yuding glanced at him and said, "If only you had a remote control for your mouth." Mu Yuan smiled, but his heart was filled with joy. His master had finally found someone to love him. The 1,000-year-old iron tree had blossomed. Who would dare to say that our master was gay again? I can't kill him. Besides, in the future, there will be someone to keep him warm, and his personality won't be so cold. Back in the ward, Mu Yuding poured a glass of warm water and used a cotton swab to moisten Xiaonuan's lips. In a daze, Xiaonuan's mouth was dry, so she sweetly moistened her lips. Her slightly parted lips immediately became shiny, like two dew-covered petals. When he tried to moisten her lips again, he heard a soft snore. This woman, heartless and insensitive, doesn't look like she's hurt. She slept soundly. She had been working part-time recently and had been bothered by a series of problems, so it was rare for her to sleep so soundly. She stretched and was about to get up, but when she looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, she was startled and quickly lifted the quilt to check her clothes. Fortunately, she was still wearing her clothes. No, why is it a hospital gown? And a pink one at that? A hospital? She took a closer look at the room facilities, but it didn't seem to be the case. When her mother was hospitalized, she had visited her. There were at least 4 people in a hospital room, which was very crowded, and there was no room for an accompanying bed. This place is too luxurious. It's spacious and clean, with just one bed in a large room. There are all kinds of high-end medical equipment by the bedside. Even the bed sheets are a beautiful dark pink, and the environment is comparable to a 5-star hotel. This was the first time Lin Xiaonuan had seen such a room, and she had slept in a bit of luxury. She patted her head to wake herself up. Ouch, it hurts. She touched the bandage on her head and remembered what happened last night. She had dinner at the hotel and met Lu Yuan, and also met the nouveau riche. When she was writing the note to the nouveau riche, Lu Yuan smashed a bottle at her, and then she couldn't remember anything. Just when she was wondering, Mu Yuding came in with his hand on her neck. After seeing Lin Xiaonuan finish all the IVs last night, he still wasn't at ease, so he spent the night on the sofa. My neck is a little sore. It's you again. Why do you always follow me? As soon as Xiaonuan saw this man, she was angry and felt inexplicably disgusted. Mu Yuding didn't explain, only asked coldly, "Does your head still hurt?" "What do you care?" "I'll tell you, I owe you a favor and some money. I'll pay you back, I've already written you a note. You don't have to follow me around. If I have the money, I'll pay you a little more interest." Lin Xiaonuan thought he was following her to collect the debt. "Does your head still hurt?" Mu Yuding ignored her nagging and asked again, his tone of indifference tinged with anxiety. Lin Xiaonuan was touched by his serious look and stopped being willful. "Fortunately, it's not very painful." Xiaonuan replied obediently. "Are you dizzy or nauseous?" Mu Yuding's tone was a little gentler. "When I'm still, I don't feel dizzy, but when I move, I still feel a little uncomfortable, but it shouldn't be a problem, I'll be able to walk again later." Xiaonuan answered truthfully. "No, stay a few more days." Mu Yuding was still a little worried and ordered. "No, no. She can't afford to stay in such a high-end place." She quickly refused, saying, "I've been in good health since I was a child. I'll just take some medicine and go home to rest for a day." In order to show that she could jump and dance, she didn't need to be hospitalized anymore. She quickly got out of bed and was about to jump to show him. But she got up too quickly, and her head swam, her body tilted, and she almost fell. She felt nauseous. Mu Yuding hurriedly came forward to hold her, scolding her, "You're concussed, and you still don't listen." Concussion? Xiaonuan was a little scared and sat on the edge of the bed, afraid to move too much. Thinking about all the bad luck she had encountered in the past 2 days, being attacked that night, and now being hospitalized, Lin Xiaonuan felt extremely aggrieved. Her nose became a little bit sore, and a layer of mist covered her eyes. Seeing Lin Xiaonuan's head bowed, she was trying hard to control the tears from falling. Mu Yuding's heart also sank. He wanted to comfort Lin Xiaonuan, saying, "If you don't want to be hospitalized, we can go home and rest for a while." But he has always been aloof and used to being aloof, and he really couldn't say such soft words. When he spoke, it became, "Have some water." Is there anyone who cares about others so much? He was speechless. While the two were talking, the nurse knocked gently on the door and came in with a set of clothes. "Sir, this lady's clothes have been washed and dried." Help her change. After saying that, she turned and left the room. Chapter 12. The Mu family is going to have a young mistress. The nurse smiled and took Xianwan to the dressing room inside. Miss, let me help you change. Since she was a child, no one had ever helped her change her clothes except her mother and grandmother. Xianwan quickly waved her hand. No, I can do it myself. Miss, I'll do it. You're still injured. I'll change you slowly. It's fine. You just stay here and keep me company. Xianwan smiled and politely declined. Okay. The nurse had been working here for a long time. The people who came to this floor for treatment were all wealthy families or high-ranking officials. She thought that this young lady was also a difficult patient, and she was always on her guard. She was so easygoing and had no airs at all. The nurse was no longer nervous and chatted with Xianwan. That gentleman is so nice to you. He was so worried when he brought you here, and he stayed in the ward with you all night. When we said we would take over for a while, he didn't trust us and insisted on staying here himself. The nurse wanted to say your boyfriend, but she was afraid of saying the wrong thing, so she used the word gentleman. Xianwan was stunned. She had misunderstood him. This nouveau riche wasn't here to collect a debt. He had brought her here. It seemed that he was quite benevolent and had not abandoned her. She suddenly felt that he wasn't so annoying. Lin Xianwan wanted to be discharged from the hospital, so Director Zhang took her to do another examination. Although there were no obvious symptoms of a concussion, Director Zhang still advised her to rest here for a few days and then leave when she was better. Lin Xianwan refused. Children from the countryside are not so delicate. She insisted on being discharged. Director Zhang did not dare to make the decision on his own and looked helplessly at Mu Yuding. Mu Yuding nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. Director Zhang prescribed some medicine and told her to go home and rest in bed, taking her medicine on time. Although she has been afraid of taking medicine since she was a child, Lin Xianwan still listened carefully and remembered everything. She followed Mu Yuding into the VLP elevator and went downstairs. In the confined space, the two of them stood in two corners, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. If these two people were strangers, they would have had sex and encountered so many things. If they were familiar, they had only known each other for 2 days. Mu Yuding stood there like an ice sculpture, radiating a chill. Xianwan was uncomfortable, and she wanted to claw out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment from under her feet. Hey! Well, thank you for taking me to the hospital. I'll owe you the medical expenses. When I start my internship and earn some money, I'll pay you back. Xianwan broke the awkwardness first. The reason why she obediently went downstairs with this annoying person was that she thought that since he had brought her to the hospital and stayed with her all night, she should say thank you out of courtesy. Mu Yuding didn't care about Lin Xianwan's thanks, and suddenly asked, "Why did you push me away at the time? Weren't you afraid?" "I wasn't thinking about that at the time. Besides, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble yesterday." Xianwan thought to herself, "Luckily I pushed him away. I can write him a note for the money I owe him. If he really gets hit by a car and becomes disabled, how can I pay him back?" She didn't want to owe this nouveau riche anything else. Mu Yuding looked straight at her, his eyes dark and deep, taking in her every thought. "So, you don't want to owe me, that's why you pushed me away." Xianwan wanted to say yes, but she felt a bit heartless, so she changed her mind and said, "No, if it were anyone else, I would have saved them too if I had seen them." "You would save someone else?" Mu Yuding frowned and repeated the words, adding a bit more emphasis to his tone, clearly showing his displeasure and unwillingness. Xianwan did not notice these things, and was very sure. "Of course, I would push anyone away." Mu Yuding stopped talking, and a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed in his eyes. "Damn woman, I'm the same as everyone else." When they got out of the elevator, Mu Yuding walked in front, Lin Xianwan looked left and right, and Yo-Yo followed behind. The environment on the first floor of the hospital was like a botanical garden, very pleasant. Mu Yuding suddenly slammed on the brakes and turned around, and Lin Xianwan crashed into his arms. Lin Xianwan screamed, "Did you do it on purpose? Don't you think I'm hurt enough?" Mu Yuding didn't expect this woman to be so fierce. He was indeed a little sorry, and he took her shoulders in his arms. He looked down at her with a serious expression and said, "Well, I have a house nearby. You can go there to recuperate for a few days, and then go back when you're recovered." When Lin Xianwan insisted on being discharged from the hospital, Mu Yuding had already made arrangements and had already asked Auntie Lan to come here to clean up. This guy is really handsome when he talks seriously. Lin Xianwan's heart skipped a beat and her cheeks turned red. When she came to her senses, she immediately took 2 steps back and waved her hand to refuse. No, don't bother. I'm going back to school. She actually refused? The women who wait to be his guest at his home are lined up all the way to Paris, and she actually doesn't know how to be grateful. Mu Yuding's eyes darkened. Are you sure? Yes, we are in our senior year now, and there are no more classes. I can recuperate at school just as well, so don't worry about me. Who worries about you? You're being self-absorbed. I'm worried about your head. You'll have after effects and won't be able to get married in the future, and blame me. Lin Xianwan didn't want to get into it with him, but she took a deep breath, but it didn't seem to cover the anger in her heart. You filthy nouveau riche, don't worry, I'm in good health. Besides, even if I can't get married, I'll just become a nun, and I won't be looking for you. Just relax, okay? This damned woman, unable to distinguish between good and bad, made Mu Yuding so angry that his cheeks were about to bulge. But looking at the injury on her head, he was too lazy to argue with her again. She had thanked him, written the IOU, and argued with him. Lin Xianwan didn't want to get involved with him anymore and wanted to go back to school. Seeing him walking east, Lin Xianwan turned around and walked north, saying that they had different paths and should go their separate ways. As soon as she turned around, Mu Yuding grabbed her arm. There is no road there, you idiot. You're the fool, you big fool. She mumbled to herself, but obediently followed Mu Yuding. She is a lost person. She can get lost even on familiar roads, let alone the first time she came here. She followed him out of the hospital and then looked for a bus. Seeing the two of them walking over, Mu Yuding was still holding the woman's arm. Mu Yuan was overjoyed. This development was too fast. Could it be that the Mu family is going to have a young mistress? Mu Yuan quickly got out of the car and opened the door to wait. Get in. Seeing Lin Xianwan standing there stupidly, Mu Yuding said coldly. Lin Xianwan really didn't want to travel with this inexplicable person, so she looked around for a bus stop. She couldn't find one, so she would rather take a taxi back. Chapter 13, So Close? But when Xianwan saw the 4 characters on the outpatient building, she froze for a moment. When she was at her uncle's house, she heard them mention this hospital. Heian Hospital is the most luxurious private hospital in Jiancheng, far away from the city. The rich and the noble come here for recuperation, and they are all picked up by private cars. Where is there a bus stop? Even if she wanted to take a taxi, she couldn't find one, and she didn't have any money anyway. She sighed helplessly, biting her lips in confusion and frowning as she thought. Mu Yuding saw this and coldly teased her, biting off your lips won't get you a taxi. Xianwan looked at him unhappily, and since she was under the eaves, she had to bow her head and follow Mu Yuding into the car in silence. The interior of the car was spacious, much more spacious than the Audi in Lin Xuanxuan's house. The interior was understated but luxurious. He really is a nouveau riche. Xianwan had wanted to sit in the back corner, but since that night, she had been particularly afraid to be alone with Mu Yuding, and she wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. Who knew that Mu Yuding's long legs were blocking the front, so she can only sit next to Mu Yuding obediently. Mr. Mu, are you going back to the apartment? Mu Yuan asked with excitement. His young master finally has someone to take home. He thought that the young master was going to take this young lady to the apartment to let the old lady meet her. Go to An University. Mu Yuding said indifferently. When she heard the word university, Lin Xianwan was taken aback and asked, how do you know my school? Is that a question? I guessed it. Mu Yuding looked at her sitting next to him, very nervous, and wanted to tease her to liven up the atmosphere. However, he had never teased a girl before. His cold tone and serious expression made the car feel like a flock of crows had flown through it, and the atmosphere was so awkward that it was almost unbearable. Mu Yuan saw it in the rearview mirror and almost laughed out a pig's cry. Is Mu Xiao chasing a girl or scaring her? He's a fool who doesn't know that it's because of him that the young master has put aside his pride. Lin Xianwan seemed to be sitting quietly, but she was thinking about something in her head. Yesterday, Ding Kerson's boyfriend had a little problem, and she left the hotel in a hurry, not knowing how it was handled and whether she had returned to school. She reached into her bag for her phone, but couldn't find it. She felt a chill run down her spine, and she looked down into her bag. Was her phone gone? After thinking about it carefully, she realized that she must have accidentally thrown her phone out when she pushed Mu Yuding away during the sneak attack at the hotel reception yesterday. She sighed, pouting in pain. What bad luck. It's raining cats and dogs, and I've lost my phone when I'm already broke. Mu Yuding's deep eyes naturally noticed all this. The phone is lost? Yes. Xiaonuan was so distressed that she almost burst into tears. To others, a cell phone may be just a toy, and if you don't like it, you can just replace it. But to her, it was extremely precious. 4 years ago, before she came to university, her father had finally bought her this phone when they went to the county seat. She had been using it carefully ever since. Seeing her so upset over a cell phone, Mu Yuding felt a twinge of pain. He turned around and neatly took out a spare cell phone from the storage box in the back of the car and handed it to Lin Xiaonuan. She didn't take it. No, I'll be at school soon. There's a phone in my dorm. Lin Xiaonuan was poor, but she had her own bottom line. She didn't accept anything without earning it. Take it. Mu Yuding ordered in a tone that brooked no refusal. Xiaonuan still didn't pick it up. Not taking it? I was going to throw it away anyway, so. Mu Yuding opened the window halfway and made a gesture as if he was going to throw the phone out of the window. Xiaonuan was a little anxious. You rich nouveau riche, do you know how hard it is to make money now? You can't just throw away a good phone like that. Did your family's money just blow in the wind? Mu Yuan, who was driving, heard this and silently worried for Lin Xiaonuan. This girl really dared to say that Mu Xiao was a nouveau riche? Is this the rhythm of death? On second thought, no. Is nouveau riche really a nickname for flirting? Are they that close? Oh my god. And Mu Yuding not only wasn't angry, he seemed to be enjoying it. Is this still the same cold and aloof Mu Xiao who was decisive in business? Seeing that the plan had succeeded, Mu Yuding withdrew his arm from the car window and was about to hand her the phone, but suddenly remembered something and took back the phone, operating it. This is my number, don't delete it, understand? His tone was still cold. Xiaonuan pouted, looking angry, and said, after I pay you back, I'll delete you first. Lin Xiaonuan looked at the number carefully. It was quite impressive, with all the 9s at the end. She directly added a note to the number, with the name Bao and Fa as the first and last names. A nouveau riche. Half an hour later, at the entrance to M University, Lin Xiaonuan felt a warm feeling in her heart when she saw the familiar school gate. The 4 years at university had made it feel like home. She couldn't wait to get out of the car, politely said thank you, and immediately turned around and ran to the school. Miss Lin. Before she could take 2 steps, she heard a shout from behind. Mu Yuan got out of the car and chased after her. Miss Lin, wait a minute, you forgot your medicine. Okay, thank you. Lin Xiaonuan took the medicine and smiled. She was happier looking at this driver than at that cold man. Just as she was about to leave, Mu Yuan added, our young master said to let you walk slowly, not run. Lin Xiaonuan was surprised and immediately blushed. She lowered her head and muttered, does he live by the sea? Mu Yuan replied seriously, Mr. Mu's family doesn't live by the sea, they live. Before Mu Yuan finished speaking, Xiaonuan said in a fierce tone, I thought he lived by the sea, but he is really meddlesome. Mu Yuan was stunned. Even a well-behaved person has a personality. She is so fierce. She will be enough to make the young master drink a pot of wine in the future. In the dark car window, a pair of deep eyes stared out the window. Seeing her look of shyness, anger and disbelief, the man's mouth curved into a nice arc. This silly woman. Walking on campus, Lin Xiaonuan felt relaxed, much more relaxed than when she was in the car. Everyone looked at her with strange eyes. Is it because I've become prettier again? Lin Xiaonuan teased herself, asking and answering the question at the same time. This is just the way she is. Although her family is not well off, she was loved by her parents since she was a child, and she has a great attitude and is optimistic and open-minded. When she got to the dressing mirror in the dormitory, she realized that it was the bandage wrapped around her head that had attracted everyone's attention. It really is a bit ugly, so I'd better take it off. The dormitory was empty, the bedding was neat, and Ding Kersen didn't seem to have come back yesterday. Xiaonuan wanted to call Ding Kersen, but she dialed the wrong number twice. It was a hassle to lose her cell phone. I must find a small notebook to write down the numbers in the future, she muttered to herself. Fortunately, she could log into WeChat. Ding, ding, ding. Several messages had been sent yesterday, including one from Ding Kersen, one from Lin Xianxian, and even one from her aunt Zhang Liyun. Xiaonuan was inexplicably panicked. Chapter 14 Agreement. Xiaonuan, why is your phone always turned off? Xiaonuan. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to pay when I left the restaurant. I said I would pay, so don't rob me. I'll transfer the money to you, so please accept it. But she was in a hurry and felt guilty. She knew that Xiaonuan didn't have any money. Xiaonuan, why aren't you charging me? My boyfriend has something to do, and I'm going to stay here for a few days. I'm not going back for a few days. Have you arrived at the dormitory? She opened the message from Lin Xianxian and her heart sank. Lin Xiaonuan, tomorrow is Saturday, so come over and clean up for me. I don't keep idle people in my house. How dare you not reply to my messages? You take yourself too seriously. Think about your mother's medical expenses and the agreement you signed. Do you want your mother to stop taking her medicine? Friends are so concerned about her that they are afraid she will suffer any injustice. But her relatives treat her like a thorn in their side, unwilling to give her a moment's respite. Well, Lin Xiaonuan is used to it. She can put up with it for the sake of her mother's medical expenses. Xiaonuan, I'm your aunt. Your uncle and I haven't seen you for a week, and we miss you. We made you some delicious food. Come over early tomorrow. You must come. The seemingly sweet words made her panic. She had experienced Zhang Liyun's cruelty more than once. Her thoughts went back to her freshman year at university. That year, my mother had a brain tumor and needed 800,000 yuan to pay for the hospital and surgery. When her father called her uncle for help, he and his wife cried about being poor. My brother, my sister-in-law is sick, we are also sad, but now business is difficult, we are also in a difficult situation, we can barely make ends meet. But they clearly spend more than 100,000 yuan a month on their pet dog. Father asked Xiaonuan to go back to see her mother one last time. Xiaonuan knelt in front of Lin Xingshan and begged them to save her mother, but was driven out. Dignity is not worth more than her mother's life. She didn't leave, and knelt in front of the Lin family's door for a day and a night. Auntie Zhang Liyun was afraid of what the neighbors would say, so she pretended to help her into the house, but as soon as the door closed, she punched her in the ear. You little brat, you're deliberately trying to ruin my reputation, aren't you? No, Auntie, I just want to beg you to save my mother, please. She ignored the pain and begged Zhang Liyun to hold her legs. Just as she was about to kick her away, Lin Xingshan pulled Zhang Liyun into the house and whispered something to her. A few minutes later, Auntie came out of the house with a smile on her face, as if she had changed. Zhang Liyun lifted Xiaonuan's chin with her index finger and looked carefully at this beautiful, fresh, and refined face. It was truly a beauty of the world. She gave a meaningful smile. I can pay for your mother's surgery, which is only 800,000 yuan. I can also pay for your family's living expenses. Zhang Liyun paused deliberately. But, it depends on whether you can be a human being. At that time, Xiaonuan was only 17 years old. When she heard that Zhang Liyun was willing to pay for her mother's treatment, she had a light in her eyes. Auntie, when I graduate and earn money, I will definitely pay you back and take good care of you and my uncle. Zhang Liyun laughed heartily, her laughter chilling. Xiaonuan, you really know how to joke around. You're so full of nonsense, even I, who am so naive, want to laugh. I'll even get interest from the bank for this money. Xiaonuan was afraid that her aunt would change her mind, so she quickly added, Auntie, I will pay you back with interest in the future. It will be higher than the interest rate in the bank. Do you think that will work? What if I can't pay it back? Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Zhang Liyun took the opportunity to press on. Xiaonuan was at a loss. No, I will definitely work hard to earn money. If I can't pay it back, then. A 17-year-old girl really had no idea at this point. She anxiously bit her lip, almost biting it bloody. Zhang Liyun seemed to have been prepared, took out a card and placed it on the table, and said in a low voice, I always keep my word. There are 800,000 yuan here, which is just enough for your mother's surgery. I will transfer enough money for your mother's medical expenses every month. She patted Xiaonuan on the shoulder and said, "But, our family's money isn't just blown in by the wind. We have to sign an agreement. If you can't pay back the money, you can pay it back with your body. When the Lin Group needs you to entertain and do public relations, you cannot refuse for any reason. If you can't do it, I'll have to go to your parents and ask them for the money. As for the interest, since we are relatives, I won't ask for it. You can just come to our house every weekend to clean." Xiaonuan quickly signed and put her thumbprint on the paper without thinking. She only had one thought in her head: to save her mother. She didn't have time to speculate on how vicious her aunt's intentions were. Xiaonuan took the card back to her hometown, but she didn't tell her parents the truth. She just said that her uncle's family had offered to help, and that her parents had always been grateful to her uncle's family. Lin Xianxian was puzzled when she saw the agreement. "Mommy, why are you helping her? Do you know how much I hate her?" Zhang Liyun fondled her daughter's cheek with a loving expression. "Baby, what do you know? I'm fishing for a big fish with a long line. With her poor appearance, no connections, and no background, what can she accomplish? She can't pay back this money in her lifetime. Her naturally beautiful face can't be wasted. It's perfect for her to become a socialite, sleep with people, and open up connections for our company. Mommy, you're so smart. The older the better." Lin Xianxian was overjoyed and kissed Zhang Liyun on the forehead. Zhang Liyun pointed at Lin Xingshan, who was reading the newspaper, and said proudly, "Well, it's not your father who is smart. He saw Lin Xiaonuan the first time and planned how to use this pawn. You still have to learn more from your father." "That's right. When it comes to business, who is my father's match in the whole of Jiangcheng?" Suddenly, Lin Xianxian frowned and said worriedly, "That's right, that little bitch has good grades in her major. What if she finds a well-paying job after graduation and pays back the money?" Lin Xuanxuan's academic performance was not good, but she was extremely clever when it came to plotting against Lin Xiaonuan. Zhang Lian took her daughter's hand and said with a smug look on her face, "I have my own plans for her. She can't escape from my grasp. Mommy, I love you more and more." Lin Xuanxuan's squeaky voice is enough to make people break out in goosebumps. "Baby, don't worry about anything. Just spend your money and get yourself pretty." The promise made 4 years ago has always been a pain in Xiaowen's heart. After that, Lin Xingshan's family kept using her as a maid, calling her whenever they wanted her. But the monthly medical expenses were also sent to the countryside, and Xiaonuan was content. The sound of a message interrupted her distant thoughts. Lin Xianxian had sent another WeChat message to scold and hurry her up. Chapter 15, You're not being kept, are you? You little bitch, what time is it now? Why aren't you here yet? You don't answer your phone, you don't reply to WeChat, do I have to come to school and deal with you in person? I'll be right there. Xiaonuan didn't dare not reply. When she arrived at her uncle's house, she took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to ring the doorbell. The nanny, Mrs. Wu, opened the door and, seeing it was her, looked at her with disdain. "Why are you only just coming?" Wu Ma is the nanny brought by Auntie Zhang Liyun from her family. She has single eyelids, prominent cheekbones, sunken cheeks, and lips thinner than paper. She had a mean look on her face. She handed over the mop and rag with impatience. "As usual, the cleaning of the second and third floors is still your responsibility." Miss Lin Xiaonuan had already gotten used to this kind of bullying, so she took the mop and rag and went straight to the second floor without saying a word. Lin Xiaonuan was already used to this kind of bullying, so she took the mop and rag, never saying a word, and went straight to the second floor. This stubborn girl is still as stubborn as before, thinking she is a princess. Wu Ma rolled her eyes and wanted to eat her. "Is it Xiaonuan?" Zhang Liyun walked out of the bedroom and asked knowingly. A light green cheongsam, which was expensive, but her big butt and round waist really made the clothes look cheap. Seeing that Xiaonuan was holding a rag and kneeling down to clean the stairs, she immediately scolded Wu Ma. "Wu Ma, Xiaonuan is our niece, the second daughter of the Lin family. How can you let her clean?" Seeing the situation, Wu Ma immediately realized that something was wrong. What was wrong with the mistress today? She was always afraid that the girl was too comfortable and would rather see her die of exhaustion. What is going on today? She dared not ask any more questions, and quickly took the mop from Xiaonuan's hands. "Miss Xiaonuan, you go and rest, I'll do the work." Zhang Lian took Xiaonuan's hand gently and sat down on the sofa. "Nuan, is your mother's health any better?" "She's fine. Xianwan was very cautious and didn't dare to say much. That's good. I've been worried about your sister-in-law's health. If it weren't for the long distance, I'd really like to go and see her. Zhang Liyun is as kind as a saint. Is the money we send for medicine every month enough? If not, you must tell me. We are all family, and we should help each other. Lin Xingshan, who was making tea, also poured a cup for Xianwan for the first time. This is the new tea of this year, full of aroma. Try it. Xianwan was flattered by the attention, and she was so nervous that she wanted to find an excuse to leave early. Before she could say anything, Zhang Liyan said with a smile, Xianwan, yesterday, Xian Xian and I went shopping and saw a dress that would look great on you. Come, let's go to my room to try it on. Wu Ma, bring that dress over. Before Lin Xianwan could react, Zhang Liyan dragged her into the room, and Wu Ma brought a white satin low-cut evening dress. Lin Xianwan is a fashion design student, so she didn't need to touch it to know that the dress was not something that could be bought for tens of thousands of dollars. She hurriedly declined. Auntie, this dress is too valuable. It's a waste to wear it on me. I'll go clean up first. She turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Liyun stood in front of the door with a smile on her face. Xianwan, you've been wearing those jeans for years, they're all worn out. Which girl doesn't love beauty? Don't be polite with your aunt. I've always treated you like a daughter. Xianwan stood there, frozen, determined to leave. You must change into it. Zhang Liyun's face turned black, and she gave the order, not allowing any refusal. Xianwan did not dare to refuse anymore, so she took the dress and went to the dressing room. When she came out, she looked like a different person in a white dress. The draped fabric brought out her curvy figure to the fullest, and her skin was as white as snow, making her look even more beautiful. Her collarbone and shoulders were straight and slender, exuding a high-end, skinny beauty. Her breasts, which had always been hidden, were no longer low-key, and were well-proportioned and full, with a perfect shape and attractive cleavage. Xianwan lifted the dress up as hard as she could, but it still didn't cover it completely. A thin silver belt at the waist accentuates her delicate waist, and the graceful curves are in full view, without a hint of excess fat. Xianwan's casually tied bun is loose and natural, and the hairstyle actually matches the long skirt. Who says that purity and sexiness can't be combined? Zhang Liyun was stunned to see this. This girl has a harmless face, but she also has a great figure. Not to mention the men, even she, a middle-aged woman, couldn't help but take a few more looks. She looked at her carefully from front to back, then pursed her lips and gave a wicked smile. It was truly a blessing from heaven. You're so pretty. You're graduating in a month or so this dress is our graduation gift to you. Zhang Liyan added lightly. Oh, by the way, we have a dinner tonight. You should come with us. I'll introduce you to a big shot. You know Mayor Ma, who is in charge of the economy? He's been to our house before. He has a son. We're going to have dinner and chat tonight. Lin Xianwan had never been invited to dinner at her aunt's house, and now she was suddenly being taken to dinner with important people. A flash of fear crossed her mind. She had met the mayor before. He was about 60 years old, had lost his wife in his middle age, had a son and a daughter. His daughter was studying abroad, and his son was mentally retarded. He had never remarried in all these years and had been living alone with his son. The media and newspapers have repeatedly reported on Mayor Ma, praising him as a man with a strong sense of responsibility for his family and his work. But Lin Xianwan saw it differently. Every time Mayor Ma came to visit Lin Xingshan, he always seemed serious, but his eyes would wander over to her from time to time, looking somewhat lewd. She shuddered when she was asked to accompany him to dinner that night, and immediately refused, saying, Auntie, I'm not going to the dinner party. After cleaning up, I'm going back to school right away. I haven't finished my graduation thesis yet, and my teacher is already pressuring me. No matter how anxious you are about your thesis, it's not a big deal. Auntie, I still have a part-time job to do. I have an appointment. Zhang Liyun was impatient, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Lin Xianwan, I have been very polite to you today. Don't push your luck. Do you want me to spell it out for you? Don't forget the agreement you signed yourself. If you have the ability, you can pay me back now. Oof. Zhang Liyun was arrogant. No matter how stubborn this girl was, she could be controlled by her mother. Lin Xianwan had no choice but to change out of her dress and go to Lin Xuanchuan's room on the second floor to kneel and clean the floor, looking for a chance to run away. She was not afraid of doing more work. She did not want to wear that dress, she did not want to entertain, and she did not want to be around Mayor Ma and his friends. Thinking about this, big tears fell patteringly onto the floor. At this moment, Lin Xianxian came in with her Lhasa Apso dog. Oh, she's so excited to know she's going to marry the mayor's son, she's so excited she's crying. Marry? Marry the mayor's idiot son? Xianwan quickly dried her tears and looked up. What are you talking about? Lin Xianxian snorted and pretended to be shocked. She was not a pure young girl anymore. Didn't she give her first time to that old man, Mr. Zhu, that night? Right, Lu Yuan said that Mr. Zhu hasn't contacted him yet. Is it because you've stolen his soul? He won't support you, will he? Ha ha. Chapter 16, I'm getting married. A loud slap. Lin Xuanchuan's face immediately showed 5 fingerprints. You're so mean. You obviously drugged me and framed me, and you're gloating about it? Lin Xianxian could not stand this, so she raised her hand to grab Xianwan's face. But Lin Xianwan was a head taller than her and had better physical fitness, so she was no match for Xianwan. She deliberately provoked Xianwan with her words while smiling. You bitch, you dare to hit me? I'll tell my mom and you'll be married tomorrow. Humph, you don't know yet, but this Mayor Ma is actually getting a concubine for himself, not for his stupid son. Although Lin Xianxian was provoking Xianwan, this was indeed Zhang Liyun's plan. This Mayor Ma is a hypocrite on the surface, but in fact he is a male thief and female prostitute. He had previously used his power to set up a trap and marry off his idiot son to a beautiful girl from a poor family. 6 months after the wedding, the daughter-in-law jumped out of the window in the middle of the night, naked. The mayor's son is a mentally retarded child who is bedridden and weak. It can be imagined how many dirty secrets are hidden behind the daughter-in-law's suicide. But Mayor Ma had been in the officialdom for a long time, and he was very capable and fearless. This matter was quickly covered up and forgotten, and in the vast city of Jianchang, not even a ripple was stirred up. Oh, it's possible that the father and son enjoyed it together. After you get married, you can enjoy it. Don't you like serving old men? Lin Xianxian laughed shamelessly, and each sentence was more offensive than the last. Lin Xianwan's little face was so angry that she clenched her fists tightly. Before she could hit her, Lin Xianxian threw off her high heels and lay on the ground, covering her face and crying out loudly. Daddy! Mommy! Lin Xianwan went crazy. She was going to beat me to death. You guys come and save me. Zhang Liyun and Wu Ma heard the wailing and hurried over. Lin Xianxian immediately threw herself into her mother Zhang Liyun's arms, tears pouring down her face, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. She cried pitifully, Mom, I know that Xianwan is going to marry the son of Mayor Ma. I was happy for her and was congratulating her when she suddenly got angry and hit me. You never hit me even once since I was little. Lin Xianwan not only hit me, but also pulled my hair. Look at my face. I can't even show my face to anyone anymore. Zhang Liyun patted her daughter's swollen and red face tenderly, glared at Lin Xianwan fiercely, and her face was full of anger and trembling. She yelled in a shrill voice. You really want to die for acting wild in our house, you bitch. I am willing to have dinner with Mayor Ma in order to reach an agreement, but I will never marry him. Lin Xianwan was extremely determined. You don't know what's good for you. You're lucky to be marrying into the mayor's family, and you're acting like a demon. Lin Xianwan was not at all intimidated. I don't want this blessing. Let your daughter go and enjoy the blessing. Lin Qingshan also went upstairs to see Lin Xianwan hit his own precious daughter. Not only did he not admit his fault, he even argued back. He was full of anger, and stepped forward and slapped Lin Xianwan twice. You ungrateful thing, you've gone too far. If it weren't for the fact that you're still somewhat useful, I'd really like to beat you to death. The 2 slaps were very powerful, and Lin Xianwan lost her balance and fell to the ground, with bright red blood flowing from the corners of her mouth. She had a head injury, and when she was kneeling and wiping the floor, she was obviously uncomfortable. With these 2 heavy blows, she suddenly saw stars and fainted. Zhang Liyun saw this and was secretly worried. She looked at Lin Xingping and said, Did he die from the beating? How can I explain this to Mayor Ma? Won't the loan of 100 million be in vain? Mayor Ma had long had his eye on Lin Xiaonuan. Some time ago, he personally sent someone to propose marriage to her silly son, promising to grant a loan of 100 million yuan to the Lin Group after the marriage was consummated, and to grant Lin Xingping the land on number 1 road, which all the major developers were competing for. Zhang Liyun and her husband are not stupid. They have long figured out the intentions of Mayor Ma, the old fox. This is not about picking a wife for his stupid son, but about finding a woman for himself in the name of his stupid son. A win-win situation. She agreed without hesitation to Mayor Ma's request to let Lin Xiaonuan marry him. No matter how reluctant she was, what could a country girl do to make a splash? The dinner today was to discuss the specific date of the wedding, and Mayor Ma demanded that Lin Xiaonuan be present. At this critical juncture, if Lin Xiaonuan dies, it will be a problem. Lin Qingshan put his finger in front of Lin Xiaonuan's nose. She was still breathing. Don't worry, she's breathing. 2 slaps won't kill her, she's just temporarily unconscious. The couple decided to be on the safe side and had her carried into the basement. They told Wu Ma, "You personally watch her here. Before dinner, you must wake her up and make sure she doesn't run away. Even if she dies, she should wait until she marries Mayor Ma and make him happy before she dies." "Yes, ma'am, don't worry, I won't delay you." Ah Wu's face was full of glee. In the evening, Lin Xiaonuan slowly woke up, with a terrible headache and her hands tied behind her back. It was tied so tightly that there was no way to break free. Lin Qingshan's villa has 2 basements. One is large and contains a variety of wines and antiques after being renovated. This one, small and dark, has always been unused, and the atmosphere is very heavy and a bit scary. In the past, Lin Xiaonuan was often teased by Lin Xianxian and was locked up here. Once, she was locked up for 2 days and 2 nights, and was only saved by a maid who found her. After Lin Xiaonuan reacted, she began to kick the door violently with her feet. As long as someone came to open the door, she would have a chance to escape. As soon as she kicked the door, Wu Ma answered from the door, "Stupid girl, what are you kicking for? You still want to escape? I advise you to save your strength. Madam has ordered that you be taken to a social gathering tonight." Lin Xiaonuan wanted to cry and beg Wu Ma to let her out, but she knew that Wu Ma was a lapdog who only listened to her master, so it was useless to beg. She thought for a moment and said slowly, "I'm not trying to escape, I just want you to tell my aunt that I've come to my senses and I'm getting married." How many women would be happy to marry into the mayor's family? I can't be greedy, right? This stubborn girl has always been stubborn, but this time she is so obedient. The change is too fast. Wu Ma is afraid that Lin Xiaonuan is cheating, so she threatens. "You little brat, I'm telling you, I've been through more than you've ever seen, so don't play any tricks on me, or you'll be sorry." "Nanny Wu, how dare I play tricks in front of you? I really have come to my senses." Chapter 17, Serve him well tonight. Lin Xiaonuan tried to keep her tone as gentle as possible. "Hey, you said that I'm a girl from the countryside with no connections or background. Even if I work hard for a lifetime, how much money can I make? Although the mayor's son is a bit silly, he has money and status. What kind of girl can't find him? Auntie is right. It's my good fortune that he likes me. If I marry him, I won't only have a life of luxury, but I can also help my parents. And I won't have a difficult mother-in-law. I'll be the official hostess as soon as I arrive. With these conditions, what else could I possibly be unhappy about? Auntie Wu, they say that those who know how to adapt to the times are the heroes. I don't want to wait too long, and I'm afraid that they won't want me anymore. I can't wait to get married today." Lin Xiaonuan's words were sincere and heartfelt, and Wu Ma listened and nodded repeatedly. This girl is not stupid, she finally got it. Wu Ma's tone softened a bit, and she pointed out in the manner of someone who had been there before, "Xiaonuan, it's good that you're thinking about it. A woman always has to get married, and it doesn't matter who she gives her body to. Since his family is greedy for your body, you should serve them well. In return, you will get wealth and glory, which is worth it. I haven't had such an opportunity. If I had, I wouldn't have to serve people in such a lowly manner. People are born with their fate." After hearing this, Xiaonuan also forgot about her nausea and only smiled and agreed. Auntie Wu is very knowledgeable and far-sighted. She is right. I will definitely repay her for her guidance in the future. Wu Ma had been scolded by her master many times, and hearing such words, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. This little brat still has a conscience. Xianwan was about to ask Wu Ma to help her open the door when a young maid, Ayun, hurriedly came down to the basement. Ayun's voice was loud and she arrived before she spoke. Ayun, Madam asks if the guest is awake. Mayor Ma is here and Madam wants you to take Lin Xianwan directly to the guest room on the 3rd floor. Wu Ma was shocked. Didn't the lady say that the dinner was at the hotel? Why is Mayor Ma here again? Ayun replied, Madam arranged it, and we didn't dare to ask too much. But I heard Madam say to Mayor Ma that because it was raining outside, it was inconvenient to go to the hotel, so the dinner was moved to the house. As servants, they hate having guests at home the most. Not only do they have to serve them carefully, they also have to do a lot of extra work. Wu Ma was displeased, but she dared not neglect her duties. She told Ayun to go tell Madam that she would take her upstairs later. Before leaving, Ayun hesitated for a moment and said with a hint of meaning, when Madam asked me to clean the guest room, she specifically arranged for white sheets to be used. I think Mayor Ma is glowing with health today, so I guess he will be staying here tonight. Wu Ma scolded impatiently, what are you talking about? Ayun lowered her head and playfully stuck out her tongue, then turned and ran. Lin Xianwan heard everything that Ayun said so loudly. 3rd floor guest room. Mayor Ma is staying the night, white sheets, taking her to the guest room. This series of words made her heart beat to the back of her throat. Is Zhang Liyun so eager to give her away? Xianwan had originally planned to accompany her to the hotel for dinner, where there would be more opportunities to find a way to escape, but now the dinner had been changed to be held at home. In the living room on the 3rd floor, Lin Qingshan and his wife were chatting with Mayor Ma. Mayor Ma had changed his usual conservative attire and was wearing a light green polo shirt with grayish-white slacks. He had also shaved his beard clean and dyed his gray hair black. It can be seen that he has made an effort to dress up, but the patches of brown age spots on his face stubbornly reveal his old age. Zhang Liyun flatters, Mayor Ma, you really look young in this outfit today. You look no more than 40 years old. Lin Qingshan also agreed, Mayor Ma has a good temperament, and he looks great in any style of clothing. Yes, our little Luan always praises you, saying that you are charming, mature, and stable. She especially admires you. The couple chatted back and forth, making Mayor Ma smile from ear to ear. As soon as he heard the name of Xianwan, Mayor Ma was like a shot of stimulant, his wrinkles on his face relaxed, and his eyes were filled with desire. To hide his excitement, Mayor Ma pretended to look at his watch and casually asked, Is Miss Xianwan busy? If not, come over and chat with us. Zhang Liyun saw his impatient look and was delighted. Thanks to the rain, she found an excuse to change the dinner to her home. Everyone knew that Mayor Ma's stupid son didn't know anything about men and women. Lin Xianwan was actually going to marry him to serve Mayor Ma. Since that bitch was going to be Mayor Ma sooner or later, why not let him have his way tonight, and the 500 million loan could be advanced a bit. Zhang Liyun thought that her plan was about to be completed, and she felt a sense of joy in her heart. She comforted Mayor Ma. Mayor Ma, don't worry, I've already told the maid to go get her. She'll be in the guest room to keep you company and chat with you later. Zhang Liyun wanted to say that Lin Xianwan would serve you well tonight, but she changed her mind and said that they would just chat. While talking, she also observed the expression on Mayor Ma's face. Mayor Ma understood immediately, and coughed twice to suppress the lewdness and excitement in his heart. Oh, chatting is good, chatting is good. I have always liked to talk to young people. Mayor Ma paused for a moment and continued, well, I went to a university a while ago and saw many college students holding hands and cuddling on campus. This phenomenon is very bad. I have always opposed college students dating. Young people should still focus on their studies, especially girls, who must love themselves. There is a hidden meaning in these words. Zhang Liyun is not stupid, and quickly responded, Mayor Ma, you are absolutely right. What are college students doing talking about love? Look at our little girl, she doesn't even talk to boys, let alone fall in love. Zhang Liyun paused and added meaningfully, tonight, I specifically asked the maid to put out white sheets. Mayor Ma was so pleased to hear this that he kept saying good and good over and over again. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Qingshan took advantage of the opportunity. Mayor Ma, about the 500 million loan, what do you think? Mayor Ma coughed and said in a bureaucratic tone, well, in theory, there are many procedures to go through. But since we're going to be family soon, we can skip the procedures. Tomorrow, you can give the documents to Secretary Wang, and I'll give you the stamp. Oh, Mayor Ma, thank you so much." The couple were so grateful that they were about to kneel before him. Zhang Lian even whispered in the mayor's ear that he could do whatever he wanted at night, and that the room she had prepared for him was soundproof, so no one would hear her even if she screamed her head off. Mayor Ma swallowed hard and couldn't wait to rush into the guest room. The three of them continued to drink tea, each with their own ulterior motives. Chapter 18. The mayor is still enchanted. Basement. When Wu Ma was about to open the door to take Lin Xianwan upstairs, she hesitated again. This Ah Yun only said to send the little brat to the guest room, with her hands tied or untied? She said to herself, this girl is going to be given to the mayor, so don't make any mistakes here. I'd better ask the lady first. Xianwan heard this and quickly shouted through the door, Auntie Wu, I think Auntie is talking to Mayor Ma right now. You don't need to bother her with this little matter, or she'll scold you for being blind. Wu Ma warned, what are you up to now? Wu Ma, what kind of mischief can I get into? I'm doing this for your sake and for my own future. I'm a mess right now, and if I go to see Mayor Ma, I'll ruin his mood. First, you help me get a basin of water, so I can freshen up. Auntie gave me a low-cut dress, so bring it over too. When I show up, Mayor Ma will be dazzled and surprised. If Mayor Ma is satisfied, and Auntie is happy, maybe she will give you a raise for being such a great help. Wu Ma hasn't had a pay rise in over 10 years, so this really hit home. Since this little brat has taken the initiative to ask to get dressed up before meeting Mayor Ma, it seems that she really wants to pass. She is worthy of having gone to university, and her mind is quite flexible. In an instant, she lowered her guard around Xianwan, obediently brought water and took out the dress. After opening the door, she took the initiative to help Lin Xianwan loosen her ties, let her change inside, and watched from the door. Xianwan quickly tidied herself up, Auntie Wu, I can't reach the zipper at the back of this dress. Could you please come in and help me pull it? Wu Ma didn't want to offend her too much, after all, she was going to marry into the mayor's family, so she came in to help. When she saw Lin Xianwan in her wedding dress, she was stunned. This little girl is 100 times prettier than our daughter, and she has such a great figure. No wonder the old man, Mayor Ma, was so anxious that he couldn't wait for her to come in the door that day. She must have killed him tonight. Wu Ma quickly zipped up the dress. It's getting late. I'll take you upstairs. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Wu. Xianwan tried to calm herself down, but her sweet voice still betrayed a hint of panic. Wu Ma went first, followed by Xianwan, who was holding her skirt and sweating nervously. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Xianwan quickly picked up the wash basin next to her and shouted out to Wu Ma. Wu Ma turned around and a large basin of water splashed her in the face. You! Before Wu Ma could say another word, Xianwan took the basin and splashed it on her head. Xianwan was still kind-hearted. She could have hit Wu Ma with the iron basin on the back of her head, but the back of the head is more fragile than the front of the head. She was afraid that if she didn't control the force well, it would kill her. So she waited until Wu Ma turned around before she struck. Seeing that Wu Ma had fallen to the ground, she quickly took out her mobile phone from her changed clothes and ran out of the basement. She had cleaned Lin Xingshan's house for 4 years, and she knew every corner of it. She quickly ran towards the backyard. There was only a bolt on the back door, which was propped up with an iron rod and not locked. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the big raindrops were also bullying it, slapping it all over her body, not caring about the cold. As long as she got out the back door, she could catch a ride and escape. But she didn't expect that the bolt had rusted after being in use for a long time, and Lin Xianwan couldn't open it even with all her strength. Xianwan! The sudden sound startled her, and she thought it was Zhang Lian chasing after her, and almost screamed. It's me, Xianwan, I'm here to help you. When she looked carefully, it was Yun. There was no time to say much, so the two of them worked together to move the bolt. Yun was 2 years older than Xianwan and had been doing farm work since she was a child, so she had a lot of strength and was able to open the bolt in a few moves. Yun, Xianwan didn't know how to thank her. Xianwan, don't say anything. Just go. Remember, you didn't see me tonight. Yun said as she closed the back door. After escaping through the back door, Xianwan didn't dare to stop for a moment, and desperately ran towards the side of the road. This strapless dress is really a killer. It is the natural enemy of running. It falls down as soon as you start running. Plus, the floor-length skirt, when wet by the rain, sticks to your legs and makes it impossible to take a step. Who designed this? It's so cumbersome. There's no place to put my phone, so I had to tuck it into my cleavage. Lin Xiaonan held the dress at the chest with one hand and the skirt with the other, running persistently in the rain. She didn't care about the splitting headache, the tears and rain, the loose bun, the shoes that had run off, or the blistered feet. As long as I can stop a car. But Lin Xingping's villa is far from the downtown area, and the road behind the back door is a bit remote. There are usually not many cars, and today, with the rain, there are even fewer pedestrians and vehicles. Lin Xiaonan ran for more than 40 minutes and still didn't see a car. She was really tired and sat down on the side of the road, her lonely figure desolate and bleak. Despair slowly set in, and Lin Xiaonuan's inner strength was gradually defeated. A layer of mist covered her curled eyelashes, and she couldn't tell if it was rain or tears. She slowly took a deep breath, trying to calm her panicked heart down a little. At this moment, she remembered the cell phone she had stuffed in her chest and quickly took it out. When she opened the dialing interface, she was trembling. Who should she call? She hesitated again. 110? No. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Qingshan and Mayor Ma are all powerful people. Even if she goes to the police station, she can't win. Call a classmate or friend? No. Whoever she went to now would be causing trouble for them, and she couldn't be that selfish. Just as she was thinking, a car came from the opposite direction. The headlights, which were getting closer and closer, gave her hope. She quickly ran onto the road and desperately waved her hands. The raindrops were pounding the ground like beans. In such weather, visibility was already poor, and the driver saw a woman in a white dress with disheveled hair in the middle of the road, waving her arms around like a ghost. She was scared out of her wits. In a panic, she slammed the accelerator to the floor and the car rushed towards Lin Xiaonan at high speed. The strong headlights made Xiaonan dizzy. The car was getting closer and closer, and she tried to hide, but it was too late. Ah! She put her hands in front of her eyes in horror, and after a scream, she fell in front of the car. Did I hit someone? After a long time, the driver came to his senses and bravely went to the front of the car to check. Fortunately, if the driver had hit the brakes 1 second later, Lin Xiaonan would have been killed. Fortunately, she was stunned by the shock and didn't hit her. The driver, seeing this, muttered angrily, "What bad luck! It's raining and she's out on the road, trying to scam people. She's really asking for it. You brought this on yourself. I didn't hit you. Your life or death has nothing to do with me." The driver got back in the car, turned around, and drove off. In the middle of the road, Lin Xiaonan lay quietly in the rain, her hands spread out to the sides, like a withered white rose in the wind and rain. Her cell phone was scattered not far away, guarding its owner. Chapter 19, Mu Xiao panicked. The Mu family. Mu Yuding was rarely free from social engagements. He had just finished dinner and was about to go upstairs. Achoo! Achoo! Auntie Chow, who was clearing the table, heard this and reminded him with concern, "Master, it's raining, so you should wear more clothes to avoid catching a cold." He responded absent-mindedly. Auntie Chow has worked at the Mu family for almost 30 years, and she has watched Mu Yuding grow up. In the past, Auntie Chow served at the old lady's side, but when Mu Yuding moved to this villa, the old lady was worried about her workaholic grandson, so she asked Auntie Chow to follow him. When he returned to his study, he did not turn on the lights. He leaned casually against the window, listening to the sound of the rain outside. He looked handsome, like a sculpture. However, he felt inexplicably anxious. Mu Yuding's brows furrowed slightly, and the cigarette in his fingertips flickered on and off. The phone buzzed and vibrated, and a familiar number appeared in front of him. He had given Lin Xiaonan his spare phone this morning, and this was the number. Lin Xiao Yuan. Mu Yuding's cold eyes had a hint of tenderness. This silly woman actually called him. She insisted on being discharged from the hospital early, but she had to stay for a few more days. Could it be that she had a headache again? He wanted to tease her by not answering the phone, but then he thought about her headache, and he immediately pressed the answer button. Hello? Speak. Lin Xiaonan. The other party still didn't respond. All I could hear on the phone was the sound of rain. Something is wrong. His narrow eyes took on a hint of darkness, and he hung up the phone decisively. When he called back, he got through, but there was no answer. Mu Yuding realized the seriousness of the situation, frowned, and dialed 2 phone numbers while walking downstairs. His voice was low and steady. Mu Yuan, prepare the car. Yes, sir. Xian, find out Lin Xianwan's exact location. Lin Xianwan, the girl from yesterday? Mr. Mu, you're still chasing girls at this hour? I've already finished work. On the other end of the phone, Yichen was smiling and teasing him, not understanding why. Immediately. Mu Yuding's voice was not loud, but there was an irresistible aura in his tone. Yichen is too familiar with the personality of this good friend. Mu Yuding is serious about this. He is no longer joking and replies seriously. I'll reply to you in 5 minutes. Okay. Mu Yuding looked cold and stern, walked to the door without saying a word, and Aunt Xiao saw a look of confusion and worry. Is he going out so late? Is it still raining so heavily? She swallowed her words, and the young master was always so calm and collected, so he must have a reason for going out at this hour. She hurriedly handed him his jacket. Master, take your jacket with you, don't catch a cold. Yes. The Bentley was already waiting in the courtyard of the villa. When Mu Yuding walked over, Mu Yuan quickly took his umbrella to greet him. Aunt Xiao, carrying a pair of shiny black leather shoes, chased after him into the courtyard. Master, you forgot to change your shoes. But the car had already disappeared in front of the villa. Master Yuting has always been calm and composed. He was exposed to the business world at a young age, and after taking over the Mu family business, he has experienced so many ups and downs, but he has always remained calm and composed. But today he was so flustered. What was going on? He left the house in his slippers? That's not his style. Aunt Xiao went back home with a puzzled look on her face, muttering to herself. In the car. Not long after they had driven off, Yichen called, the location of the girl has been sent to your phone. Mu Yuding was concise and to the point, as if saying one more word would tire his tongue. Yichen was not giving up. This Mu Yuding was really not right today. He wanted to continue to ask what the situation was. But he knew Mu Yuding too well, and he didn't want to embarrass himself. He filled in the plot in his own mind. On a stormy night, the domineering, cold and arrogant young master of a wealthy family, for the sake of this country girl named Lin Xianwan, went to fight with someone jealous of her. Is it that exciting? Yichen was convinced of his own speculation, worried that Mu Yuding would suffer, and added, that place is relatively remote, safety first, or I'll bring a few brothers over. No need. Mu Yuding said coldly. Then, be careful. Yichen hadn't finished speaking when Mu Yuding hung up the phone. This guy is so easily distracted. But then he thought, his advice was completely unnecessary. During the 2 years he spent as a Special Forces soldier, Mu Yuding's physical fitness and various skills were top-notch. Especially his leg strength. If he wanted to, just one blow would be enough to kill someone. If it weren't for the old lady of the Mu family, who used both hard and soft tactics to force him to retire and return to take over the Mu group, he would have been kept in the army by his superiors. With his skills, no one could get close to him. Yichen picked up a glass of red wine and shook it lightly, and couldn't help but sigh. What kind of girl is she that has made the usually cold-hearted Hua Xiaomu lose his composure like this? Rain, who doesn't understand people's minds, is unbridled and happy. Following the navigation, half an hour later, the Bentley drove into the road where Lin Xianwan had fainted. In the car, Mu Yuding was terrifyingly silent, his fists clenched, his brows furrowed, his sharp eyes staring intently at the area illuminated by the high beams, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. After a few minutes, he saw Lin Xianwan lying in the rain. Mu Yuan, stop the car and turn around and wait for me. He is always calm, even when his heart is turbulent, his expression remains calm. Yes, sir. After getting out of the car, Mu Yuding realized that he had left in a hurry and was wearing slippers. It's in the way. He simply threw the slippers aside and ran to Lin Xianwan barefoot, patting her on the arm. Lin Xianwan, wake up. Lin Xianwan slowly opened her eyes and saw a figure in the blur. She weakly called out, Mom, and then fainted again. Mu Yuding slowly picked up the disheveled Lin Xianwan, with her hair disheveled, soaking wet, and covered in bruises, like a wounded stray cat. Mu Yuding's eyes were deep in thought. How did you get yourself into such a state? Aren't you pretty amazing? Mu Yuan had already turned the car around, and Mu Yuding quickly got into the Bentley with Lin Xiaonan in his arms. He's at the hospital. Yes, sir. Mu Yuding looked at the girl in his arms, angry and pitiful. She didn't care for herself at all, and she had just been discharged from the hospital in the morning, but now she had made herself into this state. Hey, this woman really needs a beating. If it weren't for that night, when he accidentally had intimate contact with her, he wouldn't bother with her at all. He complained in his heart, but his body was honest. He carefully wiped the water off her head with a towel, and when he got to the scar on her forehead, he was especially careful, afraid of hurting her. Mom! It's cold. Xiaonan was in a daze and had a dream. Her mother came to pick her up and she was so comfortable in her mother's arms. She leaned into Mu Yuding's arms involuntarily, mumbling indistinctly. Mom! I want to go home. Hot tears rolled down Xiaowan's eyes. She was talking nonsense. Mu Yuding touched her forehead with the back of his hand. It was burning hot, and she was seriously ill. Mu Yuding's heart hurt uncontrollably. How much suffering had this woman endured? Mu Yuan, turn around. Go home. Chapter 20, Practice moderation in your sex life. Mu family. Just as Lin Xiaonan was cleaned up and put to bed to rest, Yi Chen hurried over. Aunt Xiao, where is Mu Yuding? Mr. Yi, our young master is upstairs. Yi Chen is a hothead. Before Aunt Xiao could finish her sentence, he had already gone upstairs, heading straight for Mu Yuding's bedroom. He pushed open the door and was shocked to see Mu Yuding standing by the bed, carefully placing a towel on the girl's forehead. I'm going. Mu Yuding is notoriously clean freakish. Usually, Yi Chen sits on his bed for a while, and he gets mad and immediately throws the sheets into the trash. Today, there was a woman sleeping in his bed, and he was even applying a towel to her. What kind of stimulus did this guy get? Mu Yuding saw Yi Chen, who had barged in, and was very calm. He held his index finger to his mouth to indicate that he should not make a sound. Then he pointed to the door and made a gesture to go out. His eyes were cold and sharp, like a 1,000-year-old cold pool. Yi Chen was also very sensible, and he turned his face and went to the study to wait. A few minutes later, Mu Yuding came over. You didn't answer my calls, and I thought something had happened to you. You came here in the middle of the night, and it turns out you were hiding a beauty in your room, just enjoying yourself. You value your girlfriend over your friends. Mu Yuding didn't explain, just wiping his hair with a towel, as if he were air. Yi Chen was already used to Mu Yuding's coldness. The Mu and Yi families have been friends for generations. When they were born, the two families agreed to arrange a marriage between the two children, a boy and a girl. Unfortunately, fate did not go as planned, and both families had sons. Mu Yuding was born 3 days before Yi Chen, and the two grew up together, going to the army together. They didn't become husband and wife, but they became lifelong good brothers. This is also a fate brought about by the womb. Yi Chen is a good person in every way. He is handsome and capable, but he is a bit cheap and loves to ask about gossip. Yuding, is the girl in bed the one you asked me to check out, the one named Lin Xiaonan? Yes. Now that it matches, you can take the beauty back. At least I have a share of the credit. Let's go out and meet the little sister-in-law. Younger sister-in-law? Mu Yuding didn't bother to deny or explain, but since he was actively helping to find information, he threw him a sentence: he was in a coma. Ah. Yi Chen was in the mood, and put his hand on Mu Yuding's shoulder, teasing him with ill intent. Usually you look cold and aloof like ice, and you treat women like tigers and wolves, but I never thought you were so perverted. The girl is already weak, and you've made her like this. You're too harsh. Mu Yuding said coldly, go on, say it. I'll say it. He smacked his lips and continued, actually, I understand. You've been holding it in for 29 years, and you couldn't hold it in anymore, right? But you still need to be careful. You have a good physique, but can she take it? Look, she's passed out. Mu Yuding used to be like a lone ranger who didn't eat human food, and he was more self-disciplined than a monk when it came to not getting close to women. But these past 2 days, Mu Yuding has been acting very strangely. First, he asked him to check Lin Xiaowan's personal information, then he asked him to check Lin Xiaowan's location, and then he saw Mu Yuding lying in bed with a woman. It's no wonder Yi Chen got the wrong idea. Are you done? Yes, it's over. Mu Yuding quickly took his hand off his right shoulder, pinching his wrist hard, and Yi Chen screamed in pain. He opened his lips slightly and said one word to Yi Chen, "Get out." Yi Chen was really afraid that this hand would be disabled by this fool, so he kept showing weakness. I'll leave, just let go of my hand, it hurts so much." Mu Yuding let go of his hand, and Yi Chen was indignant. He had no intention of leaving at all. "Mu Yuding, you made the girl suffer so much and you didn't even take her to the hospital. You're really inhuman. I can't watch anymore. Are you afraid that if you take her to the hospital in the middle of the night, the paparazzi will find out and it will be on the news tomorrow? Then you can call Xian. He is a famous doctor who has studied abroad. Ask him to come to the house to give her a diagnosis. He is a family member, and he is very tight-lipped. Are you addicted to nonsense?" Mu Yuding's face instantly darkened, and his pair of cold eyes stared at him, saying in a low voice, "Such a handsome face, just add a mouth, I'll help you deal with it?" he said, picking up the utility knife on the desk. "You're serious, you're heartless." Yi Chen simply sat down in front of the desk and complained, "Look at the rain outside, don't you know you should let me stay the night? Are you sure you want to stay?" Mu Yuding moved his wrist and glanced at Yi Chen, his eyes flashing a hint of murderousness and full of threats. Yi Chen immediately conceded, stood up from his chair and took a step back. Okay, don't get angry, I'll leave on my own." Before leaving, he didn't forget to pout against the doorframe, sticking out his and teasing in a high-pitched voice, "Brother Yuding, you're so annoying. This Yi Chen is really unbeatable when he's cheap." Before Mu Yuding's fist could reach him, he quickly ran down the stairs. If he ran any slower, he would be dead. When Mu Yuding returned to the bedroom, Aunt Xiao was feeding Xianwan cold medicine with a spoon. Even though she was careful, the medicine she fed in was not as much as the medicine that came out. "Young master, young lady hasn't woken up yet. This medicine may be a bit bitter and not easy to feed." Aunt Xiao felt a bit guilty. "I'll go and try a smaller spoon." Seeing Aunt Xiao's sweaty and impatient face, Mu Yuding knew how uncooperative Lin Xianwan was with taking medicine. "Aunt Xiao, it's getting late, you should go rest, I'll do it." Auntie Xiao really couldn't help, so she simply went downstairs to make some ginger soup for the young master. When he came back with Lin Xianwan, he was soaked to the skin. A bowl of ginger soup would help to drive away the cold. Mu Yuding helped Lin Xianwan up and put her on his shoulder, and then he learned from Aunt Xiao and fed her medicine little by little. It's not as good as Aunt Xiao's. He gently pinched her cheeks, making her mouth open slightly. After a hard time, he managed to get a mouthful in, but it was spit out in less than a second. "Good, if you don't take the medicine, you'll have to get an injection." Mu Yuding usually looks cold and aloof, but he is actually quite patient. But he didn't know that Lin Xianwan had been afraid of taking medicine since she was a child. Every time she was sick as a child, the whole family had to be mobilized to coax her into taking it. Fortunately, she had a good constitution and rarely got sick. Who knew that this rare fever would happen just when Mu Yuding arrived? He has managed such a large family business, but now he can't even handle a sick girl. Mu Yuding sat by the bed, looking at her flushed little face, frowning lightly. If she keeps burning like this, she'll burn herself. He hesitated for a moment, picked up the medicine on the bedside table, took a sip in his mouth, and then pressed it against Xianwan's lips, little by little, one mouthful after another. It was much faster than using a spoon, and he had already fed her. Aunt Xiao came up to give her some ginger tea. She saw the scene from the half-open door and was very pleased. This family will finally have a female master. The medicine worked, and Lin Xianwan's fever quickly subsided, and her face returned to its normal color. He then felt relieved and leaned against the bay window for a while. Under the soft light, one was in bed and the other was in the bay window, and it was quiet. Mu Yuding rested his head on his arm and unconsciously licked his lips. The medicine was a bit bitter, but the aftertaste was sweet. Women, what a worrying species. Chapter 21 The underwear is a little small. The next day, sunlight peeped through the thin gauze window and playfully entered the bedroom, shining on the face of the little girl. She slowly opened her eyes. She had slept soundly and felt much more relaxed. She leaned against the headboard and took a look at the interior of the room. The spacious room was dominated by black, white, and gray tones. The furnishings seemed simple but were actually very carefully designed. There was nothing superfluous, and the atmosphere was very comfortable. The bay window design is particularly unique, surrounded by three sides of transparent glass, nestled in the sunlight. It looks so warm. Where is this? Xiaonuan only remembered that she had run away from Lin Qingshan's house, and then a car had driven up to her, after which she had fainted and could not remember anything. She got up, but there were no slippers by the bed. Lin Xiaonuan got out of bed barefoot, only to realize that she was wearing a sky blue men's robe. In her confusion, the door slowly opened and it was Aunt Xiao. Seeing that Xiaonuan had already gotten out of bed, she smiled and greeted her. "Miss, you're awake. Are you still dizzy?" This auntie has kind eyes and a gentle smile, which makes her seem very friendly. Xiaonuan politely replied, "No, I'm fine now." "Auntie, is this your house? Thank you for bringing me back." "No, miss, it was our young master who brought you back. I am the nanny of this family, everyone calls me Auntie Qiao." "Young master? Then who is this?" Auntie Qiao saw what was on Xiaonuan's mind and said as she made the bed, "When the young master brought you back, you were unconscious and soaking wet. I helped you clean up and changed your clothes." Xiaonuan was relieved. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Auntie Qiao." Auntie Qiao smiled and helped Xiaonuan to the bed. "This is what I should do. You had a high fever last night, and it took medicine to bring it down. You're still weak, so rest for a while." Xiaonuan obediently lay down on the bed. "Auntie Qiao, is your young master here?" Lin Xiaonuan wanted to thank him in person for saving her life. "He left for work early in the morning, and before he left, he told me to take good care of you. This young master is quite nice. He's met a good person." Aunt Xiao came downstairs to bring some breakfast. She didn't know what kind of porridge it was, but it was very refreshing and delicious. Xiaonuan hadn't eaten since yesterday and was really hungry. She ate 4 bowls in one go. Aunt Xiao was beside herself with joy. The young master has chosen a good wife. Unlike some young ladies who are so fussy about their food that it seems like they have a grudge against it, this young lady is so easygoing. She is a straightforward person, which is a good thing. Xiaonuan wanted to eat another bowl, but Aunt Xiao stopped her. "Miss, you just recovered, you can't eat too much at once. If you like it, I'll make it for you again tonight." "Okay. Aunt Xiao, I'm just a normal kid, not some big miss. You can just call me Xiaonuan." Aunt Xiao looked at the girl in front of her, and the more she looked, the more she liked her. "Xiaonuan, what a wonderful name. Our young master is cold and aloof, and you can warm him up." The entire Mu family, from the old lady to the chauffeur and nanny, are always worrying about the young master's marriage, always afraid that he will be left alone. Mu Yuding arrived at the Mu group at 7:30 a.m. and, as usual, began to work after the morning meeting. Assistant he knocked on the door with a folder in his hand. "Mr. Mu, General Manager Du of Wanli Mall has been asking to meet you several times. Would you like to see him today? He has a slot available at 11 a.m. He's here again?" "Yes, the security guard said he came early this morning and has been waiting." "Old fox." Mu Yuding knocked on his desk, thought for a few seconds, and said coldly, "No." Assistant he had just left the room when Yichen came in. Although Yichen was a bit of a scoundrel, he still took care of his appearance at work, and he looked very serious in his black casual suit. Mu Yuding glanced at him sideways. He was wearing sunglasses in the office. Had he been beaten up? Yichen sat across from Mu Yuding, took off his sunglasses, pointed to his eyes, and complained, "I was so angry with you last night that I didn't sleep at all. Look at my dark circles. If you didn't know, you would think I was overindulging in sex. By the way, how is your little sister-in-law?" Yichen started to behave badly again. As soon as Lin Xiaonuan woke up, Aunt Xiao called Mu Xiao. He was in a good mood today and didn't want to argue with Yichen. He closed his laptop and got up to go out. "Where are you going?" "It's time for work." Mu Yuding patted Yichen on the shoulder and didn't tell him, only telling him to keep an eye on the finance department. Although Yichen's behavior was not appropriate, his ability was definitely not inferior to Mu Yuding's. Although the two of them argue and fight, their mutual trust is engraved in their bones. Mu Yuding is at ease with the company in his hands. Jiangcheng is not a big city, but it is home to many wealthy people, and there are naturally many luxury stores, which are concentrated in the most prosperous central area. In no time, Mr. Mu's speeding car appeared in front of the women's clothing store. When he goes out alone, he is low-key, and low-key. But his innate aristocratic temperament could not be low-keyed. As soon as he arrived at the door of the women's clothing store, two saleswomen came out to greet him with a springtime look on their faces. One went to pour tea, and the other stared at Mu Yuding with a charming smile and a sweet voice. "Sir, the new summer models in our store are all limited editions. May I introduce them to you?" Mu Yuding narrowed his eyes and didn't even look at her, coldly saying, "No." Although the saleswoman is not a rich person, she has seen many rich people, but this is the first time she has seen such a cocky man. He was cold and intimidating. Mu Yuding walked around the store, his tall figure exuding a powerful aura, his piercing gaze sweeping over every piece of clothing. This, wrap it up. It's hard for him to buy clothes for a girl for the first time, even though he's almost 30. However, the more difficult part was still to come. He hadn't bought any underwear or pajamas. Mu Yuding had never done this before. He took a deep breath and plucked up the courage to go ahead. Women are a troublesome species. Not far away was a luxury lingerie store. Who would have thought that the person who would greet him after entering the store would not be a saleswoman, but a handsome male salesperson? Brother Gue. The luxury goods sales industry is really competitive these days. Mu Yuding pointed to a set of black underwear in the middle of the showroom. Generally, the best ones are placed in this position, so let's take it. Sir, this is a limited edition, and only C-cups are left. What C and not C? Mu Yuding nodded in a way that seemed to understand. When he paid, Mu Yuding took a formal look at the underwear and muttered to himself, "It seems a little small." "This is small?" The sales assistant was a little surprised. "What size do you usually wear? What is your breast shape like? Do you have a pair of breasts?" Mu Yuding's face darkened, staring at the cabinet brother. "You talk too much, your gaze is fierce, it is daunting." The brother had never seen such a murderous look before, and his face turned pale. He took the black card that Mu Yuding handed him with a trembling hand. It was a long time after Mu Yuding left that the cabinet brother finally recovered. Usually, the female tycoons who came to buy underwear were all coaxed around by him. What a bad day. Chapter 22. He's starting to look like a human. Aunt Xiao had just put lunch on the table when Mu Yuding walked in. He is a notorious workaholic, and he rarely eats dinner at home, let alone lunch. Aunt Xiao was secretly pleased. Having someone to care about is different. Not seeing him for an entire morning made her miss her daughter-in-law. That's progress. Mu Yuding handed the shopping bag to Aunt Xiao, and asked her to wash it and bring it up to her later. Okay. Is she awake? The young lady is awake and in much better spirits. She has eaten some congee. Auntie Xiao didn't know that the young master was coming home for dinner, so she only prepared some light meals. While the young master was washing his hands, she quickly fried a steak for him with olive oil and made a vegetable salad. Mu Yuding is good at this. Although he is cold and arrogant, he is not picky about food. After he was seated, Aunt Xiao volunteered to say, "Miss is still resting upstairs. I'll go and get her to come down for dinner." "No need. I don't like strangers at the table." Mu Yuding's voice was cold. Aunt Xiao was speechless. "You don't like strangers, but you brought the little girl back. You don't like her, but you fed her medicine mouth to mouth. You guarded her all night, and you didn't like her, but you bought her clothes back." But these words were only Aunt Xiao's ventriloquism, and she would never dare say them out loud. "Then I'll take the food upstairs to the young lady." This is what Mu Yuding meant. He didn't want her to run up and down the stairs, so he was concerned but didn't say so. While Xiaonuan was eating, Aunt Xiao sat next to her and chatted with her, thinking that she would take the dishes down after she finished eating. Xiaonuan had never received such treatment before and was quite embarrassed. Just as she finished eating, Mu Yuding came in from the door, coughed lightly, and asked Aunt Xiao, "Where's my cup?" The arrogant expression seemed to say, "I came to get a cup, not to see someone." When she saw him, she was so surprised that her mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. "How did you get here, nouveau riche? What do you think?" Mu Yuding's face was as cold as ice. "This stupid woman, asking me why I'm here in my own home. Is there a more stupid question in the world? I took care of her last night." He looked at Xiaonuan casually, and her face was much more rosy than yesterday. Her ponytail was tied up high and neat, full of youthful vitality. "She looks like a human being now." A nouveau riche? Auntie Chow thought, is this a nickname between the two of them? It's quite special. No, they looked like they were about to fight, like they had a grudge against each other. Auntie Chow quickly tugged at Xianwan's clothes. Miss, this is our young master. He's the one who saved you. What? You've all seen a mass casualty scene, right? That's what Xianwan looks like now. Xianwan never dreamed that she was saved by this guy. It was so embarrassing. He opened the door in a really embarrassing way. Xianwan came back to her senses. She had to thank the man who had saved her. Xianwan bowed deeply to Mu Yuding and said sincerely, "Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you in the future. I have to go back to school first. Goodbye." After the night at the hotel, the person Xianwan was most afraid of seeing was this guy, and she would avoid him if she could. But her forehead, which had been injured by Lu Yuan, had not yet recovered. In addition, she had been in the rain and had a high fever yesterday. The bow she had just taken was too hard, causing a momentary lack of blood supply to the brain. Xianwan suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell. Fortunately, Aunt Xiao caught her in time from behind and said anxiously, "Miss, are you okay?" Xianwan grabbed Aunt Xiao's arm, her head aching, but she comforted Aunt Xiao, saying, "It's okay, I'll be fine after I calm down a bit." Mu Yuding's heart tightened for a moment. He wanted to hug her, but when he saw that Aunt Xiao had already helped her, he was relieved and pretended not to see it. Aunt Xiao helped Xianwan sit down on the sofa. At this time, Mu Yuding's phone rang, and he went out to answer the call. After a while, Xianwan suddenly realized that she was still wearing a man's robe. She looked at Aunt Xiao and asked, "Aunt Xiao, can you lend me some clothes to wear? I'll wash them and bring them back to you when I get to school." Auntie Xiao took Xianwan's hand and said, "Of course, young lady, but you are still weak, you can't leave yet, stay a few more days." "No need, Auntie Xiao, thank you for being so nice to me. I will come visit you often in the future." Auntie Xiao was really worried about her. "When Master brought you home yesterday, you were unconscious and had a high fever. You were talking nonsense and it scared me. Fortunately, Master gave you medicine and you got better. You still haven't recovered yet, so you must rest more." "The medicine he gave me?" Xianwan asked in surprise. She was afraid of taking medicine and would vomit after taking a little. When she was sick as a child, her mother couldn't even feed her medicine. How did he manage to do it? Before Auntie Chow could say anything, Mu Yuding walked in after finishing his phone call and said coldly, "Give her medicine? Do I have nothing better to do?" There was no warmth in his voice, as if he wanted to freeze her. He glanced at Xianwan in the corner of his eye, saw that she was fine, and then took the cup on the coffee table and left the room with confidence. Aunt Xiao couldn't bear to watch his cold indifference. Last night, Auntie Chow came up to give her some ginger tea and saw with her own eyes the young master giving Xianwan medicine from mouth to mouth. Now he is being stubborn and won't admit it. Auntie Chow quickly explained to Xianwan, "Miss, our young master is just like this. He may seem cold, but he is actually a very good person. He just doesn't know how to express himself." Seeing that Xianwan was silent, Aunt Xiao took her hand and continued to persuade her, "I really don't want you to leave in this condition. If something happens to you on the way, I won't be able to rest easy. Just stay and chat with me, okay? Good girl?" Aunt Xiao's words were so warm and caring, like a mother's, that they almost made Xianwan cry. She nodded repeatedly and agreed. Auntie Xiao was so intent on keeping her, not only because she really liked this girl, but also because she had watched Mu Yuding grow up. She knew him too well. He was almost 30, and the girls who chased after him lined up, but who had he ever looked at? But when the young master brought this girl back yesterday, his worried expression was unmistakable. He was definitely interested in this girl. The young master is 29 years old, and children of his age are already playing with soy sauce. This marriage must not be missed. I have to help the young master. Aunt Xiao looked at the girl in front of her. Her face was fresh and rosy, and Aunt Xiao had recently been watching the TV series Do You Know, and thought that Shang Minglan in it was already good looking enough. But this young lady is even more beautiful than words can describe. Young master really has good taste. In the evening, Aunt Xiao came to the bedroom with a stack of clothes and a light purple bag. "Miss, this is the clothes that the young master bought at noon. I've washed them all. Do they fit?" "Aunt Xiao, you can just call me Shanwan." It sounds strange to call me miss. Okay, from now on I'll call you Xiaonuan. Auntie Chow put the clothes on the bed with a smile and said, try them on. Oh, I've been so busy today that I forgot to get you slippers. If it wasn't for the young master calling to remind me, I wouldn't have remembered. I'm getting old and forgetful. Don't mind me. Mu Yuding called Aunt Xiao to ask her to find a pair of slippers for her, but he also asked her not to say too much. Aunt Xiao only remembered the first part of the sentence. It's fine, Auntie Xiao. It's summer, and it's cooler to go barefoot. This girl is really understanding. Since there were no slippers for the lady in the house, Auntie Xiao found a pair of slippers for the young master to wear. She was happy while looking for them. She felt that there would soon be a lady of the house, and the large house would instantly become much warmer. After Aunt Xiao left, Xiaonuan looked at the clothes on the bed. The small light purple bag next to it aroused her curiosity. She opened it and found a set of exquisite black underwear. Xiaonuan's face flushed instantly. Did he buy it? Even the size was perfect. How did he know my size? It must have been that night. It's embarrassing. Chapter 23 Suspender Pajamas. Lin Xuanxuan's home. When Zhang Liyun saw Wu Ma, who had been knocked unconscious by Xiaonuan, she was furious. It wasn't that she felt sorry for Wu Ma, but that if Lin Xiaonuan ran away, Mayor Ma would definitely not let them off. Useless thing, what's the point of raising you? Scolding won't solve the problem. Zhang Liyun rolled her eyes and thought of a plan. There are many beautiful women, and Mayor Ma needs company tonight, so she definitely can't ruin his mood. As for Lin Xiaonuan, she can run, but she won't get away from me. Zhang Liyun ran to the living room on the third floor, smiled mysteriously, and whispered in Mayor Ma's ear. Mayor Ma's face darkened, obviously unhappy, but then his eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly, unable to wait to go to the guest room. In the guest room, a young woman was lying on the bed sideways. Although her appearance was much worse than Lin Xiaonuan's, her body was very well proportioned. Mayor Ma pounced on her like a hungry wolf. The next morning, looking at the red stains on the bedsheet, Mayor Ma was satisfied, smoking a cigarette and squinting to savor the memory. When sending the mayor off, Zhang Liyun deliberately mentioned the 500 million yuan. The mayor is an old fox. Ah, this is no problem. Didn't I say yesterday that I would let Miss Lin Xiaonuan have time to personally deliver the information, or wait until Miss Xiaonuan marries my son, and I will sign it immediately? Although Zhang Liyun was given a piece of meat, it was not the one that had been agreed upon. Meat and meat have different flavors, so how could he be willing to accept it? After Mayor Ma left, Zhang Liyun mobilized all her connections to find Lin Xiaonuan. If I can't find this bitch, I'll write my last name backwards. Mu Yuding rotated the pen in his hand, and his cell phone buzzed. The information has been sent to your email. Mu Yuding pressed print, and several sheets of blank paper jumped out one by one. He picked them up and walked to the window to read them all. Lin Qinshan, Zhang Liyun, Lin Xianxian, Mayor Ma. Such a big trap, no wonder she was drugged that night, no wonder she fainted in a dress on the side of the road last night, it turns out. A loan of 500 million, this woman is quite valuable. Mu Yuding's face turned black, his temple veins bulged, and his gentle and elegant face shot out a terrifying murderous light. Who dares to touch me? They must be tired of living. Mu Yuan knocked on the door and saw that the young master's face was not right. Without asking the reason, he only asked, "Young master, what do you need me to do?" "Nothing." "Did you get the phone?" Lin Xiaonuan's phone had been dropped at the Shangpin Hotel, so he sent Mu Yuan to find it. The waiters all denied having picked up the phone, but there were ways to find it if you wanted to. He found it and handed it over. It was an old model from 4 years ago, and in today's market, it would be worth at most a stainless steel basin. But when Lin Xiaonuan found out that her phone was lost that day, she was so upset that tears were rolling in her eyes. Mu Yuding saw it in her eyes and remembered it in his heart. She thinks that good things are good, and there is no need for a reason. "Mu Xiao, Auntie Chow just called to ask if you're coming home for dinner?" Mu Yuan wanted to say that Miss Lin is at home. "No, I have another business dinner later." As he walked out of the office, Mu Yuan muttered, "Socializing is more important than my wife?" Achoo, achoo. Xiaonuan sneezed twice in the lobby while watching Do You Know, with Aunt Xiao. "Little Muan, go wash up and take a break. The young master won't be back for a while." "Don't. Wait. I'm not waiting for him. I'm here to watch TV with you. These two are a pair of jokers. Aunt Xiao turned off the TV. It's already 10:30. If you don't go to bed soon, you'll have insomnia. You haven't fully recovered yet. Okay. Good night, Auntie Xiao. Good night, have sweet dreams. After taking a bath, she changed into the pajamas that Mu Yuding bought for her. When she touched the material, she knew it was Nanjing brocade. She had the opportunity to see it once when she was taking a class. Her teacher had said that Nanjing brocade was the highest grade of silk, followed by shoe brocade. These are all worn by the rich, and it's a waste to wear such good clothes yourself. The pajamas are a two-piece set, with a V-neck camisole dress inside and a robe outside. Because the air conditioning was not turned up high, the room was slightly warm, so she only wore the camisole dress inside. It was like it was made for her. The length is just right, between the middle of the thigh and the knee, accentuating her already long, straight, white legs. The flowing fabric makes her slim waist even more slender and feminine, and the two soft, full breasts stand out, barely visible. Even supermodels can't look better than this. She had no time to admire her good figure in the mirror. She had a lot of things on her mind, and she just escaped. How could Zhang Lian let herself go so easily? She had lost her cell phone, and the one that Mu Yuding had given her had also been lost. God knows how many times Zhang Lian had called her. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and she couldn't sleep at all. She decided to wash the robe she had just taken off. Although it was his clothes, she had worn it for a whole day, so she should wash it clean for him. She was thinking about something while she was washing the clothes, sighing 3 times, so much so that she didn't know when Mu Yuding came in. He didn't say a word, leaning against the bathroom doorframe with his hands folded in front of his chest, watching Lin Xiaonuan sigh and rub her clothes. A faint smile was on the corner of his mouth, a bit handsome and a bit sassy. Do you have a grudge against my clothes? Ghost. Xiaonuan was startled by the eerie sound. When she saw it was him, she panicked. People can scare people to death, you know? Mu Yuding's eyes were bright, and he smiled seductively. His handsome face was a bit cynical. I don't know. Is that a reason? That's ridiculous. She didn't want to deal with him, so she got up and went to look for a hanger, completely forgetting that she was wearing an exposed nightgown. Her amazing figure was faintly visible in the thin skirt, graceful and beautiful. The man leaning against the doorframe was shocked. He had just picked out a pair of pajamas at random, and the effect was perfect. His ears were burning, and somewhere in his body, he had an uncontrollable reaction, almost erecting a tent. Fortunately, he was able to control it with his mind. This woman really needs a beating. I bought her 2 sets of pajamas, but she insists on wearing this one. She's showing off everywhere, as if she's afraid that no one will see. Can you put out the fire if you get angry? Mu Xiao, you're clearly blaming others for your own troubles. When he bought Xiaonuan pajamas, he was embarrassed and didn't even look at them. He just pointed at the one that was more revealing than the other. If Xiaonuan had worn that set, he probably wouldn't have been able to control himself. Besides, she was wearing a nightgown in her bedroom, not going around. But you came in yourself. Seeing Mu Yuding's fiery gaze, Xiaonuan suddenly realized the problem and quickly grabbed the robe and put it on, tightened the clothes at her chest, and blushed and said, "What are you looking at?" Mu Yuding was arrogant and proud, snorted, and was so skinny that he looked like a bamboo stick. What was there to see? His mouth is harder than a dead duck's mouth. Chapter 24 Advanced Pancreatic Cancer. You get out. Xiaonuan was so angry that she was fuming. This seems to be my room. Mu Yuding smiled smugly, like a child who had won an argument. Then I'll go find Aunt Xiao to sleep. Xiaonuan was serious, and she was about to leave. Mu Yuding realized that he had indeed gone too far, and grabbed her arm. He pulled out the phone that Xiaonuan had lost, as if by magic. She was so happy to get her phone back that she almost jumped up, forgetting all about the previous quarrel. She grabbed Mu Yuding's arm and said in surprise, "Where did you find it?" Mu Yuding looked at the silly and lovely girl in front of him. If she cares about something, she will find it no matter how difficult it is. But how could he say such soft words? He opened his lips lightly and happened to pick it up. The voice was cool and pleasant, but it sounded like it came from a block of ice. After speaking, he turned and went to the study. The next morning, Mu Yuding did not have the habit of sleeping in, and even though it was the weekend, he got up early to go for a run, which was incredibly disciplined. Lin Xianwan was overjoyed to have her phone back last night, but when she turned it on, it was full of messages from Zhang Liyun, full of threats, one more terrifying than the next. She hadn't slept all night and only felt a little sleepy in the early morning. Aunt Xiao wanted to wake her up for breakfast, but Mu Yuding stopped her, telling her to leave her alone. He seemed indifferent, but he was actually afraid of disturbing her rest. After breakfast, Mu Yuding's phone vibrated, and it was the director of the hospital, Zhang. Mu Yuding answered the phone as he walked out of the door. Yes. Mu Xiao, do you have time to come over? Dean Zhang was very cautious and his voice was very low. He stopped walking up the stairs in an instant, feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't ask any further. He knew the dean well, and he was reliable and measured in his work. Since he didn't say anything on the phone, it meant that this matter was very serious. See you in half an hour. Mu Yuding was decisive and efficient. All the way, he kept his brows knitted and his expression grave. Could it be that there was something wrong with Lin Xianwan's head examination that day? No, if that were the case, Dean Zhang could have said so on the phone. Could it be? When the car arrived at the Heian hospital, Dean Zhang was already waiting in the VLP channel. After Mu Yuding followed him into the office, Dean Zhang locked the door and handed Mu Yuding a report, his tone heavy. Mr. Mu, the tests the old lady had done before were not very good. You should be prepared for the worst. It's pancreatic cancer. It's in the advanced stage, and the situation is worse than I expected. Impossible, my grandmother has always been in good health. Mu Yuding interrupted the dean before he finished. Mu Xiao, I know you can't accept it right now. When the results came out, I couldn't accept it either. The old lady has been kind to me, and I hope she lives a long life, just like you. But the old lady doesn't know her condition yet. I'm letting you know first. Are you sure? Could it be a misdiagnosis? I contacted a team of experts in the United States and sent them the test data. They replied a week later with the same results. Mu Yuding didn't believe it, but a layer of white fog had already appeared in front of him. Grandma had always had regular checkups, so how could she have been diagnosed with terminal cancer so quickly? Director Zhang took out a set of images and explained. This type of cancer is very cunning. In the early stages, the patient does not feel any obvious abnormalities, making it difficult to detect. The old lady came to me with a low-grade fever some time ago. I thought something was wrong and persuaded the old lady to have a bone marrow puncture. I never expected to find out that it was in the advanced stage. It was all my fault. I should have had her do a thorough checkup a long time ago. Dean Zhang felt very guilty. Mu Yuding knew his grandmother well. When people get old, they hate going to the hospital. Every time she had a physical examination, Mu Yuding would make it a condition that she meet a potential husband. Please treat her with the best medical team in the world. He looked determined, and he was willing to use all his assets to cure his grandmother. Mu Xiao, given the current condition of the old lady, even if she goes abroad, the hope of a cure is very slim. Mu Yuding grabbed Zhang's collar with a firm grip, his eyes filled with sadness. Say that again. President Zhang understood Mu Xiao's temper and lowered his head in silence. It always takes time to accept things. Mu Yuding gradually regained his senses, let go, and his eyes were deep and dark. How much time does grandma have left? At most 3 months. Spend more time with your grandmother. The advanced stage of pancreatic cancer was like a knife in Mu Yuding's heart, and the 3 months were like a handful of salt on his wound. Mu Yuding was silent for a long time. Before leaving, his voice was hoarse. I don't need to explain it to you, do I? President Zhang saw him off. Don't worry, Mu Xiao, this concerns the Mu Group. I know what I'm doing and won't say a word. Yes. Once the old lady's condition is spread, the Mu Group will definitely set off a wave. Some people have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Mu Yuding sat in the hospital garden for a long time before returning to the car. Mu Yuan saw the swollen eyes of the young master and dared not say much, only silently accompanying the young master in the car. Mu Yuan, let me ask you a question. Mu Xiao leaned against the car window, staring out the window. He no longer had the cold arrogance of the past, like a helpless lion, his vacant eyes making people feel sad. What do you think, young master? If you knew you only had 3 months left, how would you live? Mu Xiao had never said such a sad thing. This was just after he had left the hospital. Mu Yuan, who didn't understand what was going on, cried and said in a quavering voice, "Master, is there something wrong with my physical examination?" "No." Oh, Mu Yuan was relieved, but immediately became nervous again. "Master, did you find something wrong? With this IQ, even the dead can be brought back to life by him." Mu Yuding sighed. If. Although he was scolded, Mu Yuan was much happier. "I understand, sir. If, that scared me to death. If I only have 3 months to live, I will enjoy these 3 months, fulfill my unfulfilled wishes, spend more time with my family, and I definitely won't accept treatment. I don't want to wait to die in a cold hospital bed with tubes all over my body." Mu Yuan was telling the truth, and this is also the voice of the majority of people. Mu Xiao listened carefully and thoughtfully. Mu Yuding did not return to the company, but went directly to his grandmother's house. Halfway there, he made a special phone call. "Grandma, are you home? I'm coming to see you." When the old lady heard her grandson's voice, she laughed and scolded, "You little rascal, you really know how to pick a day. Every time I'm not at home, you want to come see me." The old lady was out shopping with her old friend and would not be back for a while. "Buy whatever you like. Don't be stingy." Mu Yuding said, "I'll come over and accompany you." "You little rascal, the sun is shining from the west. You're acting strange today. Tell me, what kind of trouble do you need Grandma to help you with?" Chapter 25 Who was Mao Dan? It's not surprising that Grandma thinks so much. Every time she goes shopping, this grandson always stops her. It's too noisy and unsafe outside. He would send someone to deliver her daily necessities on a regular basis. That's why she would go shopping in secret. Now he seems like a different person. "There's nothing wrong, I just miss you and want to eat the dumplings you make." Although Mu Yuding is usually cold and arrogant, when he speaks sweetly, it's like eating honey, it's so annoying. Seeing that the old lady was so happy, he took advantage of the opportunity to propose. "Grandma, why don't you move in with me? I'm happy that you're so filial, but your villa is too big and lonely. I really can't get used to it. It's much more lively living in this old alley. If you really want to make me happy, then hurry up and find a wife. When you get married, I'll move in to help you raise your children. This is my greatest wish." If it were any other day, he would have found an excuse to hang up the phone when she started nagging him about marriage, but today, he listened to every word she said. "Grandma, I'll get married in 3 days, okay? 3 days. It seems that you have a goal." The old lady pressed her advantage. "Are you serious? If you dare to lie to me, I'll break your legs." "I promise." Grandma doesn't have much time left, so this is all he can do. If Grandma is happy, she might be able to hang on a little longer. Grandma doesn't know her own condition, and he doesn't plan to tell her. It seems that if he doesn't tell her, she won't leave. After hanging up the phone, Madame Mu proudly waved her phone at Director Zhang. "We both have good acting skills," and the kid fell for it. What cancer, what terminal stage, what less than 3 months? It turns out that all of this was the old lady forcing Dean Zhan to act. The night Mu Xiao brought Lin Xianwan back, Yi Chen, the big mouth, went to report to the old lady. The old lady was so happy that she was afraid her silly grandson would miss this marriage, so she went to great lengths to plan this. She had not been shopping with her old friend, but had been at the N hospital. When Mu Yuding and President Zhang were talking, she was listening in the next room. Director Zhang smiled wryly. "The old is still the best. The old lady doesn't care if the ginger is spicy or not, what matters most is that her grandson can marry a wife." Over the years, she has arranged countless blind dates for this rascal, both overtly and covertly. He has arranged blind dates for him with all kinds of girls, the ladylike type, the pure type, the royal type, the wide-bodied type, the fat type, the good-breeding type. But he never showed up. He only agreed to meet her when she coaxed the old lady into going for a medical checkup. Later, the old lady found out that Yi Chen had gone for him. If she hadn't heard from Yi Chen that Yu Ting had brought a girl back and they were living together, she would have suspected that her grandson was gay. The Mu family will be extinct in the future. Now that she has finally found a girl who was willing to come home with her, the old lady must seize the opportunity to get the two of them married as soon as possible. Otherwise, what if the girl finds out about his eccentric and aloof personality and decides not to be with him? He's already 29, he's going to be a real bachelor. Lin Xiaonan woke up at noon. Auntie Qiao had already started lunch, so she went over to her with some embarrassment and helped her beat the eggs. Auntie Qiao is the most understanding person. She handed her a piece of cake and a glass of milk, saying, "You must be hungry. Eat this to fill you up. We'll eat later." Xiaonan took it and thanked Aunt Qiao. Is he home? Him? The young master? He's been in his study since he got back. He'll come down for lunch. Auntie Qiao was secretly pleased. This young man is really annoying. He misses her so much that he can't stand it when he's not with her. Yesterday, she didn't clean the guest room for the young master, and when he came back, he didn't call her. Auntie Qiao thought that the two of them had slept in the same room last night. Aunt Qiao, I'm fine now. I'm really going back to school later. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days. Ah? Still going back? Or did you really not like our young master? Auntie Qiao was reluctant, but she didn't know how to stop him. At this moment, an old lady with silver hair and simple clothes walked in. Old lady, you're here. Auntie Qiao was both surprised and delighted. This old lady was truly a timely rain. Without waiting for Auntie Qiao to introduce her, the old lady walked over and took Muan's hand, asking kindly, "You must be Mao Dan's fiancé, right?" When Mu Yuding was born, the old lady said that boys in a family should not be spoiled. It is easy to raise a boy with a name like Daniel, Taidan, Goa, Erlingzi, etc. So, the relatively more elegant name Mao Dan became Mu Yuding's nickname. Xiaonan was dumbfounded. Mao Dan? Aunt Qiao explained that this was the young master's nickname. Ha ha. A nouveau riche is called Mao Dan? It turns out that his surname is Mao, and this name is not as good as a nouveau riche. The old lady looked carefully at the girl in front of her. Her skin was as white as snow, her features were delicate and flawless without any makeup, her eyes were pure and clear, and her temperament was fresh. She is really likable. Our Mao Dan has really excellent taste. Xiaonan was still thinking about the word fiancé that the old lady had said. The old lady must have mistaken someone else. Xiaonan hurriedly said, "Grandma, you're mistaken. His fiancé isn't here." Grandma interrupted her, "Good girl, I understand everything. You young people nowadays like to keep your love affairs secret from your families, and you like to have secret marriages. You don't want to make your relationship public, and you still want to test my grandson, right? Grandma, that's not true at all." Lin Xiaonan tried to explain. But the old lady didn't give her a chance to finish her sentence. "Good girl, don't say any more. Grandma understands everything. You're worried that he'll change his mind because he has money, right? Don't worry, Grandma is here. If he dares to fool around with other women, I'll break his legs." Lin Xiaonan was embarrassed and thought to herself, "What does this have to do with me? Whether he is flirting with other women or not has nothing to do with me." Grandma didn't let her speak at all. It seemed that there was no way to explain the situation. Xiaonan thought to herself, the best plan is to run away. Her hand had been held by the old lady, and she was about to make an excuse to go to the bathroom and then quietly leave. Who knew that at this time, Mu Yuding came down from upstairs. He saw the old lady and shouted with a bright smile, "Grandma, why are you here?" Grandma was beaming with joy. "You said you were getting married in 3 days, so I was afraid you wouldn't keep your word, so I came to see you. I never thought you would find such a good granddaughter-in-law for me." He looked at the two of them, Xiaonan and Mu Yuding, with joy in his heart. They are a perfect match. Xiaonan was shocked. "Where is my mother? This is not the same as that. She just left the Lin family's den of wolves and jumped into this tiger's den." Mu Yuding saw Lin Xiaonuan's expression and knew that this woman was about to cause trouble. "Aunt Xiao, help Grandma to eat first." Mu Yuding deliberately sent Grandma away. Then he took Lin Xiaonuan's arm, his eyes deep and sincere. "I have something to tell you, come with me." Before Xiaonan could react, Mu Yuding pulled her into the innermost room on the first floor and closed the door. "What are you doing?" Xiaonan asked in a stern voice, and her body unconsciously took a step back. Mu Yuding took a step forward, locked his eyes on Lin Xiaonan, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said leisurely, "What do you think? Grandma and Aunt Xiao are right outside. If you dare to do anything, I'll scream." Xiaonan thought this guy was up to no good. Mu Yuding sneered and withdrew his gaze. You overestimate yourself. I'm not interested in a woman like you. I thank you. Xianwan retorted, and she was about to walk out. Before she could touch the doorknob, she heard Mu Yuding's cold voice from behind her. Do me a favor? What kind of favor? Xianwan stopped and turned around. Mu Yuding looked serious and pretended to be my fiancé. Later, when Grandma said something, you listen to everything she says and don't argue. What? Xianwan's face was full of disbelief. I saved you. Twice. Don't you always say you want to repay me? This is not too much to ask. Although Xianwan hated this cold and arrogant guy with a weird personality, she had no problem with what he said. You always have to pay back what you owe. She owes Mu Yuding money and also owes him a favor. She can't pay him back right now, so she can pay him back with a favor. Okay, I can help you, but why do you want me to pretend to be your fiancé? Can't your fiancé come today? Xianwan asked in puzzlement. I'll tell you after Grandma leaves. Okay. The two of them came to the dining table. Mu Yuding wanted to sit next to his grandmother, but she pushed him away. I want to sit with my granddaughter-in-law, she said, pulling Xianwan to the seat next to her. This daughter-in-law, she likes her from the bottom of her heart. At the table, Mu Yuding would occasionally help his grandmother by carefully peeling the shrimp and dipping them in sauce before handing them to her, helping her with the cold soup, and speaking to her in a gentle and patient manner. Xianwan thought to herself, he seems cold and distant, but I didn't expect him to be so filial. Chapter 26 How do you know so much about my business? Xianwan quickly ate the rice in her bowl, didn't pick up any vegetables, and didn't dare to speak, for fear of saying the wrong thing. She just wanted to quickly help Mu Yuding finish the play and leave. Seeing that Mao Dan only picked food for himself and didn't know how to pick food for his wife, the old lady glanced at him and gave him a look. Mu Yuding also understood what his grandmother meant and obediently obeyed, placing a piece of pork in Xianwan's bowl. Thank you. Although she knew it was an act, Xianwan blushed. Grandma saw this and was very happy. Fortunately, during this meal, the old lady only asked her to eat more and didn't ask any questions. She only asked her name and then praised her name as being beautiful. She passed with flying colors. After dinner, the old lady took her into the living room and took out an old-fashioned jewelry box from her bag. She opened it and inside was a gold hairpin with a hollowed-out butterfly and a green gemstone as a pendant. The hairpin was not new, but the workmanship was exquisite, and it was not a simple craft product at first glance. Without saying a word, the old lady inserted the hairpin into Xianwan's bun, looked at it carefully, and said it was perfect. This is the only thing I have to give you as a gift on our first meeting. This hairpin was given to me by my family when I got married. There were 2 of them, and I have been saving this one for my granddaughter-in-law. Today, I can finally give it to you. This hairpin is extraordinary at first glance. Xianwan is just helping with the acting, and she dares not accept it. She frowned and looked to Mu Yuding for help, signaling him to confess quickly. She really couldn't continue acting. Mu Yuding, however, acted as if nothing had happened, calmly patting his grandmother on the shoulder. Girl, what are you looking at him for? This is from your grandmother. It has nothing to do with him. Keep it. The old lady thought that Xianwan was afraid of her grandson and didn't dare to accept it. Grandma, I really can't accept this. The old lady was anxious. Xianwan, this object is a bit old. It is said to be an old Qing dynasty object, but this is a token of my affection, you can't reject it. Qing dynasty. Then it's even more reason not to accept it. Xianwan quickly took off the hairpin and handed it to the old lady. The old lady pushed it back to Xianwan, and the 2 of them kept passing it back and forth. Mu Yuding took it and looked at it carefully. It was indeed a good object. You all don't have to give it to me. Seeing that Xianwan was determined not to accept it, the old lady said, okay, if she's too embarrassed to accept it, you can keep it for her and put it on her yourself on her wedding day. Xianwan did her duty as an actress and lowered her head without daring to speak. Mu Yuding looked at her with a smile in his eyes. The old lady saw this and was overjoyed. She decided to strike while the iron was hot. Mao Dan, didn't you say you were getting married in 3 days? In my opinion, why don't we go get the certificate today? I checked when I came, and today is a lucky day. Get a marriage certificate? Xianwan was stunned and dumbfounded. She had only agreed to do a favor for the nouveau riche, to play his fiancée, but she never imagined that it would be so serious. Getting a marriage certificate is no joke. She thought that Mu Yuding would explain it to her grandmother, but who knew that Mu Yuding would say, "I know, Grandma." Xianwan thought to herself, since he agreed, maybe his fiancée will be here soon. Anyway, I'm just a temporary performer, so it's none of my business. After the old lady left, Xianwan was relieved and said goodbye to Mu Yuding, saying that I have helped you as much as I can, and you can handle the rest yourself. I have to go back to school, goodbye. Mu Yuding seemed to have not heard, and said imperiously, "Come with me to the study." The tone was not a discussion, but an order, and he didn't give you the chance to refuse. He turned around and went upstairs before the words had finished. If it weren't for the fact that he was her savior, she would have ignored him. She chased after him angrily to the study on the second floor, glaring at the arrogant Mu Yuding. If it weren't illegal to eat people, she would be the first to eat this nouveau riche. Say it. Let me come up. What's the matter? This woman looked so cute when she was angry. A trace of tenderness flashed in Mu Yuding's eyes, but it was fleeting. He looked at her face with deep eyes, his lips slightly parted, and said 4 words in a light tone: "Marry me and continue to act as my wife." Lin Xianwan was so surprised that she doubted her own life, thinking that something was wrong with her ears. She stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. Marry? Continue acting? Are you addicted to acting? It's fine that I helped you act as your fiancé just now, but now you're going too far. Mu Yuding didn't care about her reaction. He slowly handed her a stack of documents from his desk, saying, "You came to Jiangqing to study at the age of 17, hoping to have someone to rely on, so you went to your uncle Lin Qingshan, but in their eyes, you were not even worth a maid. You borrowed 800,000 yuan from them to pay for your mother's surgery, and Zhang Liyun took the opportunity to make you sign an agreement, which was equivalent to a contract of sale. You swallowed your anger and humiliation to pay for your mother's medical expenses, but your cousin Lin Xianxian treated you like a thorn in her side, bullying you openly and secretly stealing your boyfriend. Your boyfriend, or rather, your ex-boyfriend Lu Yuan, was no better. In order to please the young lady, the two of them conspired to drug you. Worse still, in order to secure a loan of 500 million yuan, Zhang Liyun threatened you with the agreement, asking you to marry the son of Mayor Ma, who was actually a senile old lecher. Then you escaped and fainted on the side of the road, and I picked you up. The amount of information is not a bit off, it fits perfectly." Xianwan's black and bright eyes were full of shock. "How did you know so much about me?" "That night at the hotel, you appeared so suspiciously, I had to investigate to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future." Mu Yuding didn't finish his sentence, and he left out an important factor. It was because he was attracted to her at first sight that he investigated you. But this guy is so stubborn, avoiding the important issues and focusing on the trivial ones. Xiaowan shook her spirits. "Go ahead and investigate. I haven't done anything illegal. I'm not afraid of the shadow being crooked. Besides, what does this have to do with marriage? This little woman is really tough." Chapter 27, She likes me. Mu Yuding was straightforward. "If you marry me, I can help you settle these things." Xiaowan calmed down and said firmly, "No, even if that were the case, I still can't marry you." If she wanted to marry someone casually, she would have agreed to marry into the mayor's family a long time ago, and she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to escape from the Lin family. Mu Yuding chuckled. "You don't think that just because you ran away from the Lin family, everything is going to be fine, do you? Do you think they will let you go easily? Will they let your parents go easily? Just because Lin Xianxian and your ex-boyfriend did those things to you, don't you want to take revenge?" Every word is piercing, but every word is the truth. Mu Yuding put down the cup in his hand and added, "Now they have people at the school gate. If you show up, you can imagine the consequences. This is not a bluff." That night, she ruined Zhang Liyun's plan, and now Zhang Liyun wants to skin her alive. To be more precise, she wants to strip her naked and send her to Mayor Ma's bed. Lin Xianwan felt a chill in her heart. Now she really had nowhere to go. She had no one to rely on in Jiangcheng, and now she had offended the Lin family and Mayor Ma. In the vast city of Jiangcheng, where else could she find a foothold? Even if she left the city and they could never find her, would Zhang Liyan let her parents go? She had already experienced the family's despicable behavior. If her parents knew that the 800,000 yuan for the surgery and follow-up treatment was the price they had to pay for signing that agreement, would they still be able to live? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaonan couldn't help but shiver. Mu Yuting moved closer to her and said in a calm voice, "How are you thinking about it?" Lin Xiaonan looked at the man in front of her. His handsome features were cold and arrogant, and she couldn't read any expression on his face. She couldn't guess why he was so kind as to offer to help her, or why he wanted to marry her. Could it be? Lin Xiaonan looked at Mu Yuting with interest, smacked her lips, smiled, and teased, "You're not falling in love with me, are you?" Mu Yuting sat lazily on the sofa, about to drink some water to moisten his throat, almost choking on this nonsense. He quickly took a tissue to wipe his mouth, covering his panic, and then said disdainfully, "You, wait until the next life." That's good, that's good." Lin Xiaonan also breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaonan said very seriously, "No matter what, you have helped me with this intention, I want to thank you. But no, I won't marry you, even if it's fake, even if it's bloody outside, I will face it myself. I originally thought that when a girl is helpless, if I just say I'll solve her problems, she'll be so moved that she'll cry and agree to marry me. But I didn't expect that she's only 21 years old and hasn't even graduated from college, and she's so strong and has her own opinions." Mu Yuting snorted coldly. "What, don't you believe in my strength?" Xiaonan stopped and explained, "No, the Lin family is not as simple as you think. Behind it, there is Zhang Liyun's family backing him up, and he can call the shots in politics and business. There is also Mayor Ma, and many other celebrities. No matter who it is, none of them are people that you or I can deal with. You have a car and a house now, and you have such a lovely grandmother. Why would you get into trouble for a stranger you just met?" Lin Xiaonan was speaking from the heart. "Woman, you are so ignorant." He snorted in contempt, "They are not even worthy of my time. The Lin family and the so-called Zhang Liyun's family, who usually want to hold his shoes, have to line up. Do you have to deal with this kind of stuff?" Xiaonan thought to herself, "This guy really can brag." She simply asked him directly about her concerns. "I know you are a good person and willing to help me, but you don't like me and I don't like you. Why do you have to marry me? Do you pity me?" Mu Yuting returned to his usual coldness, his voice cold. "I'm not that great, I just want to make a deal with you." "A deal? What kind of deal?" "Grandma is sick and has only 3 months left. She wants a granddaughter-in-law." Mu Yuting's eyes betrayed his sadness. But the meaning of this sentence is very clear. He doesn't want to get married, he just wants to fulfill his grandmother's wish. Xiaonan was stunned. "Grandma is sick? It doesn't seem like it. When she eats, she looks rosy and her appetite is good. She has more energy than a young person. How could this be? But who would joke about their grandmother's health? Besides, the nouveau riche is so attentive and filial to her, and she can see it in her eyes. She wouldn't lie about it." For some reason, Lin Xiaonan thought of her own mother. When her mother was seriously ill and about to have an operation, she worried that she wouldn't survive. She always said that her biggest regret was not seeing her and her younger brother get married. Presumably, the nouveau riche's grandmother must have felt the same way. No wonder when grandma came in the morning, she took her for the nouveau riche's fiancé and even gave her the hairpin she had brought as a dowry, just so that her grandson would have a family. How could such a lovely and kind-hearted grandmother? Xiaonan was a bit moved. If it was for her grandmother, she would be willing to help. But this nouveau riche family has a car and a house, and a nanny at home. He has the means to find a suitable local woman to marry and fulfill grandma's wish, but why did he choose her, a country girl who has left her home and caused trouble? This doesn't make sense. Could it be? Could it be that he has a problem in that area? Chapter 28 I'm just your family's nanny. No, that night at the hotel, he didn't stop until she begged him to. Could that be a problem? If it is, it's just too much desire. She couldn't figure it out, so she asked him directly, "There are so many women in the world, why did you choose me to marry?" Is that a problem? Mu Yuting sat lazily on the sofa. Of course not. I was afraid you were a human trafficker and sold me to Myanmar. I've seen a lot of news about this. Mu Yuting really didn't want to deal with her anymore. If he really wanted to sell her, he wouldn't have saved her twice, brought her home in the middle of the night, coaxed her to take her medicine, and stayed with her all night. Besides, how much money could he get for her? Who would buy her? She's so ugly. If she could get into college with that IQ, the admission score that year must have been very low. Seeing that the man was not talking, she asked again, why? I don't care who I marry, and you just happened to show up, and Grandma likes you so much, so I don't need to waste time looking for another marriage partner. Mu Yuding's voice was cold and firm. There was one thing that Mu Yuding didn't say, and besides, the two of them had already done it that night. Rather than finding someone unfamiliar and disliked, and having to slowly get used to each other, it's better to just have her. I see. I understand. Shanwan looked out the window. Since all the coincidences had come together, this might be fate. Shanwan gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. For Grandma, I am willing to help you and marry you, but I have a lot of problems. Aren't you afraid that I will drag you down? Involve me? You're a stupid woman. Don't you know my strength? Mu Yuding looked at Xianwan's innocent and ignorant little face and hinted, don't you want to know my name? Don't you call yourself Mao Dan? Lin Xianwan blurted out. Grandma just called him Mao Dan, and she heard it clearly. Mu Yuding's eyes were filled with hidden anger. Damn woman, did you call him Mao Dan? Besides, who would call someone a hairball? Not only ignorant, but also lacking in brains. Mu Yuding suppressed his anger and handed Lin Xianwan a business card from the box on his desk, thinking to himself, stupid woman, after you know who I am, you will know how stupid you are. Xianwan took the golden business card and looked at it. This business card was a bit different. There were no job titles on it, only the three powerful words, Mu Yuding. Lin Xianwan had never heard of this name before, and she really didn't know how important it was. She just thought it was a nice name, much better than Mao Dan. Your name is Mu Yuding, right? I'll remember it. Xianwan looked up and said seriously. Mu Yuding looked disappointed. Is that all? I thought this woman would be surprised, admire, worship, and even cheer when she saw my name. But she was calm. Wherever he went, he was treated like a king, but he had never experienced such neglect as he did today. In his eyes, there was not only anger, but also disappointment. Stupid woman, you will pay the price for your ignorance sooner or later. Get out of here and don't bother me. Mu Yuding's voice was cold. Xianwan didn't leave, hesitated for a moment, and said, although I agreed to get married, I still have a little request. Mu Yuding cursed in his heart, damn woman, so much trouble. Say it. Since our marriage is a transaction, we should sign a contract. Lin Xianwan spoke in an orderly manner. It's interesting that you have to sign a contract to get married. Mu Yuding listened to it with freshness and signaled her to continue. First of all, I won't take advantage of you and live in your house for free. When Grandma left, she took Aunt Xiao with her. From now on, I'll do the laundry, cooking, cleaning, and other chores around the house, and I'll consider it rent. If Grandma heard this, she would faint in the toilet. She took Aunt Xiao away because she wanted the young couple to enjoy their time together. After all, nowadays young people can have sex in the kitchen, bedroom, living room, study, bathroom. It's so inconvenient for Aunt Xiao. Grandma is hoping that the two of them will make a baby soon. But Xianwan doesn't want to owe the nouveau riche anything. After graduation, she'll have to pay rent anyway, so it's better to work as a nanny and pay off the rent. In the future, when the door is open, we are a married couple in name only, but when the door is closed, I am just your family's nanny. Xianwan emphasized the first point again. She doesn't want to be a good young lady, she wants to be a nanny. She wouldn't have chosen a wife with a brain disorder, would she? Mu Yuding looked at this strange woman and nodded his head since she was willing to do it. Approved. Second, our marriage is fake, so. Xianwan was a little embarrassed to say it. Mu Yuding was a little displeased with her hesitation, and said coldly, just say it. Just say it. We can't live together, and we can't hug or kiss each other. At most, we can hold hands to match the performance. Lin Xianwan's attitude was firm. She had already made up her mind that after the wedding, Mu Yuding would definitely sleep in the master bedroom. There were so many guest rooms in their house, so she would just pick one and make do with it. There are so many women who want to sleep with him, but this woman doesn't know what she's missing. Mu Yuding's eyes darkened, and a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed in his eyes, then disappeared in an instant, returning to his previous indifference. Okay, then what? Mu Xiao's inner monologue, I don't care about this anyway, just don't regret it and come crying into my bed. Third, after marriage, you are not allowed to interfere with each other's private lives. Mu Yuting agreed. Fourth, are you done? Mu Yuting coldly tossed a few words over, and it's not surprising that he's anxious. Everyone else has 3 articles of the law, but she's never done. This is the last point, and it's very important. I almost forgot it. It's very quick. Lin Xiaonuan reassured him. Mu Yuting said helplessly. Fourth, if either party meets someone they like, they can file for divorce at any time and terminate the contract. Mu Yuting's inner monologue, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already thinking about divorce? You better behave yourself. That's it. After saying that, Xiaowen was satisfied. Now that it was clear, life after marriage would be much more refreshing. But Mu Yuting was unhappy, very unhappy. If it weren't for Grandma's liking, he really wanted to throw this silly woman out. Chapter 29. What do you want to call me? Shanwan was just leaving when her phone rang. She took it out and saw a strange number. She was about to hang up. Mu Yuting glanced at the screen of the phone and said, "Don't hang up. It's Grandma's number." It was time to test this stupid woman's acting skills. The voice of her grandmother came through the phone. "Shanwan, it's me, your grandmother. Have you gone to get your marriage certificate yet? Today is a good day, don't miss it." Xiaonuan glanced at Mu Yuting. Does this family have superpowers? Even Grandma, who she had just met, knew her number. But Xiaonuan really liked this grandmother, and she had already promised to marry the nouveau riche. The spirit of contract must not be forgotten. In order to make her grandmother happy in her final days, she tried her best and answered sweetly, "Grandma, don't worry. I'll listen to him on this matter." Mu Yuting was so surprised by her sweetness and cuteness. She's a good actress. As soon as Xiaonuan hung up the phone, Mu Yuting took her arm and led her out of the house. She followed him blankly. Where were they going? Get a marriage certificate. Get a marriage certificate? Are you serious? Xiaonuan quickly said that she was just trying to make her grandmother happy. As long as we cooperate well, she won't find out if we don't get a marriage certificate. Do you think Grandma is as stupid as you are? She would believe us if we just told her? But it's the weekend, and the civil affairs office isn't open, and my ID card is at school and my household registration is back home. Xiaonuan followed behind, muttering to herself. It's a bit far to go back and get it, and it's complicated because you have to transfer trains. Let's talk about it later. Mu Yuting suddenly stopped, turned around, and Xiaonuan didn't stop in time and rushed into his arms. Looking up, he looked at her with a simple gaze. Mu Xiao's inner monologue, as long as you are willing, everything else is not a problem, but if you are stubborn, I won't say it. An hour later, Xiaonuan stood in the living room on the first floor, holding a red marriage certificate, and only then did she realize what he meant by not complicated. Mu Yuting had only made a phone call, and on a weekend, the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau not only came to work, but also brought equipment such as cameras and computers directly. There was also a makeup artist with an excellent attitude. Makeup, photos, and the certificate, all done in less than an hour. She was so surprised that she almost dropped her jaw when she received her marriage certificate at home. Xiaonuan looked dazed and confused, which was very cute. Mu Yuting couldn't help but glance at her twice. He handed his red book to Xiaonuan, saying, "Keep it with yours. You won't keep it safe by yourself." Xiaonuan mumbled. But Mu Yuting heard her. "Say it again." Mu Yuting raised his eyebrows. "I am going to do the housework." On the first day of their marriage, she didn't want to make this moody man angry. She slipped away. Second floor bedroom. Before they got married, she had said that she would take on the housework, and she kept her word. She planned to clean up here first, and then choose a guest room that was farthest away from Mu Yuting's bedroom to live in. She had just started cleaning when she suddenly thought of something and stopped what she was doing. She took out the red book that Mu Yuting had given her and flipped through it. 29 years old. To be precise, she will be 30 soon. No wonder he looks so serious and mature. It's because of his age. Ha ha. She put the 2 red notebooks together, sat on the sofa and smiled for a while, and then suddenly became a little sad. She had planned to earn enough money to pay Zhang Linyun back after graduation, then return home to find a job in the town or county, stay with her parents, and live a simple life. But now, she has married a man she has known for only a few days before graduation. If my parents knew. Thinking about it, she felt a little sad, and tears welled up in her eyes. Mu Yuding happened to come in and saw this scene. He felt a little sad and sat down next to her, adding a touch of tenderness. Do you regret it? No, Xiaonuan said, I just miss my parents and brother. Although our family is not well off, we are a very close-knit family. We discuss and support each other in everything. But now I have caused so much trouble and I have married without telling them. I feel very unfilial. Somehow, she told a stranger so much about her innermost feelings for the first time. Mu Yuding felt sorry for her and wanted to put his arm around her shoulders and let her lean on him, but he raised his arm to the air and then withdrew it, not wanting to take advantage of her. He took a tissue and handed it to Xiaonuan, saying gently, Don't worry, I'm here for you. Thank you. They were just in a cooperative relationship, and Lin Xiaonuan knew that Mu Yuding was just being polite, but it was still very warm. Xiaonuan didn't like to bring her negative energy to others. She shook herself awake, regained her usual vigor, and gave Mu Yuding a mischievous smile. You're really turning 30, uncle? You don't look it. Uncle is a word that is quite interesting, but when Lin Xiaonuan says it, it has a simple, rustic flavor, like the kind of uncle you would ask for directions on the street. Is this girl bored? I'll give you a chance to change your nickname. Seeing Mu Yuding's gloomy face, Lin Xiaonuan guessed that she had called him old and was angry, so she timidly tried to say, Then, call me Big Brother, okay? It makes me look younger. I spit, it's not even as good as Uncle, Big Brother, it's like a gangster. Is this a name between a couple? What do you think? Mu Yuding looked at this stupid woman with a calm tone and a sharp edge. Xiaonuan didn't dare to look him in the eye, thinking to herself, this person's personality is not only unpredictable, but also very sensitive. He wasn't happy when I called him uncle, and he wasn't happy when I called him brother. It's too difficult for me. Should I call him Mao Dan like grandma? Forget it, this person can't take a joke, so don't provoke him. Xiaonuan obediently said, Then, I'll call you by your name in the future. Whatever you like. Mu Yuding said coldly. It's really frustrating. You're married, don't you know how to change your tone? Husband. Wife, hey. Isn't that all? Such a simple thing is so difficult for these two. Can't walk. Chapter 30 Almost Kissed. Mu Yuding was distracted by Lin Xiaonuan and almost forgot his business. He handed a box to Xiaonuan. It was the old jewelry box that Grandma brought in this morning. Grandma told me to give you this on my wedding day. That's true, but he didn't express it accurately. What Grandma said was that you would put it on her yourself on the day of the wedding. He left out the important part. If it were an ordinary gift, Xiaonuan would have accepted it in the morning, but this is Grandma's dowry, and it's an old Qing dynasty item, so it's too valuable. Moreover, the old lady had kept it for her granddaughter-in-law, and she and Mu Yuding were only faking a marriage. She was a fake granddaughter-in-law, and she didn't know when the two of them would break up. If she took someone else's things, wouldn't she be a liar? No, absolutely not. She had her own bottom line. Mu Yuding put the box in her hand, his tone was flat but firm. Take it, don't make Grandma unhappy. Xiaonuan took a deep breath and stopped arguing. Fine, I'll keep it for now, and when we get divorced, I'll give it back to you. Mu Yuding's face darkened, staring at her intently, his eyes deep and his gaze drawing closer. Did she say something wrong again? She backed away repeatedly, and was finally forced into a corner. He put his hand on the wall and lifted her delicate little face, saying lightly, Do you really want a divorce? The gentle and deep gaze was like a magnet, making it impossible to look away. A large patch of red appeared on Xiaonuan's fair face, her eyes wide and clear, with a hint of panic, and she was extremely cute. He looked at her greedily, a small flame burning in his heart, and his mouth moved uncontrollably towards her cherry lips. Almost touching. Young master, the flowers are here. Mu Yuan was carrying a large bouquet of fiery red roses and started shouting as he came up the stairs. Xiaonuan came back to her senses and quickly pushed Mu Yuding away, awkwardly straightening her hair. Mu Yuan had just reached the bedroom door, with a bright smile on his face. The flowers are here, master. The young master has already received the certificate, and he is even happier than when he got married. Just now, the young master told him to go out and buy roses. Although the young master didn't say it explicitly, he knew that the flowers were for the young mistress. As soon as he bought them, he couldn't wait to run upstairs and put the flowers in the young master's arms. The bouquet was large and full of buds, and the rose variety was very different from the roses he usually saw. Shanwan has loved flowers since she was a child. Back home, she would stop and admire the wildflowers and weeds on the roadside after school. When she saw such a large bouquet of beautiful roses, she stared at them, unable to hide her love. The property sent it, and there was nowhere to throw it away. Mu Yuding put the flowers on the table and said indifferently, "If you like it, you can take it." His indifferent attitude was completely different from the passion he had just shown. Mu Yuan was puzzled. These flowers were obviously bought for tens of thousands of dollars and were even given by the property management company. Which property management company was so generous as to give such top-notch French roses? He's saying one thing but thinking another. Just be stubborn. Mu Yuding glared at Mu Yuan, who was standing in the doorway, and said, "Why don't you come in and sit for a while?" No, young master, I just remembered that I haven't filled up the car with gas yet," he said, and ran off like the wind. "I can't afford to provoke him, I'll leave." Xiaowan didn't care how the flowers came, but looked at the bouquet with a satisfied look. It would be a waste to throw them away. "I want them. The property is still pretty good, they even sent flowers. After cleaning up, I'll find 2 bottles to put them in. They'll last a long time." In the evening, Lin Xiaowan was trimming the flowers in the living room, and Mu Yuding came downstairs on the phone, wearing a black suit and walking with the wind. "Okay, see you later." Xiaowan looked up and asked, "Are you going out? Will you be back for dinner? Cooking is also part of the nanny's job. Come out with me." Mu Yuding stood in front of her. He couldn't settle down while reading in the study in the afternoon. It didn't seem right that on the first day of their marriage, they were each busy with their own things. Even if it is a contract marriage, he still has to fulfill his duties as a husband. Why not give her a good memory? "Where are you going?" "I haven't finished cutting the flowers yet." "Don't worry, I won't sell you to Burma." Mu Yuding still remembered this sentence. Lin Xiaowan was a little embarrassed. The idea that came out of her mouth was indeed a bit petty. In the car, Xiaowan couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" "I'm going to be late for dinner." She is more dedicated to being a nanny than a wife. Mu Yuding was in a good mood and went out to eat. When he spoke, he had a smile on his lips, not as cold as before, and he was gentle like a different person, with a kind of warmth that made him feel like a big brother from the neighborhood. Lin Xiaowan saw him so easygoing for the first time, and she also relaxed a lot, chatting with him. "Oh, Mu Yuding, I have something to discuss with you." "Yes." Mu Yuding thought she wanted to buy jewelry for the wedding. She said seriously, "We are getting married to fulfill Grandma's wish, so let's not have a wedding. We are just a contractual marriage, as long as Grandma knows, there is no need for outsiders to know, okay?" She was genuinely thinking about Mu Yuding. He had taken her in, and that was already a great comfort to her. She didn't want to cause him any more trouble. Mu Yuding's heart sank, and he was a little disappointed. He didn't say anything. Other women would do anything to be Mrs. Mu, but she was fine with being Mrs. Mu's sister-in-law, and she was even afraid that others would find out. Does this woman really not care at all because she doesn't love him? Mu Yuding snorted and said in a pout, "That's just what I want." Lin Xiaowan saw his displeasure. He had been fine all along, so why was he unhappy again? She dared not say anything and obediently shut up. The atmosphere in the car became awkward. Mu Yuding turned on the right turn signal, pulled over to the side of the road, and said coldly, "Get out." Chapter 31 Yi Chen's apartment. It's not surprising that Mu Yuding is angry. She was planning to surprise Xiaowan. Mu Yuding had originally made an appointment with a top wedding dress designer to take Xiaowan there to take her measurements and ask her to design a wedding dress for Xiaowan that was unique and exclusive to her. Then they would go for a romantic candlelight dinner together. He had already booked the restaurant. Now it seems it's not necessary. Lin Xiaowan didn't know this, and she was a little annoyed to be suddenly kicked off the bus halfway through the trip, but she didn't dare to provoke him and obediently got off the bus. God knows what possessed this unpredictable man. After driving a few meters, Mu Yuting's car backed up and opened the window to hand over a black card. He said lightly, "Go buy something you like." "No, I have money. I participated in a design competition on the internet and won a prize. I received the prize yesterday, and it was 800 yuan. Xiaowan's tone could not hide her little pride and conceit. After all, she used to work part-time, working hard and earning only 60 to 70 yuan a day. Mu Yuting saw her cute little smug look and instantly lost his temper. He felt sorry for her. "Stupid woman, 800 yuan makes you so happy. How easy it is for you to be content. Take it." Mu Yuting's tone was firm and not to be refused. "I don't need it. I'll throw it away." "You are doing this again." Last time when Xiaowan lost her phone, Mu Yuting gave her a new phone, and she wouldn't take it unless he threw it. This guy really can do it. Xiaowan obediently took the card and wanted to say, "I'll keep it for you and give it back to you when we get divorced." But she had already been cornered and wall-pressed once in the morning for saying such things, so this time she dared not say it and obediently took the card. "No password, spend as you like." He coldly said a few words, the car merged into the traffic, and disappeared from view. Lin Xiaowan realized that he had changed cars again today. Although she didn't know what brand it was, it looked pretty cool. She couldn't help but sigh. He really can show off. Even if you make some money in business, you can't waste it like this. You don't know how to save it? You're a nouveau riche with a spoiled mentality. What will you do when you run out of money? Lin Xiaowan looked at the black card in her hand and felt strange. It was the first time she had seen a card of this color. She was a genuine country girl who lived a simple and plain life as a child. Although she came to the big city by studying, she saw a bustling scene, but she was worried about the next meal. She relied on student loans for tuition and worked hard to pay for living expenses. She had no idea how powerful this super black card was. All over the world, wherever you can swipe your card, you can do so without any problems, with no limit, and you can never run out of credit. If there were POS machines on the moon, they would probably be able to use them. Xiaowan thought that she would put the card with the hairpin her grandmother gave her together when she returned home, and then give them back to Mu Yuting when the contract marriage ended. The Lamborghini coupe was like a small cheetah, speeding straight to Yi Chen's apartment building. Yi Chen is a strange person. Although the Yi family is not as wealthy as the Mu family, it is still one of the most powerful families in Jiangcheng, with countless companies under its name. He is the son of the Yi family, and he is the legitimate president of any company in the family, but he chooses to spend his days with Mu Yuting, and is willing to be a vice president by his side. If you didn't know, you'd think they were together. And he doesn't even live in a nice villa, but in an apartment. Rich people are willful. The poor have no choice but to accept their fate. Mu Yuting is familiar with the way, presses the fingerprint lock, opens the door, and goes straight in. "Yi Chen, get out." There was no sign of him, and no one answered. All I could see was a mess. Men's and women's shoes, bags, clothes, pants, lace bras, black stockings, scattered all over the place, a mess. Mu Yuting's gaze then fell on the sofa. This sofa was a gift from Mu Yuting when Yi Chen first moved in. It is simple and comfortable. Seeing that there were still several unopened TTs scattered on the sofa, he silently pities the sofa for 3 seconds. Poor sofa, you have to bear what you shouldn't bear. No matter how good the quality is, if it is shaken every day, it will fall apart sooner or later. If he wasn't on the first floor, he must be on the second floor, going crazy. He shouted, "Yi Chen." The duplex apartment was not very big, and Yi Chen guessed it was him when he heard the door open. The fingerprint lock in his home only has the fingerprints of him, Mu Yuting, and Zian. Zian always calls in advance every time he comes, but this overbearing CEO never calls to say hello, so people who don't know him think it's his home. He thought he would leave when he saw the woman's clothes scattered around, but he didn't expect him to deliberately ruin his good intentions. Yi Chen had no choice but to wrap himself in a towel, with his hair messy, and lean against the railing on the second floor, with his index finger to his mouth. "You have a grudge against me? Speak softly. He's here to take revenge." Mu Yuting had long suspected that this big mouth had leaked the news of Lin Xiaowan's return home and her phone number to his grandmother. Yi Chen also knew that he would come looking for him sooner or later, and he said with a grievance, "I was helping you. Seeing that Yi Chen had no intention of coming down from the second floor, Mu Yuding gave him an order. You have 15 minutes to sort things out and then we can go for a drink. You're chasing me home on my day off. You must be a ghost or a demon. Yi Chen said in a bad mood. No. Mu Yuding slowly took out his phone and filmed a video of the mess on the floor, and even gave a close-up of the lace bra. Dad and Mom always ask me how you are doing. It's time to give them an update on the real situation. Mu Yuding, you. Yi Chen was so angry that he was speechless. He compromised and said, 15 minutes is not enough. At least half an hour. At this moment, a squeaky female voice came from the bedroom. Xiao Qinshan, who's here? I hate it. Mu Yuding snorted and looked at his watch. Hurry up, it's been 2 minutes already. He turned around and left. Yi Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gritted his teeth. What did I do in my previous life to deserve to be his brother in this life? So poisonous. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen came to the car and circled around the coupe. He smacked his lips and said, Mu Yuding, you bought another car, a limited edition, to show off to me, didn't you? I'm bored. Mu Yuding waved his finger, got into the car, and went for a drink. Yi Chen grumbled as he got into the car, Young Master Mu, there are thousands of people waiting to drink with you, so you're lucky to have me. I'm afraid you'll get drunk in the pleasure palace, indulge in excess, and call you to drink some wine to replenish your energy. Mu Yuding teased him, aren't you going to thank me? Mu Yuding is mysterious and aloof in public, decisive in killing, but only in front of these few close friends will he release himself, like a boy who never grows up, not hiding, not concealing, and full of humor. Yi Chen smiled seductively. You're 30 years old, don't you have any desires? If you're so pure, then who are you saving yourself for? He thought he was still a virgin. He doesn't even know that he's married. I just feel that this guy is in a good mood today for some inexplicable reason. Chapter 32 Narrow Road to Enemies. Mu Yuding's obsessive-compulsive disorder has flared up. He ordered the right way, 29, and it will be 30 in a little over a month. Yi Chen glanced at Mu Yuding. I've never seen you care so much about your age before. You're not yourself today. You're wrong. I'm being rigorous. Yi Chen smiled and said, you're right, 29, okay? But time really flies, and we're really going to be uncles soon. Uncle? That stupid woman called herself that this afternoon. Mu Yuding couldn't help but think of Lin Xianwan. After leaving her there alone, he regretted it a little, but he would never go back to pick her up. He, Mu Yuding, has to save face. After being left on the street, Lin Xianwan, holding the black card, thought angrily, go spend it all. To spite Mu Yuding. But it was just a thought. Even if Mu Yuding was willing to let her hang, she herself was not willing to. Forget it, I'll go back to fixing flowers. At this moment, the phone rang. Jedong, it was the mischievous voice of Ding Kersen. Dear Nuan, I'm back. Why aren't you in the dorm? She had been taking care of her sick boyfriend in another city and didn't know about the events of the past few days. You're back, Xin. I'll be back to school soon. In the big city of Jiangcheng, Xin is the only friend she can talk to and tell her true feelings to. Xianwan suddenly thought of something and hesitated, asking, when you entered the school, did you see any strangers? Xianwan was afraid that Zhang Liyun's people were still lurking around the school. What do you mean by strange people? I didn't notice anything. Ding Kersen felt that something was wrong with Xianwan. Did someone bully you? Lin Xianwan didn't want to tell her about those negative things. They were both ordinary people's children, and she couldn't do anything if she did, and she would have to worry about it. Let's not talk about that. I won a prize in a web design competition. How about I buy you a coffee with the 800 yuan prize money? You're a good person. I get to choose the place. Okay, you choose. After the two of them had giggled and joked about the location, Xianwan hailed a taxi and rushed over. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the cafe, she saw a familiar figure in front of her, wearing a light pink low-cut halter dress, the kind that was so low it could not be lower, and she was applying lipstick to her phone. It was Lin Xianxian. Xianwan didn't want to provoke this piece of shit, but it was too late to leave. Lin Xianxian also saw her, looking defiant. After that little bitch left that night, she never showed up again. My mom sent people to look for her at school, but they couldn't find her. Now she's here, so she's out of luck. She must have been unable to hide outside and came running to beg for mercy. Thinking of this, Lin Xianxian was full of pride. If she kneeled in front of me and begged me, I could talk to my mother about it. She walked up to Xianwan and said, "Hey, isn't this Lin Xianwan, who ran away from our house? She's still alive? I'll take you with me even if I die. Get up, a good dog doesn't get in the way." Lin Xianwan pushed her aside and walked straight over to find a seat by the window. You. Lin Xianwan usually accepts everything in the Lin family without resistance, and Lin Xianxian never expected that she would be so sharp-tongued. She was so angry that she could only say you. And couldn't say anything else. Lin Xianxian couldn't stand this, so she organized her words and sneered in response, "You've had your fill of talking, but what can you change? Haven't you paid back the money you owe my family? Haven't you fulfilled the agreement you signed? Can't you marry into Mayor Ma's family? Do you think that running away will end this matter?" Lin Xianxian looked at Lin Xianwan's face, which was gradually tightening, and laughed. She continued to provoke, "And if your mother knew how the money for her surgery came from, would she be so excited that she would?" Lin Xianwan was taller than Lin Xianxian, and she walked over and grabbed her wrist. "Don't you dare disturb my family. You're hurting me. Let go." Lin Xianwan didn't let go, but instead grabbed her even tighter. In the past, she was too obedient, so she was bullied by the Lin family. She thought that if she was obedient, the Lin family would let her off the hook, but in the end, she was forced to sell her body as a socialite. If she could let Mayor Ma sleep with her that day, she would let her sleep with more people in the future. When Zhang Lian lent her the money, she had already set a trap. If she didn't pay back the money, she would have to pay back with her body. Fortunately, she was smart and managed to escape. Now she has come to terms with it. If the worst comes to the worst, she will die with the net. After all, her life is worthless. At this moment, a man behind Xianwan came over and forcefully pulled Xianwan's hand away from Lin Xianxian. It was Lu Yuan, Lin Xianwan's ex-boyfriend and Lin Xuanchuan's current boyfriend. He and Lin Xianxian came here for afternoon tea. After going to the bathroom, they saw Lin Xianxian being held tightly by Xianwan, and she was hunched over in pain. This was the perfect opportunity for him to show off, so he played the hero and saved the beauty. No! A scumbag saving a hag. Lin Xianwan, what do you want? If you have a problem, come at me. Why are you making things difficult for my Xianxian? Ha! Your Xianxian is disgusting. Lin Xianwan's anger flared up as soon as she saw him. Who do you think you are? I haven't even finished dealing with you for the time you hit me. I didn't hit you, you came at me. It is true that day at the hotel, Lu Yuan was trying to sneak up on Mu Yuding, who was trying to ruin his good deed, and Xianwan saw it and blocked it. After Lu Yuan ran away, he was afraid that Xianwan would call the police and go to jail, so he hid for a few days. Now that he saw that Xianwan was fine, he was also relieved. Lin Xianxian saw that Lu Yuan cared so much about her, and she was even more pleased, pretending to be sincere. Brother Lu Yuan, don't argue with her, it's not worth getting angry with someone like this. She is just jealous of our good relationship and deliberately looking for trouble. Jealousy, huh? You two deserve it. You two are both unwanted trash, and you make a perfect couple. You're doing the world a favor. Lin Xianwan crossed her arms in front of her chest, and she had already gained the upper hand in terms of momentum. Lin Xianxian had never been so frustrated. She couldn't argue with her, and she couldn't beat her. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. Suddenly, she saw the skirt on Xianwan, and her eyes lit up. A plan came to mind. Chapter 33, Hand Tear and Lick the King. This skirt is a limited edition, right? Usually I can't even afford to buy a pair of jeans, so how can I afford such a luxurious skirt? I'm guessing you've been out selling your body. I see that your complexion is much more rosy now, and you look well nourished. Having fought with this cousin many times, Lin Xianwan knew that this was an attempt to provoke her, and she was not fooled. She walked over to Lin Xianxian calmly. Sister, your false eyelashes, contact lenses, and makeup today are all very beautiful, and the lipstick color is also very nice. Hearing Lin Xianwan flatter her, she thought she was asking for mercy and was secretly pleased. Lin Xianwan deliberately paused for a moment and then continued, but how can you still cover up your ugliness? You have to hit the snake at the 7-inch point, and hit Lin Xianxian where it hurts. Her looks are a disgrace to her parents, to the public, and to the camera on her cell phone. Ugly people care the most about being called ugly, so they always like to wear revealing clothes to gain a sense of existence and a high rate of return, to prove their charm. This time she was hit right in the heart, and she was so angry that tears came to her eyes. Lu Yuan saw this and quickly put his arm around her shoulders to comfort her. Baby, don't listen to her. In my eyes, you are 100 times more beautiful than her. In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful, and you are my only goddess. I will always love you and protect you. He really dared to say such nonsense with his eyes wide open, and he said it so sincerely that he was not afraid of being struck by lightning. Lu Yuan's dog-licking temperament is unmatched by anyone. No, he shouldn't be called a licker, he should be called the king of lickers. The licking king. After licking his master, he pointed at Lin Xianwan and said, "You crazy woman, get out of here. If you don't leave this restaurant, I'll make you pay for it." Who should leave? Before Xianwan could say anything, a loud and clear voice came from the door. It was the voice of Ding Kersen. She and Lin Xianwan are inseparable, and they are so close that they are like two peas in a pod. Lin Xianxian naturally knows her. Lin Xianxian thought it was a big shot coming to help Lin Xianwan, but when she saw it was Ding Kersen, she looked down on her with contempt. "Oh, Lin Xianwan, you even brought your best friend. They're all poor and desperate, so what if they come in a group? Get out of here." Lin Xianwan knew Ding Kersen's temper, and she was straightforward and righteous, and easily offended. She didn't want Kersen to get involved in her affairs with the Lin family, so she took her by the hand and wanted to leave. Ding Kersen was determined to stay. "Two poor people, get out. Don't you understand what people are saying? You?" Ding Kersen blared at her, not showing any weakness. "I can buy this store with one phone call, and I can become the owner of this store in half an hour. Is that reason enough?" Ha 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 ha. Koxian laughed so hard that she had a stomach ache. "Lin Xianxian, you are really funny. I have found that since I met you, I don't want to go to the zoo to see the monkeys anymore. Money can make you do whatever you want, but it depends on whose territory you are in. Do you want to buy it, and am I willing to sell it?" Ah. 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 As soon as she said this, 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at her, unable to hide their surprise and doubt. Lin Xianwan was stunned. This store is yours? Not just this one. Koxian nodded, took her arm, made her sit down, and waited for the show. Lu Yuan didn't believe it for a second. He had known Ding Koxian since he was in a relationship with Lin Xianwan. Although she was fair-skinned and beautiful, and had a good temperament, she didn't look like a lady from a wealthy family. I've never seen her wear designer clothes, nor have I seen her carry a designer bag. Like Lin Xianwan, she wears jeans and t-shirts and white sneakers all day long. Besides, if she really were a rich kid, she would have a chauffeur, live in a big villa, and eat all kinds of delicious food. Who would want to eat in the canteen every day, cram into a dormitory, and suffer like this? Does this shop belong to her family? He would never believe it even if he were beaten to death. Lin Xianxian also thought that Ding Kersen was lying, and decided to expose her lie on the spot and make her lose face. Lin Xianxian called the lobby manager over. "Is your boss here? Let him come out and make an offer. I want to buy this restaurant." The manager looked at the crazy woman and ignored her, but instead walked over to Ding Kersen with a smile on his face. "Miss, how did you find the time to come today? I brought a friend here to take a look around. By the way, is my dad not here? The boss is very busy, with so many stores to worry about. Some time ago, he was still saying that when you are ready to take over, he will be relieved." "Okay, you go ahead. Bring me 2 cups of cat poop coffee and some snacks later." "Okay." The manager was respectful. "Miss? Succession?" When Lin Xianxian heard these words, she almost dropped her jaw. She had heard her parents say that the Ding family was the leader of the catering industry in Jiangcheng, and that their economic strength was comparable to that of the Lin family. However, in recent years, the Lin family's real estate business had entered a downturn, while the Ding family's catering business was thriving. Lin Xingshan and his wife even wanted to switch to the catering industry to get a piece of the pie. Unexpectedly, this Ding Kersen is so well connected, and such a large industry is actually hers. She's been hiding it well. When she saw the situation from a distance, her eyes rolled around and she regretted it. If she had known that Ding Kersen was a rich woman, she would have chased after her. At least she was prettier than Lin Xianxian and could be taken out. Get lost, I don't want to waste any more time. Ding Kersen was straightforward. Lin Xianxian couldn't bear it and started to play the bad guy. I'm not leaving. So what if it's your family's business? We're here to spend money, not to pay. If you chase away the customers, I'll sue you at the Consumer Association. Go ahead, go before it gets dark. At worst, you'll be fined. I don't need the money. I just want you two to leave. Chapter 34 Like my woman. Ding Kersen had long been unhappy with Lin Xianxian. Bullying my friends is bullying me. I usually let you off at school, but you've gotten used to it and made a mistake. Today, you're in my territory, and you still want to bully Shanwan? No way. Seeing that the two ladies were not budging, Lu Yuan walked between them like a lapdog and said, "It's a misunderstanding. They're both from the same school. Let's just calm down." If he didn't say anything, Ding Kersen would have almost forgotten about this trash. When he was in a relationship with Lin Xianwan, Ding Kersen never had a good opinion of him. She had long since advised Xianwan to break up with him, but Xianwan wouldn't listen and was completely devoted to him. I never thought that Xianwan would do this, and that he would be such a scumbag, not only poor and stingy, but also playing the field. Ding Kersen gritted her teeth and said, "If I don't fix you today, I'll write my last name backwards." She looked at Lu Yuan with a contemptuous smile. "Lu, it's been a long time. You're living off a woman now, aren't you? Who are you calling a softie? Aren't you listening? How can you say that he deserves you? Ding Kersen, I'm telling you, I've been giving you face, don't be ungrateful. It's a coincidence, but I like being insolent." Lu Yuan was speechless and angry, raising his hand to slap Ding Kersen, but then he saw the manager who had just been talking to Ding Kersen, along with 4 or 5 tall men wearing sunglasses, staring at him. He slowly lowered his raised hand. Ding Kersen was not satisfied, and continued to taunt, "Lu Dejun, sometimes I really admire you. At least when people eat soft food, they find someone delicious. You can also go down to Lin Xuanchuan's looks. I really admire your guts. You must have had nightmares at night." This remark hit 2 birds with 1 stone, and both Lu Yuan and Lin Xianxian were furious. Before Lu Yuan could say anything, Lin Xianxian couldn't sit still anymore and went up to fight with Ding Kersen, who dodged away. Koxian didn't want to get involved with them either, pointing at Lu Yuan, "In your whole life, you've only done one thing right, which is breaking up with Shanwan. I really have to thank you for her. Get out." Ding Koxian waved her hand, and 4 or 5 men wearing sunglasses immediately came over and pushed Lin Xianxian and Lu Yuan out. After dealing with this matter, Koxian returned to Shanwan and sat down beside her. It was so much fun. Shanwan pretended to be angry and said teasingly, "Miss Ding, you have such a big business, and you even hid it from me, afraid that I would borrow money from you? I'm not afraid of you borrowing money from me, but I'm afraid that you won't tell me." Kersen smiled wryly. "Do you know that since I was a child, because my family is so well off, many of my peers are jealous of me and don't want to be friends with me? Even if I buy them snacks and gifts to please them, they won't open up to me. From the outside, people see that I have endless money and beautiful clothes to wear, but I am very lonely inside. Later, I learned to hide and make myself look like a girl from an ordinary family, and things got better. I was afraid that you would worry, so I never mentioned my family situation. I didn't want our friendship to be affected by the gap between our families. I really consider you a friend." Seeing that Koxian was serious, Xianwan quickly put her arm around her shoulder and said, "I was just joking with you, Koxian. No matter what your family situation is, it won't affect our friendship. Our 4 years of revolutionary friendship can definitely withstand the test of time and years." This made Koxian laugh, and the two of them chatted while drinking coffee. They didn't notice the strange man at the next table at all. Inside a private club, 4 people at a table, drinking red wine and leisurely playing mahjong. Yi Chen sat across from Mu Yuding, and next to him were 2 friends that Yi Chen had invited, also wealthy young men from Jiangcheng. The 3 of them chat while playing mahjong. "After we finish playing mahjong, let's go to the bar to drink and watch the beautiful girls. This club is too quiet, the atmosphere is not getting going." "Yi Chen, you never change. What do you know? A man should be a bit of a playboy. You're still a teenager, and at your age, you could be a father to a teenager." Only Mu Yuding wore headphones in his right ear, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, and sometimes tapping the card table. He seemed to be playing cards seriously, but his mind was completely off the card table. After Mu Yuding left Xiaonuan on the side of the road, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The Lin family had been sending people to look for her. If they happened to run into each other, it would be trouble. This stupid daughter-in-law would definitely suffer. Call her and tell her to come home. It's not like I care about her. He could just go back and pick her up, but that would make it seem like he cared about her. He is the cold and aloof Mu Xiao, who is awe-inspiring and who no woman can hope to win over. No way. So he found a trustworthy person to follow Xiaonuan all the way. In case she was in danger, he could help her out. The person he sent was very capable. From the moment Lin Xiaonuan entered the coffee shop, every move she made was under this person's watchful eye, and was transmitted to Mu Yuding in real time. Mu Yuding only needed to wear a headset to hear every word of Lin Xiaowen's, just like listening to a live broadcast. When he first heard Lin Xianxian and Xiaonuan provoke each other, his heart was in his throat. He didn't expect this little mouth to be so powerful. She was calm and collected, not panicked or agitated, and she was well-reasoned and well-founded. She has potential. Just like my woman. When Lu Yuan appeared, he was already prepared to rush over, but he didn't expect his girlfriend to show up and help her tear Lu Yuan apart. His nerves finally relaxed a little. This silly daughter-in-law has quite a good reputation. The three of them looked at him, frowning and then smiling, sometimes with a chill, sometimes with a hint of a smile. After observing him carefully, they realized that his expression had nothing to do with mahjong. They didn't ask, either. Mu Yuding is the type of person who wouldn't tell them if they did. He is a strange person. As long as it's not Mu Yuding who has a woman, they think everything is normal. Chapter 35 Only she. Xiaowen and Kurson were chatting happily, unaware that they were being overheard. Koxian asked her where she had been these past few days, why she hadn't returned to the dormitory, and why she had asked her on the phone if there were any strange strangers at the school gate. Was she in trouble? Xiaonuan no longer hid anything, and from the moment Zhang Liyan asked her to try on the dress, she told Koxian everything that had happened in the past few days. After hearing this, Koxian was so angry that her eyes were burning. She really couldn't stand seeing Xiaonuan suffer like this. When they were at school, Lin Xianxian was always bossy and demanding, but Xiaonuan was always submissive and smiling. Koxian never understood why she was so afraid of Lin Xianxian, who was just an older sister from her uncle's family. If you get along well, you get along well, and if you don't get along, you don't get along. At one point, she thought that Xiaonuan was too weak, but now she knows that all of this forbearance is for her mother's medical expenses. Xiaonuan never said anything before, and she didn't know either. Now that she knows, how can she just stand by and watch? I'll pay back the money you owe the Lin family. I'll call my dad right now and have him transfer the money. I'll pay her back double and we'll be even. Xiaonuan took Koxian's hand. This was a trap from the beginning. What she really wanted was not money, but me, to create value for the Lin family. Koxian stood up, slapped the table, and said, I'll take you to the Lin family to settle the score. I don't believe there is no law. The guests around her were shocked and looked at her in unison, thinking she was crazy. Lin Xiaonuan quickly pulled her down to sit down. Look, I'm fine, right? I haven't lost a piece of meat, it's all over. She didn't want Ding Koxian to have a direct conflict with the Lin family. Ding Koxian was too straightforward, and the Lin family was too cunning. She didn't want her own problems to affect Koxian's normal life. Xiaonuan continued, that night, after I escaped, I was rescued and stayed at his house for 2 days, and then got married, and we got our marriage certificate today. Koxian was immediately drawn to this topic and forgot to be angry, dumbfounded. You said that you were rescued and then you got married? Yes. A quickie? Yes. Married for life? To repay a favor? No, it was a fake marriage. We just helped each other out. Mu Yuding was about to play his card, but when he heard this, his face fell. Stupid woman, you blabber everything. Fake marriage, how glorious. Kurson, oh, so what does he look like? What's his character like? What does he do? He's not some ugly duckling, is he? You're so stupid. Don't get fooled again. Xiaonuan, he seems to be in business. He's not bad looking, but he's a bit strange, cold, introverted, sensitive, moody, unstable, etc. I don't know which words upset him. Mu Yuting heard this and squeezed the mahjong in his hand. Strange? Introverted? Sensitive? Emotionally unstable, and so on. That means there are still many shortcomings that he hasn't mentioned. Is he really so undesirable in her eyes? Damn woman, are you tired of living? However, he is a good person, very attentive, kind-hearted, and filial. And also, he has a great body, dresses well, walks with style, has a strong aura, and occasionally smiles, looking handsome and cool. Lin Xiaonuan said, and she blushed herself. She didn't know why she was praising him. These words warmed Mu Yuting's heart, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Mu Yuting himself was surprised. There were thousands of women who praised him, and thousands of beautiful words, but he had never taken a single word to heart. Only this woman. This woman, her every word and sentence, he somehow cares about inexplicably. Well, as long as you like it. Ding Kersen smacked her lips. Seeing her look like a flower crazy, what else could she say? Then I'll invite a few of my good friends, and also call Xiaoyi and Zichen to celebrate your wedding. Xiaoyi and Zichen are their roommates, and they left school for an internship some time ago. No, you know I'm in a contract marriage. Who knows when I'll get divorced? I can't make it public. That's easy. Let's just change the reason. It's the last party before graduation. Okay, Xiaonuan made an okay sign while eating dessert. Then let's go to a karaoke bar and sing. Let's go. KTV? Mu Yuting was so angry that he almost overturned the card table. On the first day of their marriage, the new bride didn't even call to see where her husband was, but instead went off to sing with her friends. Damn woman, you're really looking for death. Chapter 36 Such a cheap. I was worried that she would be upset if I left her on the side of the road, but it turns out she had other plans. She's so cool. He picked up the red wine on the table, drank it without shaking it. The two people playing mahjong looked at Mu Yuting's pale face and were very puzzled. How could his mood suddenly change? He must have drawn a bad card. Only Yi Chen, who was sitting across from him, noticed something. Mu Yuting had been wearing headphones since he entered the private club, and he kept touching them from time to time. He was also distracted when playing mahjong, which was unlike him. The problem must be with the headphones. Yi Chen smiled to himself. The only person who could make Mu Yuting feel so ill was that girl. It seems that tonight's game of cards will not be played. At 9 p.m., the number 13 mansion, the largest karaoke bar in Jiangcheng. In room 518. A group of more than 10 people, including Xiaonuan, were singing in a mournful voice. Remembering our youth, which took root in our memories yesterday. The nightclub manager heard that Miss Ding was here and wanted to go into the box to deliver some fruit and curry favor. When he heard the singing at the door, he let out a sigh. A group of young people are all beginning to miss their youth. How can they let people live? This world is really crazy. After a few songs, Ding Kersen picked up a glass of wine. Classmates, come, we're about to graduate, let's toast and celebrate. If you become rich in the future, don't pretend you don't know me. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses, clinking them together. Koxian said, I ordered low-alcohol drinks, so everyone should just get a little tipsy, not drunk. They were having a great time singing when 6 male models came in. They were all wearing makeup and strange clothes, all shiny and glittery. The lighting was dim, so it was hard to see their faces, but they were all tall and had great bodies. The 6 male models stood in a row in the middle of the box. The male model in the lead said, Sisters, the manager asked us to come over and chat with you. There is no charge, and we will definitely not harm you. We are just here to chat, so please don't worry. Koxian had seen this kind of scene before and was not afraid. She waved her hand and said, Get out, we don't need you here. One of the sisters was also a fun-loving person, and said to Koxian, what's the harm in chatting with them? They're not going to eat us. Don't you know how expensive they usually are? Now they're free, so it's a good idea to ask them to stay and perform a show, so we won't be bored. Koxian hesitated for a moment, not wanting to spoil the fun, and then told the male models, Remember, it's just for conversation. If anyone dares to touch my sisters, I'll chop him up. Don't worry, the manager has repeatedly explained that they are only here to chat. Even if my sisters and I had 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to do anything. Afterwards, the models were not shy at all, and each took up their own duties and got busy. Some sat down next to them with a smile on their faces, and they were very attentive in passing them fruit. Some accompanied them in singing, and some began to perform a show to show off their muscles. Kuxian was sitting next to Xianwan, but her boyfriend called, and it was too noisy in the room, so she went outside to take the call. Xianwan really likes to sing, and she has been to a karaoke bar with Kuxian before, but this was the first time she had seen such a scene, and she was very nervous and uncomfortable. The other girls were watching the male models flex their muscles, while she sat quietly on the sofa in the corner waiting for Kuxian. She was a licensed person after all, and it was inappropriate to be here. She had originally planned to wait for Kuxian to return and tell her, but then she decided to leave first. For some reason, she couldn't help but think of Mu Yuding. She wondered if he had gone home yet. At this time, a male model came over and asked Xianwan to sing with him, but she refused. The male model looked at Xianwan's face and his heart trembled. What a beautiful woman, pure and feminine. After spending a long time in this place, the women he accompanied were mostly middle-aged women. Their loose skin, bloated figures, and angry faces were the norm. If it weren't for the money in their hands, he would be disgusted just by looking at them. He thought to himself, I've met such a beautiful, young, and elegant woman today. It's really a blessing from the heavens, and I've been given a benefit. I'm a little tempted. You're so pretty. I'm number one here. It's the first time we've met. Let's shake hands. Can I keep you company? The male model's voice was full of laughter, and he reached out to be friendly. Xianwan didn't say anything, thinking that if she ignored him, he would leave. But she underestimated the thickness of these male models' skin. The male model sat down next to Xianwan and rubbed her arm. Sister, are you not satisfied with me? Why don't you say anything? Sister, I'm hurt that you're ignoring me. Sister, who is your sister? You're a grown man, but you have to act like a little puppy. Eek, goosebumps all over. Xianwan frowned and moved to the side to avoid him. Seeing this, the male model also shifted his position, following Xiaowen. Sister must be here for the first time. Don't be shy. Come here to play. It's just to relax. If you think it's inconvenient here because there are too many people, we can go somewhere else to relax. I promise to make you feel comfortable. There's something in what he's saying, it's disgusting. This is the first time that Xianwan has seen a man act like this. Cheap. Chapter 37 Looking for a prostitute. Before, Xianwan had drunk a lot to forget her troubles, and although the alcohol was not strong, she was already a little drunk. Now, she was disgusted by the male model and felt nauseous. She got up and walked out. After leaving the private room, she felt a little more relaxed. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and felt much more awake. The male model mistakenly thought that Xianwan was going out to find a private place to talk to him alone, and he followed her out. As soon as Xianwan came out of the bathroom, the male model grabbed her hand and said with a lewd look on his face, Sister, your hands are so soft. I'm going to be your man tonight. I'm not just blowing smoke. I have a lot of skills. I'll show you on the bed. I promise you'll be satisfied. Add me on WeChat and I'll send you a price list. Since you're so elegant, I'll give you half price. Sex toys, I will give them to my sister as a gift, free. Although the manager repeatedly explained that it was just a chat, some male models are cheap and restless. In addition, seeing that Xianwan is so beautiful, he doesn't want to let go of this opportunity. Besides, he thought that Lin Xianwan was also a girl who came out to make trouble. Let go. Lin Xianwan shook her hand off and shouted angrily. The male model was stunned for a moment, his eyes rolling around wildly. This woman changes her face so quickly, implying that I came out, but now she doesn't want to talk to me. What kind of routine is she playing? Does this woman have a special fetish and like to be tough? I guess she is testing my business ability. Okay, then I will be strong. He touched her perky buttocks and was about to pull her into his arms, but she slapped him in the face. Her eyes were filled with rage, as if she was going to fight to the death with him. The male model covered his face and wanted to fight back, but after hesitating, he didn't dare to move. Number 13 is the largest karaoke bar in Zhangcheng. The people who come here to spend money are either rich or noble. The dress on this woman is clearly a luxury high-end version, and it can't be taken down without hundreds of thousands of dollars. He, to put it nicely, is a male model at the karaoke bar, and to put it bluntly, he is a gigolo who would never dare offend these wealthy patrons. He just left quickly. Lin Xiaonan was relieved and thought of Mu Yuding again. On the first day of their marriage, she was out having fun and was even touched on the hand and buttocks by a disgusting male model. Although it was a fake marriage, she still felt a little sorry for him. She felt inexplicably guilty. She wasn't in the mood to go back to the private room, so she simply went to the entrance of the karaoke bar to get some fresh air and sober up, waiting for Ding Kersen and the others. At this time, at the entrance to the karaoke bar, Mu Yuding leaned against the body of the coupe, calmly looked at his watch, and began to count down, 3, 2, 1. Then he crossed his arms and placed them on his chest, looked up confidently, and Lin Xiaonan just happened to walk out. The scene was like a parent coming to an internet cafe to catch a child who had not gone home after school and was secretly coming to the internet. When their eyes met, Xiaonuan's eyes were full of surprise mixed with surprise, and she was also a little scared. Seeing that she was fine, at that moment, he took off the earphones in his right ear with a sigh of relief. Xiaonan didn't know that Mu Yuding had sent someone, a bodyguard, to protect her at all times, and that even if she got drunk, he would take her home safely. Mu Yuding also knew exactly what happened in the karaoke bar. When the male model came out of the door of the private room to chase Xiaonan, the bodyguard was ready to make the male model disappear forever, but because the lights in the karaoke club were dim, the person Mu Yuding sent was accidentally splashed with wine by the waiter, delaying him for a few minutes. This is why the male model was seen harassing Xiaonan at the bathroom door. However, now that the male model is already better off dead, the process is not important. Although Mu Yuding did not catch the hero to save the beauty because of the traffic jam, he was very happy that she handled it very well, better than he had imagined. Principled and with a bottom line. This also made him appreciate her more. But on the surface, it was still cold. Lin Xiaonan, like a child who has made a mistake, came over with a stiff upper lip and said in a light-hearted tone, "Hey, Mu Yuding, what a coincidence, you're here for fun too. What else? You think I came to pick you up?" Mu Yuding's tone was cold. He would rather admit that he came to play than admit that he came to pick her up. Great. Lin Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief and blurted out. It turns out that Mu Yuding is also here for fun. On the first day of their marriage, the two of them are out having fun, each playing their own games, so she doesn't have to feel guilty. It's settled. Mu Yuding glanced at her and said coldly, "Get in the car." Where are we going? Where do you think? Mu Yuding's face turned black. On the first day of their marriage, he didn't know where to go. This woman must be out of her mind. Going home? No, my friends are all inside having fun. I don't feel safe, I'll wait for them. Mu Yuding snorted and laughed. She's quite loyal. With your little body, if your friends are really bullied, what can you do to help? Childish. Mu Yuding opened the passenger door and said in a low voice, "I have already sent someone to keep an eye on them and make sure they get home safely." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaonan was very surprised. "You already sent someone? I haven't even said anything yet. How do you know who they are and which room they're in?" She was stunned for a moment, then turned to Mu Yuding and looked at him. "Oh, did you follow me?" Mu Yuding glanced at her and thought to himself, "Are you a pig, only reacting now?" His heart was filled with tenderness, but his words were cold as ice. Am I that idle? Chapter 38 I want her. Xiaonan thought, that's right, although he is cold and unapproachable, he is not that perverted to play the stalker. Besides, in a contract marriage, he has no reason to stalk me. It seems like I was worrying for nothing. Get in the car. Mu Yuding ordered again. Lin Xiaonan obediently sat in the passenger seat. She had been a little drunk in the nightclub, but in that strange environment, she had been hinting to herself that she had to stay sober. Now that she saw Mu Yuding, she somehow felt much more relaxed, and the effects of the alcohol were starting to kick in. Fasten your seatbelt. Mu Yuding reminded her, but found that she was already asleep in the seat. He leaned over from the driver's seat to help her fasten her seatbelt. The two were so close together that he could even smell the faint fragrance of her body. Xiaonuan's cheeks, which were not powdered, flushed with a circle of red, and she was so beautiful. Mu Yuding couldn't help but think of the night they spent together, and he could hear his own heart beating faster. Why does this woman always manage to sway his reason and make him unable to help himself? He quickly fastened her seatbelt, stepped back, closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself down. If he looked at her any longer, he was afraid he would lose control and take her right there. When they returned to the Mu family villa, Lin Xiaonan was still asleep. Mu Yuding carefully held her in his arms. She was quiet and peaceful in his arms, like a sleeping kitten. When they went upstairs, she regained some consciousness and moved a little, muttering drunkenly, "Put me down, I can walk by myself." She was drunk and didn't know what kind of joke she was going to make. Mu Yuding ignored her, didn't look at her, didn't let go, and seemed to have not heard her. He calmly carried her upstairs. He walked straight to the bedroom and gently laid her down on the soft bed. Xiao Wen's eyes opened a little, and she saw Mu Yuding's handsome face so close to her. She felt warm in her heart and smiled foolishly. To be honest, she really hates this cold man, but every time he is around, for some reason, she feels an inexplicable sense of security. It's strange. Under the influence of alcohol, she became restless and touched his high nose bridge with her small hand. This nose is really straight. Was it made in Korea? Get out. Mu Yuding thought she was taking him for a male model and his face turned dark. No, half drunk and half awake Lin Xiaonan shook her head, and her soft, delicate arm hooked around his neck. With a silly look on her face, Mu Yuding, "Tell me, why are you so handsome?" Luckily, she didn't mistake him for someone else and knew that he was Mu Yuding. Mu Yuding is almost 30 years old, and there are countless people who praise him for being handsome, but this is the first time he has been praised like this by a little woman. All the way along, Mu Yuding's body was filled with a hot feeling, burning like fire. He had already had a small reaction, but he was trying his best to restrain it with his willpower. This ambiguous action of Xiaonan was tantamount to pouring oil on the fire. He let go, and Mu Yuding's Adam's apple rolled, and he gasped and shouted angrily. He was afraid that he would erupt like a volcano in fire at any time. No. Xiaonan, like a little rascal, pouted her lips and drew her arms in, pulling his neck closer and closer, almost bringing their faces together. Her delicate facial features, curled eyelashes, white and delicate skin with no visible pores, and the blush on her cheeks. Mu Yuding could no longer control himself. "Woman, you're asking for it." He gently touched her forehead and kissed her lightly, his hot lips tracing her nose and covering her red lips. It was so sweet, sweet to the core of my heart. So soft, it penetrates to the bone. Everything around seemed to have stopped. His fragrance, her softness, the kiss was warm, lingering, affectionate, and inseparable. Mu Yuding pressed his body against hers, and then kissed her neck. His hand was restless too, and slowly moved up her waist through her clothes, almost touching the softness of her breasts. Suddenly, he stopped kissing and suddenly got up from the bed. He took a few steps and rushed to the bathroom. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. He stood under the shower with his clothes on, his eyes closed, letting the cold water wash away the heat in his body. He was annoyed with himself. In the past 29 years, he had seen all kinds of women, but had never been interested in any of them. Even if those women had stood in front of him naked, he would have had no reaction. How could he fall for this little woman? He had seen many beautiful women, but what was it about this woman that made him so infatuated? Why was he unable to get past her? He admitted that he wanted her very much, but she was drunk and not sober, and he couldn't take her in that state, he couldn't. Last time at the hotel, they had a crazy night together. She was drugged, and he was her antidote. It was a coincidence, a misunderstanding, and fate. But today is different. Since that night, God brought her into his life and made him fall in love with her at first sight. He will always respect and love her. He craved her body, but even more, her heart. What he wants is a sober her, a willing her, a her who has fallen in love with him. Not half drunk and half awake. Chapter 39 You changed my pajamas for me? The next day, Lin Xiaonan was woken up by the sound of ringing phones. The cheerful voice of Ding Kersen came, and she said, "Lin Xiaonan, why did you leave in the middle of the night yesterday? I heard that a male model went out with you. Could it be that you two had a good time together? Get out." Xiaonan pretended to be angry. "I drank a little too much yesterday and felt a bit dizzy, so I went home first." "Which home? Her mother's or her husband's?" Ding Kersen asked playfully. "Her mother's home is so far away, she would love to go back, but she doesn't even have the money for the bus fare." "You've already made that your home since you got married. Ding Curson teased her. You're always messing around, I'm hanging up. Xiaonuan is still half asleep and wants to sleep some more. Don't hang up, I have something important to tell you. Yesterday, on your first day of marriage, I took you to the 13th mansion for a fling. Was your husband jealous? I'm afraid you two will fight again because of this. Should I step in and explain? Husband? That sounds so strange. No, no explanation is needed. We're fine. Really? Did you have a night alone together last night? Get out. You seem to be in good shape. By the way, don't forget to write your thesis, and mine too. Don't worry, even if I don't write my own thesis, I'll finish yours first. That's more like it. Ding Xin hung up the phone contentedly. Xiaonuan was no longer sleepy. Just then, she remembered that she had been picked up by Mu Yuding the night before. Then, in a daze, she vaguely remembered that she had molested Mu Yuding, as if she had touched his nose, and as if she had grabbed his neck and kissed him. She couldn't remember what happened after that. She looked at the pajamas she was wearing, then at the skirt scattered on the bedside, and then at the familiar bedroom, completely panicking. Did she have another big fight with him last night? Had a big fight. In the marriage contract, she had proposed to sleep in separate rooms. It was only the first day, and she had already run to his room and climbed into his bed. She was so ashamed that she was speechless. She said to herself, am I so unattractive that he would laugh at me for being so forward? How can I ever hold my head up in front of him again? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She started to pull her hair into a messy bun, and then she simply pulled all her hair forward and covered her face with it. Lin Xiaonuan, have a good reputation, but I really can't face people anymore. Mu Yuding came out of the bathroom and was shocked to see her in this style. Could it be that she had a problem with her nerves? He coughed lightly, and Lin Xiaonuan heard the sound and pulled her hair out of a slit. She looked up and saw Mu Yuding standing in the bathroom doorway in a bathrobe. There was no doubt about it. She was so annoyed that she quickly covered her head with a quilt. Like an ostrich, she thought that if she buried her head in the sand, she wouldn't have to face it. Mu Yuding was stunned by this senseless woman and stood there in a daze. After taking a shower yesterday, he didn't even dare to look at this woman again and went to the guest room to sleep. He came early in the morning to pick up his clothes and went to the bathroom, where he ran into this scene. She really had a hard time. Seeing her dejected look, he guessed what was going on and walked over to rip off the quilt from her head. He said coldly, "Are you sober now?" Lin Xiaonuan looked up, pushed her hair out of the way, revealing her face, took a deep breath, made up her mind, and tentatively asked, "Last night, you helped me change into my pajamas?" Mu Yuding said with a meaningful look, "What do you think? Last night, did we sleep together?" Mu Yuding smiled seductively. "What do you think? It's over, so embarrassing." If there was a rat hole, she would have crawled into it. Tears were rolling in her eyes, and she almost burst into tears. Mu Yuding saw this and felt pity for her. He said coldly, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Even if you throw yourself at me, it won't work." Xiaonuan burst into laughter, "Really?" Mu Yuding nodded. "Is it better than pearls?" "Nonsense. Then, who changed my pajamas?" Mu Yuding snorted, too lazy to bother with her. "Who knows who changed it? He didn't change them." She probably wouldn't believe it if I told her, but she got up in the middle of the night because she was uncomfortable and changed her pajamas herself, then went back to sleep. She had done something similar when she was in the dormitory. Mu Yuding didn't touch her at all. Of course, except for the kiss, he touched her lips once. No, it seems that he touched her waist and. Anyway, many times. I didn't count. Anyway, he stopped in time. Chapter 40, Cuckold. When Lin Xiaonuan arrived at the first-floor restaurant, Mu Yuding was already eating breakfast. He was wearing simple and casual black 9-inch trousers, a crisp white shirt without a wrinkle, a layered hairstyle, handsome and stylish, clean and refreshing, and his handsome features were as perfect as if they had been carved. He was frozen in place, as quiet as a man in a painting. Such a handsome and charismatic man, it's a shame not to take a few more looks. It's just that serious expression on his face is intimidating. Xiaonuan thought to herself, maybe if he wore a mask, he would seem much more gentle. Mu Yuding didn't seem to see her, and while eating breakfast, he opened the tablet next to him to watch the news without even looking up. Xiaowan didn't mind, and looked at the breakfast on the table. There was a sandwich, milk, hard-boiled eggs, washed blueberries, and a fruit that Xiaowan didn't recognize, which looked like a red banana. Simple and healthy. And 2 servings. This man looks cold and indifferent, but he is actually quite attentive. It makes her heart warm. When they signed the marriage contract, she had clearly offered to be the nanny, but she had slept until now and had been remiss in her duties. Seeing that Mu Yuding was silent, she carefully sat down at the table and said timidly, "I'm sorry, I got up late today." "Don't worry, this won't happen again. I'll do all the housework and cooking from now on. I promise to do it well." Mu Yuding nodded, looked away from the tablet and turned to her, and said slowly, "What else?" "What else?" Xiaowan glanced at him. He seemed to have no emotions, but in fact, he was cold and intimidating. Lin Xiaowan knew that the incident from yesterday had not passed. Xiaowan was flustered. "Don't look at this man, he looks like a human, but his heart is as small as a sesame seed, no, even smaller than a sesame seed, like a needle tip." He would not let her off lightly for going to the bar yesterday. She knew she was in the wrong, so she didn't try to defend herself, but simply admitted her mistake. "Yesterday I went to the bar without telling you, and I didn't tell you. I was wrong, and I will definitely change in the future." "How?" Mu Yuding put down the milk and scolded her like a child. "Next time, I'll tell you in advance." Mu Yuding frowned. "Next time, I'll go with you? Are you going again?" Mu Yuding frowned even more tightly, as if he was about to beat someone up. "I'll never go to a nightclub again, okay?" Lin Xiaowan was really afraid that he would get angry. Mu Yuding tossed and turned last night, unable to sleep. The thought of that male model trying to take advantage of her made him so angry that his teeth ached. Even if the male model was destined to spend the rest of his life in bed, he still wouldn't be satisfied. In order to avoid similar incidents in the future, this time, he must rectify the unhealthy trend of her going to nightclubs. "What if you can't do it?" Mu Yuding asked in a stern voice. Xiaowan blurted out, "If you can't do it, then spank me." Mu Yuding almost spat out the sandwich he had just put in his mouth. In front of him, only this woman dared to laugh and giggle. Seeing that his mood had eased a little, Lin Xiaowan said with a smile, "Don't be angry. I will do what I say. Although our marriage is fake, before we divorce, I will definitely be a qualified wife and nanny." "That's more like it. That's like a human being talking." Mu Yuding was satisfied with this attitude and said lightly, "This will not happen again." Xiaowan made an okay sign, and the matter was settled. "Let's eat." The atmosphere seemed a little more harmonious. However, after just 2 bites of breakfast, Xiaowan remembered something. It was neither big nor small, but it had been bothering her. "I wanted to keep it from Mu Yuding, but when I thought about it, I felt a bit sorry for him. It's really uncomfortable to hold it in, so I might as well spit it out. Now that his temper is a little milder, the timing is perfect." Xiaowan said. "Mu Yuding, I have one more thing to tell you. Since I'm confessing on my own initiative, don't criticize me later. What trouble has this little woman gotten into now? Mu Yuding is in the mood, tell me." That. Xiaowan stammered. "Which one?" Mu Yuding stared at her with a cool and handsome look. "Well, yesterday at the bar, I was careless and accidentally got groped by a disgusting person on my hand and butt. This shouldn't count as you being cuckolded, right?" While saying this, she observed Mu Yuding's face, watching his face turn from sunny to cloudy. "No." Lin Xiaowan quickly picked up a sandwich and bowed, "Uncle, enjoy your meal. I'm going to eat upstairs." She ran up the stairs, afraid that if she ran any slower, she would be beaten. Mu Yuding was so angry at her for this trick that his chest hurt. He slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "I told you to run, but sooner or later you'll fall into my hands."